Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build and deploy an AI-enabled blog application using MERN Stack. In this full-stack blog app, user can read the blog post and comment on the blog. We will build the admin dashboard also, where admin can publish a new blog or manage the existing blogs and comments. We will also integrate the AI feature in this project to generate the blog content. So let's take a look at the project demo. So this is the home page of our blog where you can see the logo and login button. After that you can see the welcome message and a search box. We can search the blog title or category in this search box, so it will display the blog list for that particular search keyword. Then we have the list of blogs item. And we have the categories here. We can filter the blog list. So if I click on technology, it will display the blogs posted in this particular category. If I click on startup, here we have 3 blogs. If I click on lifestyle, we have 3 blogs. If I click on finance, here we have 1 blog. And if I click on all, it will display all blog posts. After that, here we have the newsletter subscription form and a footer. Now, if I open any blog post, so it will display the blog detail page where you can see the published date, title, subtitle and author name. Then we have the blog thumbnail image and then we have the blog description, right? And at the end you will find the comments, and we can also comment on this blog using this form. And after that we have the social media icons to share the article and footer. So user can read the blog post and make the comment on this post. Now let's see the admin dashboard. So here we have the login button. If I click on this button, it will open a login page where we will enter the admin's email ID and we will add the password and simply click on this login button. So now we are in the admin dashboard. So in this dashboard, you can see the total number of blogs, total number of comments and total number of draft. It means unpublished blog. And from here we can make the blog published or unpublished, and here we have the cross icon to delete this blog. Then we have the blog list page where you can see all blog posts. Then we have the comment section. So in this comment section you will see the approved and not approved comment. So if I click on this button, it will display the approved comments. We can also delete the comments. Now we have the option called add blogs. Let me open it, and from here admin can post a new blog. So let me try to post a new blog post. For that we'll upload one thumbnail. So let me choose one image from here. I'll choose this image. After that we'll add the blog title. So let me write the title here. Then we'll write one small subtitle for this blog. And after that, we will not write the description. We will generate the description using AI. So here you can see this button, generate with AI. Just click on this one. So you can see the loading screen. It is generating the blog description using AI. So you can see the blog description has been generated. After that, we will choose the category. Let's select technology and click on this checkbox to publish this right now. And after that, we'll click on add blog. You can see the status adding, and after that you will see the notification blog added successfully. So now we have successfully posted a new blog post. To view this blog, we will open the home page, refresh it, and here you can see our new blog post. Let me open it. So here you can see the blog title, then subtitle, then we have the thumbnail image and blog description. So admin can post a new blog post using AI. AI will generate the blog content automatically. So this was the project demo. We are going to build this blog app using MERN Stack. It means we will use React.js for making the front end of our application, and we will use Node.js and Express.js for building the backend server. To store the blog data, we will use MongoDB database. For every blog post, there is an image. To store and optimize these images, we are going to use ImageKit. ImageKit is a real-time media processing product that helps optimize, stream and transform images and videos for the web. It also provides integrated storage for images and videos, and it can automatically compress and convert images and videos to a suitable format for every device. After building this full stack blog app, we will deploy it online for free using vercel so that anyone can access this web app and read the blog post. So if you are also excited to build your own blog app, just write down "I am going to build this blog app" in the comment box. Once you complete this project, I will recommend you to add this project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To create our blog application, let's come back to the desktop screen, and here we will create a project folder. So we will create a folder and write the folder name Quick Blog. Now we will open this folder with VS Code. Now our folder is open in VS Code. Here we will open the terminal. So let's click here and choose New Terminal. And in this terminal you can see we are at this path Quick Blog, correct? So here we have to create a React project. We will create the front end in React. So to create a React project, we will use Vite package. So just add npm create Vite at latest. So we have added the command npm create Vite at latest. That's it. Press enter. Now it is asking for the project name. So to create this full stack application, we will create front end and back end, and we will create the front end in a separate folder. So we will add the folder name client, where we will create the front end. So here in this project name, I'm going to add client. Then press enter. After that, we have to choose the framework. So move down and choose this React. And here we will choose the variant. So let's choose JavaScript. So now it will create our project folder. In the left side you can see here we have the client folder, and in this client folder we have public src and these other files. And here we have the package.json file also. Let's open this package.json. So in this one you can see this is the project details. We have the project name, version, type, and then we have the scripts. After that we have the dependencies. You can see here we have React and React DOM. After that we have some dev dependencies that will be used in the development environment. So we have to install all these dependencies. For that, let me just close this file and come to this terminal only. So in this terminal you can see we have to navigate to our client folder. For that we will use this command cd client. So let's add it here, cd client. So now you can see we are in the client directory, correct? Now in this client directory we have to install the dependencies. So just add npm install, or you can also type npm I. Then press enter. So it will install all the dependencies for our React project. So it is installing the dependencies. It will take few minutes. It will depend on your internet speed. So just wait for that. Now after installing the dependencies, we can run our project. To run the project, we will use npm run dev. So we have added the command npm run dev and press enter. Now our project is running at this URL. You can see the local URL, that is localhost 5173. That is the port number. So let's open this URL in web browser. So you can see this is our basic Vite plus React project. Now we will clear this default project. For that we will come back here, and after that let me hide this terminal. And in the left side you can see we have this node_modules folder. So in this folder all the dependencies are available that we have installed. So we will not touch this file. Let's open this src folder. In this src folder we have app.css file. So we will delete this CSS file. Let's right click and delete. That's it. And after that we will open our app.jsx file, and here we will clear all the codes. So just clear it and write RAFCE to create this component structure. So this is the app.jsx file. If this RAFCE snippet is not working for you, then you need to install one extension. If I come to my extensions, here you can see we have already added this extension, that is ES7 React Redux. So you need to add this extension, then you can use the RAFCE snippet to create the component structure easily. After that, let's come to this index.css file and we will clear this file. Now it is clear. After that, let's come here in the index.html file, and here you can see we have the title. So here we will update the title. It will be quick blog and then GreatStack. After that, here you can see we have one wheat.svg file, that is our favicon icon. So I'll update this one also. For now, we will save the changes and let's come back to the web browser. Now on this web browser, you can see our project is clear, and here you can see our project name or title. You can see quick blog GreatStack, and with that here we have the favicon icon, that is the wheat icon. So we will update this icon also. So to add our own icon, let me just come back to my desktop screen, and here we have a folder called assets. You can download this folder from the video description, and in this folder you will find all images, icons, and one assets.js file and one rich text CSS file. So you can download it from the video description. Just copy everything from here, and after that just open the project folder. So we will open quick blog folder, then go to client folder, and in this client just go to src. In this src we already have the assets folder, so we will open the assets folder and paste all the files here. So in the assets folder we have added all the images, icons, and one file. After that, from this file we will copy this one. Here we have favicon.svg, so just copy this favicon.svg file and come back to the previous folder, and you will find this public folder. In this public folder just paste this favicon.svg file. That's it. After that we will come back to the VS Code, and in this VS Code here you can see we have the wheat.svg. So instead of this wheat.svg we will add our file name, that is favicon.svg. After that save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have updated our favicon icon. Correct? So we have updated the favicon icon also, and we have updated the application title. Next we have to add the Google font in this project. To add the Google font, we will open web browser and open a new tab and search for Google Fonts. Open this website fonts.google.com. Here you can search for any font name. So in this one we will search for outfit font. So here we have the outfit font. Then just click on this get font button, and after that just click on this get embed code. Then click on this import radio icon, and after that just copy this import statement. Let's copy and we will paste it here in our index.css file. So let's open this index.css file and we will paste the import statement here. That will import the Google fonts like this. After that we have to add this font family for entire application. So we'll add star and it will select all the HTML elements. Now in this one we have to add this one, font family outfit. So just copy this line, and after that let's come here and paste it. So we have applied the outfit font on entire application. Now in this application we have to hide the scroll bar. For that we will use the colon WebKit scroll bar, and let's add display none. So the scroll bar will be hidden. After that, in this project we have to add the tailwind CSS so that we can easily add the tailwind classes to design our elements, to design our component. So to use the tailwind CSS, let's come back to the web browser and search for Vite plus tailwind. Let's open this link, installing tailwind CSS with Vite. Let's open this website, and here we have the steps to add the tailwind CSS in the React project created using Vite package. So you can see the first step, that is installing tailwind CSS. So let's copy this command and open the VS Code. Then open the terminal, and in this terminal the project is already running. So we will add Ctrl C and yes. So it will stop this project. Now we will paste the command to install the tailwind CSS. So it is installing this tailwind CSS. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to add this import statement in the vite.config file. So let me just copy this first line, that is the import tailwind CSS from tailwind CSS/vite. Now we'll come back and we will open this sidebar, and here you can see vite.config.js file. We will open this one, and here let's add this import statement. So we have added this import statement, correct? After that you can see the next step. So we have to add this tailwind CSS within this plugins array. So just come here, and in this plugins array we already have React. So after React we will add a comma and provide tailwind CSS. So let me move in the next line. So you can see in this array we have React and then tailwind CSS. That's it. Save the changes. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to import this tailwind CSS in our CSS file, and after that you can see the fourth step to start the project. So after adding this import statement we can directly start the project, and we can use the tailwind classes in the HTML elements. So just copy this import statement, and after that come back to the VS Code, and here we will open our index.css file. So here it is, and in this index.css, after this import statement, let me add the another import statement that will import the tailwind CSS. So we have added this line in line 2. That's it. Save the changes. Now after that, in our application we will use our own color. So here we will define a primary color for our project. So let's add @theme, and in this one just add color primary, and here we will add one color code. So this is our primary color for web application. That's it. After that we have to start our project, but before starting this project from this terminal we will add one more package. In our application we will create different pages, and we will navigate the users from one page to another page. For that we have to add the React router. So to add the React router we will add npm install and then write the package name, that is React router DOM. So let's add npm install React router DOM. Now press enter. So it will install the React router DOM package, and after that we will start the project using npm run dev command. just add this npm run dev and start our project. So now again our project is running on the same URL, that is localhost 5173. Now we can hide this terminal. After that we have to set up the route because we have added this React router DOM. So to set up it, let's come here and we will open our main.jsx file. So from this left sidebar we will open main.jsx, and in this one you can see here we have the strict mode, and here also we have the strict mode closing tag. So we will remove this one, and instead of this we will use the browser router. So let me import the browser router first. We will add import curly braces. We will add the browser router and let's import it from React router DOM package. So just add this import statement, import browser router from React router DOM. Then let's copy it and add it here. So we have added the browser router opening tag and browser router closing tag. Here you can see once I added the browser router tag in opening tag, it will automatically rename the closing tag because I have added one extension here. If I open the extensions list, you can see here we have the auto rename tag. So it will automatically rename the closing tag. That's it. After that, from the first line we can remove this import statement, that is importing the strict mode. So just remove this and save the changes. So we have configured the basic settings for our React application, and if I come here, our application is clear. After that we have to create different components and we have to create different pages, and before that we will see the Figma design of our blog app. So this is the UI design of our blog application. You can see this is the home page, and in this home page we have the navigation bar with logo and a login button. And after that, here we have the welcome message, one small description and a search bar. Using this search bar we can search any blog, and then we have the blog list, and we can filter this blog list using these menu. We can click on technology, so it will display the blog posted in the technology category. After that, if I scroll down, here we have the newsletter subscription form, and then we have the footer. So this is the home page UI design, and let's see the next page, that is the blog page. And in this blog page we have the date, that is the blog publishing date. Then we have the title and small text. Then we have the author name, and after that we have the blog's featured image and blog content. After that we have the comments also, and then we have a form to post a new comment, and then we have the social media icons to share this blog post on social media. Then we have the footer. After creating these pages, we will also create the admin panel so that admin can upload the new blog post using the AI. So we will create the home page first, but before creating the home page, first we'll create the folder structure to create the components and pages, because here we will create multiple components. We will create separate component for navigation bar, header, blog list, blog card, etc. So let's come back to the VS Code. And let's open this left sidebar, and here we have the src folder. So in this src folder we will create a new folder called components. In this one we will create all the components for our application. Now in this src folder we will create new folder, that is pages, where we will create all the pages. Now in this pages folder we will create first page, so we'll create a new file. So let's choose the file and write the file name home.jsx. Here we will use capital H for creating the file name. So just add home.jsx. This will be the home page. Then write RAFCE, and here let me add the text. home. After that, let's create one more page here. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file, and here we'll write the file name blog.jsx. Always use the first character of the file name in uppercase. And here we'll add the RAFCE, and here let's add the text called blog. So we have created two pages. Now we will create the routing so that we can see different pages. So after that, let's come to the app.jsx file, and in this app.jsx, here we have a div. So in this div, we will create the routing. So let's add opening arrow. We will add routes tag. Here you can see routes tag from React Router DOM. We have imported the routes from React Router DOM. Now just add the closing tag. So we have routes opening and closing tag. Now within this, we can create multiple route. So simply add opening arrow, then route tag. You can see we are getting the suggestion route from React Router DOM. Just click here. So you can see the route tag has been imported from React Router DOM. Now this route tag will be self-closing like this. Now in this route tag, we have to add the path also, and in this path, let's add slash. That will be the home path. And here we will add the element, and in this element, simply add our home page. So let's mount this home page here. Then close the tag. You can see home has been imported from the pages folder and home file. That's it. After that, we will mount our blog page also. So let me duplicate this route, and here we have to add the path, that is blog, like this. And here we have to add the element. So in this element, we will add like this blog. Correct. After that, let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. It should display the home text here, but it is not displaying. Let me check it. So in this console, you can see blog is not defined. So let me correct it. We'll come back here, and we have imported the home page, but we have not imported the blog page. So let's import it. We'll click here. So the blog has been imported from the pages folder. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see this text home. You can see, and right now we are on the home path. And if I change the path like this, blog, so here you can see the text blog. So this routing is working. Now just come back to the home page only. We will create the content for home page. Now just come back to the VS Code, and here we will create the navigation bar for our application. So let's come here in our sidebar, and here we have the components folder. So in this components folder, we have to create the navbar. So let's create a new file and write the file name navbar.jsx. Then write RAFCE. Now in this one, we have a div. So in this div, we'll add some classes. So we can simply use the tailwind classes here. So we have to add the logo in the left side, and in the right side, we have to add the button. So we will align the content side by side using the Flexbox CSS. So just add the Flexbox classes here. That is flex, justify between item center. Then we have added the padding and margin for different screen size, that is margin X. And after that, let me remove this. And after that, we have to add the logo. So just add the image file, and in this image src, we can use the image from the assets. So let me show you the assets file first. If I open the sidebar, then go to assets, and here we have the assets.js file. Let me open it. So in this one, you can see we have already added the import statement. We have imported all the images, right? And after that, we have created one object called assets. And in this object, we have added all the imported files. So to use any image, we can simply import the assets object, and we can access any of the image. right? So let's come here, and here we'll add the assets. Just click here, so the assets object has been imported here, correct? Now from this assets we can easily access any image, so simply add dot logo. So now we have the logo image here, and after that we'll add the alt text logo, right? Now we have to add some classes for this logo, so we will add width for different screen. Then we will add the button tag, so just add the button tag here, and in this button we will add the text that is login, like this. And after that, in this button we'll add the icon also, so just add the image tag here, and here we'll add curly braces, then assets dot arrow, and after that we'll add the width here, so just add the class name property and provide the width 3. Then in the alt property we'll add arrow. After adding it, save the changes, and now we have to mount this component. So we will mount this navbar component in our home page. So let's open the home.jsx file and remove this h1, and here we will mount the navbar. So let's click here, so the navbar component has been imported, right? Now here we will remove this div, it will be just fragment, opening and closing arrow, and in this one we have mounted the navigation bar. Now save the changes and let's come back here. So here you can see in the left side we have the logo, and in the right side we have the login text, that is a button. So we have to design this button. So we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the navbar.jsx file. Now in this one we have the button tag, right? So for this button we will add some classes. So in this button we will add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Now let's come back here, and you can see this button is looking good. Now we have to add the click feature on both login and logo icon. So to add the click feature, let's come here in the VS Code, and before this return a statement we will use the use navigate hook that we will get from the React router DOM. So just add const navigate equal to, then write use navigate. You can see we are getting the suggestion use navigate from React router DOM. It has been imported. So using this navigate function we can navigate the users on different pages. Just we have to provide the path. So let's copy this navigate and come to this image, that is our logo, right? So in this image we will add the onClick property and provide the navigate and provide the path. But to add this path, here we have to add the arrow function first. So let me remove it. We'll add the arrow function and then just call this navigate function, right? Now let me just copy it and let's come here in this button tag. So in this button tag also we'll add the same thing, on click equal to navigate, and here we will navigate the users on different path. So the path name will be /admin. So if anyone will click on the login button, it will open the admin path or admin dashboard. So just come here and you can see right now we are on the home page. Let me add the cursor pointer also. So here on this image we will add cursor pointer, and here also we have the cursor pointer. Let's come here. If I click on this login, you can see the path, it is /admin, right? And if I click on this logo, it will open the same home page. So we have created the navigation bar for our blog app. After that, let's see the Figma design. So in this one, you can see we have to create this header section where we will add this small button, that is new AI feature integrated, and this icon. Then we will add the welcome text. Then we will add this small description and a search bar. So to create this home page, we will come back to the VS Code, and in this header section you can see we have a gradient color in the background, that is a gradient image. So we will place this image also. So just come back to the VS Code, and after that let's open the sidebar, and in this sidebar you can see we have the components folder. So in this components folder we will create our new file. So let's add a new file and write the file name header.jsx, then write RAFCE. Now in this one, let me add the classes in the first div. So here we have added these Tailwind classes. Now in this one, we will add a div where we will add the content, correct? And after this div, we will add one image. That image will be added in the background. This is a gradient image. So just add the image tag here. And in this image src, simply add the assets dot gradient background. And after that, here we have to add some classes also. So we'll add the class name here, and in this one we will add the position absolute. We will set the opacity and position in top and z index. So we have added the background image. Now let's add the content in this div. So in this div, first we have to add one small button with a message like new AI feature integrated. So for that we'll add a div only, and in this div we will add the text in p tag, and the text is new AI feature integrated. And with this text there will be one icon also. So we are going to use the img tag, then write the assets dot star icon, and here we will add the class name and provide the width. So the width will be 2.5. That's it. Now let me add the classes for this div. So in this div we will add text center. So just add the class name first and write text center, margin from the top and margin bottom. Now we will add the classes for this div that contains a small text and image. So in this one, we will add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. We are not getting this header component here because we have not mounted it. So we'll come back to home page, that is home.jsx, and after this navbar, simply add header. Let's click here to import the header from components folder. You can see header has been imported from the components folder, and just close this tag. After mounting this header, let's come back to the web page. So now you can see the gradient color in the background, and after that here we have this button with message new AI feature integrated and a star icon, right? Now after that we have to add a large title. That will be the welcome message. So just come back and open the header.jsx file, and after closing of this div, let's add the title in h1. So in this one, we will add the text like your own blogging platform. So we have added the text your own blogging platform. Now after that we have to add the classes in this h1. So just add the class name property, and in this one we have added these Tailwind classes to change the font weight, size and color. Now save the changes, come back here, you can see this text is too big, right? So next we have to add the line break so that this platform text will be displayed in the second line, and after that we have to add the color in this blogging text. If I open the UI design, you can see this blogging text is in the blue color. So to add it, we'll come back to VS Code and let's add the BR tag here. So this platform will go in the next line, and after that we have to add the color for this blogging text. So let's wrap it in the span tag. So here let's add a span tag and move this blogging within this span like this. After that, here we have to change the color, so simply add the class name property in this span and provide the text primary. Save the changes and come back here. You can see the blogging text in blue color and this platform text in the next line. After that, we have to add one small description. So after closing of this title, we'll add the p tag, and here we'll add the description text like this. And after that, we'll add some classes also. So here we'll add some tailwind classes. So here we have added margin from y-axis, then margin for different screen, then maximum width, then margin auto, and then we have added the text extra small. Now save the changes, come back here. You can see here we have the description text. Correct. After that, we have to create a search bar. For that, we will create a form tag. So after this p tag, let's add a form tag. Now in this form tag, let me remove this action, and here we will add the input field. So let's add the input, and the input type will be text. And after that, we will add the placeholder. So in the placeholder, let me add search for blogs, and it will be required. So just add required. After that, we have to add a button also. So here we'll add the button tag, and the button type will be submit. Now in this button, we'll add the text called search. So we have created a form here. We'll come back, and you can see here we have the input field and search button. So we will add the CSS properties for this search bar. So just come back and let's start with this form tag. And in this form tag, we'll add the tailwind classes. So here we have provided the class name, and let's add these tailwind classes. Now we will add the classes for the input field. So in this input field, let me add the class name property and provide these classes: width full, padding left, and outline none. Next, we'll add the classes for this button also. So in this button, we will add the primary color in the background. Then we have added the text white, and we have added the padding and margin. Then we have added border radius using this rounded and hover effect. Now save the changes and come back here. You can see this search bar is looking good. So we have completed our header section. Now after completing this header, let's come to the UI design. And here you can see we have to create this blog list section. And in this blog list, we have to create this menu to filter the blogs. And then we will display the cards that includes the blog thumbnail, category, title, and very small description. So to create this blog list, let's come back to the VS Code. To create our blog list component, let's open the sidebar, and in this components folder, let's create a new file, that is bloglist.jsx. Create the component structure. Now in this one, here we'll create a div that will contain the menu links like this one. You can see here we have the menu list: all, technology, startup, lifestyle, and finance. So these are the categories, and we can filter the blogs for these categories. So just come back, and here we will create another div, and in this one we will add the content side by side. So we'll add the flex box. So just add the class name property and provide these classes like this. And after that, we will create another div here, and within this div we will display the blog items, and we will create the separate component to display the blog item. So here let me add the comment first, that is blog cards. So the blog cards will be added within this div, and in this div we will display the categories link so that we can filter the blog. Right now in the asset file, if I open this asset.js, you can see here we have the blog categories. We have already added the blog categories here. It is an array, so we can display the categories from this array. So let's come here, and in this one we will add curly braces. We'll add blog categories. Just click here. So the blog categories has been imported from the assets. Now we'll add the map method because it is an array, and here we'll add the arrow function. Now in this function we'll get the parameter that will be individual item, that is the individual category, and here we'll add the parenthesis, and in this one we will return a div like this. Now in this div we will add the key property, and in this key just add the item. So we have added the item in this key. After that, here we have to add the class name, and we'll add relative like this. Now within this div we will add the button tag. So let's add a button like this, and in this button we have to add the category name. So just add curly braces and provide the item. So we have added the item here. After adding it, let's save the changes and we will mount this blog list component. So we will open the home.jsx, and after this header simply add blog list component. You can see the blog list has been imported. Just close this tag, save the changes and come back to the web browser, and here you can see we have all these categories list: all, technology, startup, lifestyle and finance. Next we have to add the background color for the selected category. If you see in this UI design, you can see we have the blue color of background for the first one. So this will shift from one to another when we choose another category. So just come here, and after that let's open the bloglist.jsx file. So after this item, let's add div, and in this div we will add the class name, and here let me provide absolute, left, right, top, then we will add the height, z-index, and background is primary and rounded full. After adding it, let's come here. So you can see the background color in each category, correct? Next we'll add the classes for the button tag. So here we have the button tag. So in this button we'll add the class name, and in this one we will add cursor pointer, we'll add the text color like this. Now save the changes, come back here, you can see the changed color for this text, correct? Next we have to add the color on the selected menu item. For that we have to create one state. So scroll up, and before this return a statement will create one state. So let's add the state name menu. So we'll add const menu, and setter function name is set menu, then add use state, import the use state, and we will initialize it with first item, that is all. So by default the all category will be selected, correct? Now here we have to check. So in this button tag, here we have the button, right? So in this button tag, let me add the space, and we'll add the on click property, and here let's add the arrow function, and in this one we will use the setter function set menu, and when we click on anyone it will set this menu to this particular item or category name. So just add the item here, so it will update the selected menu or selected category, and after that we have to update the classes also according to this item. So in this class name we have added these classes. So let me wrap everything in the curly braces like this, and instead of this single quote we'll add the backticks. So simply add the backticks here so that we can add the template literal. So after this cursor pointer and text color we will add $ curly braces, and in this one we will use this menu, and we will check the menu. If the menu is equal to item, that is the selected menu, right? So if it is true, then we will add the AND operator, and here we will add the additional classes. So in this one we have to add the text color, that is white, and we'll add the padding. So we have added text white and padding X and padding top. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see the first one, we have the white color of text for this all and the background, and here we have some padding inside this blue background. Now we have to come to this other menu. We have to remove the background color from other categories. So we'll come back, and here we have added this div, right? So this div is adding the background color. So this div will be added for the selected menu only. So here let's add a space, we will add the curly braces, and we will check for the menu is equal to item. So if it is true, then only we will display that background color. So just add the AND operator, and after this AND operator we will provide this div, right? So simply add this parenthesis, and in this one just move this div like this. Now save the changes and we will come back here. So you can see we have the background color in the first category, that is all. If I click on the second one, it is moving to the second one. If I click here, it is moving to the third one. You can see it is moving like this. Correct? Next, we have to add the animation. Whenever we will switch the category, we will choose different category for the filter. Then this background color should move with some animation. And to add the animation, we will use the motion. If I open new tab and search for motion npm. So this is the motion package. You can see to install this, we will use npm motion or npm install motion. Just come back, and here we will open the terminal, and here just add Ctrl+C to stop this project, then write npm motion. So it will install this package. It is installing. After that, we will start the project using npm run dev. So now our project is running. Now we can hide this terminal. So we have added the motion package in our project. After that, let's come here and see the next step. To use this, we have to add the import statement like this. You can see import motion from motion/react. So just copy this one and come back to the VS Code, and we will import it here. In this file, we will add import motion from motion/react. Correct? And after that, let's see the next step. So here we have to add this motion tag with this div tag. So simply we will use the motion.div, and then we can add the animation properties, right? So just come back, and here we have added this div, right? So let's add motion.div. So here we have added motion.div opening tag, and here we have the motion.div closing tag. Correct? Now we can add some properties here. So in this one, we will add the layout ID. So just add the layout ID here, and in this layout ID we will add underline like this. Now let me move this class name in the next line, and here we'll add transition. So just add the transition, curly braces, and in this one we will add the type. So let's add the transition type, that is spring. After that, we'll add stiffness. It will be 500 like this, and after that we'll add damping 30. Just add this one. We have added this transition, and then save the changes. We will come back here on our web page. If I reload this web page and click here, you can see this background color is moving with smooth animation. It is looking good. So we have added the animation for our filters. Correct? After that, we have to display the block card like this. If I open the UI design, you can see we have to display the block cards like this. So we will create the single card, then we will mount that card for each block, right? So to create this card, we will create a separate component. So we'll come back to the VS Code, and here we will open this sidebar, and in this one we will create a new component. So let's create a new file here in this components folder. We'll create a new file with the name blockcard.jsx, and here we'll create the component structure. After that, here we have to get the block data, and we will get the block data from the props. So here in this function parameter, we will destructure the block, that is the block data, right? And from this block data, we will get the title, description, category, and we will get the image and ID. If I open the assets you can see in this assets file we have the blog data, right? And in this blog data we have the title, right? Then we have the ID, then we have the description. After that we have the image property, then category, then we have the created date, is published, then we have these data, right? So let's use these data to create our blog card. So just come here in the blog card.jsx file, and we are getting the blog data in the props, and from this blog data we will get the title, description, category, image and ID. So before this return statement, let's add const curly braces, and let's get the title, description, category, image and ID, and get it from the blog like this. Now we have all these data, so simply we will complete our div. So in this div we will add the image first, that will be the blog thumbnail image. So here just add curly braces, then write image, that we have added here. So we have added the image, and for this one we'll add the class name, and in this class name we have to provide the aspect video, that is the aspect ratio, right? And after that we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we will add the category of this blog. So just add this category, right? And for this category we will add some classes. So simply add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that we have to add a div, because in this div we will add the title also, and we will add the small description up to 80 character. So here in this div let's add the title in h5 tag, and the title will be curly braces title like this. And after that here we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the description, right? So to get the description we will use curly braces description dot slice, because we have to cut the description up to 80 characters. So description dot slice 0,80, right? Now we'll add the classes. So now let's add the padding in this div. So in this div we'll add the class name and provide padding 5. Then we'll add the class name for the title. So here we have the title, so just add the class name and provide this title. Now we'll add the classes in the description also. So here in this p tag we'll add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. That's it. After adding it, we have to redirect the user on blog detail page whenever user click on this blog card, right? So to redirect the users on another page, here we'll add the onClick property, and to navigate the users on different page we will use the use navigate hook provided from the React router DOM. So here let's add const navigate equal to use navigate from React router DOM. Use navigate has been imported from React router DOM. Now let's add it here. In this onClick, just add the arrow function and call this function navigate, and here we have to add the path. So just add the backticks, then add slash blog slash, and then we'll provide the ID for each blog. So just add $, curly braces, and then write _ID. That's it. Now in this one also we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property, and in this one we will provide these tailwind classes. So we have added the classes here for this div. So we have created our blog card component, right? Now in this one we have to pass individual blog, so it will display the card. So we have to mount it in our blog list page. Here you can see we have the blog list, correct? So in this one we have already added the comment right here. You can see we have the blog cards. So let me remove this comment, and here we will use the curly braces and just add blog underscore data. You can see we are getting the suggestion blog underscore data, and it has been imported from the assets, right? Because we have added the blog data in the assets. Now here we will add filter, and in this filter we will add the arrow function. So here let's add individual blog, correct? And after that we'll check the menu, and if the menu is equal to all. So if it is true, so in that case we have to display all the blog data, so simply add true. So it will return all the blogs, right? And after that we'll add the colon, and here we'll add the blog.category equal to menu. So if it is not equal to this all, then it will add this menu, right, in this blog category. After that here we'll add the map method. So simply add the map, and in this one just add arrow function, and here let's add the individual blog, and after that we will mount our blog card. So simply add the blog card here. You can see the blog card component has been imported here. You can see blog card from the blog card, and in this one we have to pass the props. So first we'll add the key property, and in this key we'll add the blog._id, correct? And after that we will pass the blog, and in this one just add the blog. So we have added the props here, correct? Now let me add the classes in this div, because this div will contain all the blog items. So we have to align it using the grid layout. So here we'll add the classes, that is grid. We have added different columns for different screen size. Then we have added the gap, margin, and margin for different screen size. After adding it, save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have these blog card, correct? Now if I click on any one, it is opening this page /blog and /this ID, correct? So this is the blog ID. Let me come back to here, and here you can see in this description we are getting the HTML tags also, like h1p. You can see we have these tags also. So to remove these tags we have to set the dangerously set HTML in the description part. So just come back and open our blog card. Here we have the blog card.jsx file, and in this one we have added description.slice, right? So instead of adding like this, let me just cut it, remove this curly braces from here, and within this p tag only, in this opening tag we'll add dangerously set inner HTML equal to curly braces, and again add the curly braces, and in this one just add the properties, that is underscore. We will add 2 times underscore, then HTML, and then add the colon and provide the description.slice. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have only text here. We don't have the tags. It looks good. After that, let me change the categories from here. If I click on technology, you can see we are getting the blog posted in the technology category only. If I click on startup, here we have the startup blogs. If I click on lifestyle, here we have only lifestyle blog. So this filter is also working fine. We can filter the blog based on this category. If I click on finance, here we have the finance blog. And if I click on all, it will display all blog post. And if I click here, it will open the blog detail page. Now our blog page is not mounted here because we have simply added the path blog. If I open the app, in this app.jsx, you can see we have added the path blog, right? So in this one we have to update it. We will update the path. So in this path we will add slash, and after that we will add colon ID like this. So if I add this blog colon ID, and now we will come back to the web page. So here you can see we are getting this text blog. So this blog text is coming from this pages folder. If I open this blog.jsx, you can see we have the blog, right? Now just come back, and if I come to home page, and here if I open any other blog also, here also we'll get the same text blog. Next we have to display the blog details on this page, and it will display different title, description and featured image according to this blog ID. But before we move to this blog detail page, let me complete the home page first. So if I open the UI design, you can see after this blog card, we have to create this newsletter section and we have to create the footer section. So let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will create a new component. So we'll create a new component called newsletter. So let's open the components folder and create a new file, that is newsletter.jsx. Here we'll create the component structure, and in this one we have to add the title, and the title will be never miss a blog. So we'll add a title in H1 and this is the title text. After that we have to add the description text and we will add it in the p tag. So here is the description, right? So we have added the title and description. After that we have to create a form. So we'll add the form tag, and after that let me remove the action from here. After that, in this one we have to add the input field. So just add the input. The type will be text, and then we'll add the placeholder, and in this placeholder we'll add the text called enter your email ID, and after that we'll add required. So this field will be required to submit the form, right? After that we'll add a button. So we'll add a button tag, and the button text will be subscribe. So we have added the text subscribe. Then we'll add the classes for this button. So in this button we will add class name property and provided these tailwind classes. Now in this button we'll add the type also. So the type will be submit. So we have added button and the type is submit, like this. So we have created the button. Now let me add the CSS for the input field also. So in this input field we will add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. We have added it here, right? Now we will add the classes for the form tag. So here we have the form tag, and in this form tag let's add the class name property, and in this one we will add these tailwind classes, correct? Now here we'll add the classes in this description. So just add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the text size for different screen, and we'll add the text color and padding from bottom. Now let's add the classes in this H1. So in this H1 let's add this classes, correct? Now we'll add the class name in the very first div. So in this div we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. So we have created this newsletter component. After that we have to mount this component. So we'll open our home.jsx file, and after this blog list simply add newsletter, and the newsletter component has been mounted here. You can see this import statement also. Now save the changes and open our home page. So here you can see at the bottom we have this newsletter subscription form, correct? Next we have to create the footer of our application. If I open the UI design, you can see we have to create this footer where we'll create 4 columns, and in the first one we have to add the logo and one small description. In the next one we'll add the quick links, then some other links in the third one, and in the fourth one we will add the social media icons, and at the bottom we will add the copyright message. So to create this footer, let's come back to the VS Code, and here we'll create a new component for the footer. So let's open the sidebar, and in this components folder create a new file, footer.jsx. So we have created the new file, and here we'll create the component structure using RAFCE, right? So this is the first div that will contain all the columns, right? So first we'll add the class name here, and here let's add these classes, correct? Next we'll add one div that will contain 4 columns. So here let's add a div. It will contain 4 columns, right? And after that at the bottom we have to add the copyright message. So here we'll add a p tag where we will add the copyright message, correct? And in this copyright message just add copyright at 2025, quick blog, GreatStack, all right reserved. we have added this text, and after that we will add the classes for this p tag. So in this p tag, simply add the class name property and provide these classes. So this div contains one div for the 4 column, and at the bottom we have this p tag. After that, let me mount this in home page. So we will open home.jsx, and after this newsletter, simply add footer. So let's click here to import the footer. You can see the footer has been imported. So we have mounted the footer in home page. After that, we'll open the web browser, and at the bottom you can see this copyright message. Copyright 2025, quick blog, GreatStack, all right reserved. Now we'll create 4 columns for the content. So just come back and open our footer.jsx file, and here we have a div that is the row, right? So in this one we have to create different columns. So we'll add the class name property here, and here we'll add these classes, that is flexbox classes. So it will add the content in different column, right? So now let's add the content in the first column. This is our first column, this one. Now in this one we have to add the logo, so just add the image tag, and here we'll add the curly braces to provide the image. So just add the assets dot logo, correct? And after that, here we'll add the logo text in the alt. After that, we'll add some classes here. So we'll add the width for different screen size in this image tag, and after that we'll add some description in p tag. So let me add one small description. Then we have to add some classes for this p. So we'll add the maximum width, and we'll add the margin from the top. So we have added the content for the first column. After that, if I open the web browser, here you can see we have this logo, and then we have this small description in the footer, correct? After that, we'll come back and let's create the content for the second column. So here we'll add a div, and in this div we have to create the menu items. It will be displayed vertically. So here let me add some classes. So first we'll add a class name property and provide these classes, right? And after that we have to display the footer data, and if I open the assets.js file, here you can see we have already added the footer data. You can see we have the comments data, and then we have the dashboard data and footer data. So in the footer data we have the quick links, then we have the link text like this. So this is the first footer, this is for the second column, this is for the third column, right? It means this is for the second column. I think the first one is logo, so this one is for the second column, this one is for the third column, and this data is for the fourth column. In the fourth column we will add the social media links, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, like that. So to add this data in the footer, we'll open the footer.jsx file, and in this one let's add curly braces and then use the footer data. Let's click here to import the footer data from the assets. Now let's add the map method, and in this one let's add curly braces. After that, create the arrow function and add the parenthesis like this, and in this one we will return a div. Now in this parameter we will get section and index, that is the individual section for second, third and fourth column, right? Now here in this div we have to add the key property. So let's add the key property, and the key will be index like this. And after that, here we will add one title. So let's add the title in h3, and in this one we will add the title. So you can see in this data we are getting the title property, that is quick links. In the second one it will add need help, and in the next one it will add follow us. So let's come here and simply add section dot title, correct? After that we have to add the list items. So just add the UL tag, and in this UL tag we have to add the items. So just add curly braces, just add the section dot links property. Now this links property is also an array, so we'll add the map method, and in this map method we'll add the arrow function. Then write one parenthesis, and in this one we will return the li tag. Now here we will get individual link and index number, that is I, and here in this li tag first we'll add the key property and the key will be I, like this, and after that here we'll add the anchor tag, then write hashtag in this href, then we'll add the link text here, that is link, correct. Now let's add some CSS properties also. So let's start with this title, that is in h3. So we'll add the class name property here, and here we'll provide these tailwind classes. So it will add the font weight, text base, then text color and margin bottom. After that we'll add the classes for the UL tag. So in this UL tag we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we have to add the classes for the anchor link. So in this A tag, let's add the class name property and provide hover, underline and transition. That's it. Now save the changes and we'll open the web browser. So here you can see we have all these columns, and here we have the hover effect also. So you can see these data is coming from the assets. So we have completed our footer also. So now we have completed the home page of our blog application. Next we have to create the blog detail page. If I open it, it is opening this blog detail page where we will display the blog title, featured image, description, comment and a comment box. And after that we will get the blog data using this individual blog ID, right? So to create this one, let me first see the UI design. So if I open the Figma file and move here, you can see this is the UI design for the blog detail page. Here also we have to add the navigation bar. Then we'll add the published date, like this. Then we'll add the blog title, small text, and then we'll add the author name. Then we'll display the featured image and blog content. Then we'll display the comments data and a form for comment. Then we have the social media sharing icon and a footer. So to create this blog page, let's come back to the VS Code. To create the blog detail page, let's open the sidebar, and in this one just open this pages folder, and here we have the blog.jsx file. So let's open it. Now we will add the content in this blog.jsx file. So first we have to get the blog data that we will display on this page, and we will find the blog data using the blog ID that we are getting in the URL. If I open the web browser and open any blog, you can see in this URL we are getting this blog ID, correct? Now just come back and open our assets.js file. So in this assets.js file, you can see we have the blog data. So this is the dummy data available in the assets file. So here we have the ID property. So we have to get this ID, and from this blog data array we will find the individual blog using this ID. So first we will get this ID from the URL. So we'll open the blog.jsx file, and here before this return statement, just add const curly braces. We will add the ID, and in this ID we will add use params. We will add use params, and we are not getting any suggestion here, so simply add it here, and let's import the use params. So just add import, and let's import use params from React Router DOM package, like this. Now we have the ID, and after that we have to get all the blog data, and from that all blog data we will find the individual blog, and we will store it in a state variable. So let's create one state variable. So just add const and write the variable name data, and the setter function name is setData, where we will store the individual blog data. Now let's initialize it using useState and provide null. So by default the data will be null. After that, we'll add the function. So just add const, and the function name is fetch block data, and create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this function, we will use this block data. Just click here, block underscore data. So you can see block data has been imported from the assets. This is an array that contains all the blocks, right? So from this one, we have to find the individual block. So just add the find method, and here just add the arrow function with the item in the parameter. Now it will return the individual block where the ID is this one. So here just add the item dot underscore ID property is same as this ID. So it will return the individual block. Now let's store it in a variable. So just add const data equal to this one. So we will store it in a data, and after that we will save this data in this state, and we will save it using the setter function, that is set data. So here in the next line, just add the set data and provide this data variable. So now we have the single block data, correct? After that, we can display this block data on our web page. So we have to call this function, then only we will get the data, right? So to call this function, we will use the use effect. In this use effect, we have to call a function. So let's add one arrow function and then write the dependency array here. It is empty array. So whenever the component gets loaded, it should execute this function. So just add this function here. So once the component gets loaded, it will execute the fetch block data function that will fetch individual block and store it in this data state, right? Now let's come here in this return statement, and here we will check the data and question mark. So we are using the ternary operator. If the data is available, then only we will return this div, right? Suppose the data is not available. So in that case, we will display a loading screen. So after this parenthesis, we'll add colon, and here let's add a div. And for now, let me add the text loading like this. After that, let's come back here on our web page. So here we are getting this text blog, and if I change the ID, here you can see we are getting loading. So if I am providing the incorrect ID, we are getting the text loading. So instead of this loading text, later we will design the loading animation. So for now, let's come back to the correct ID. This is the correct blog ID. Now we'll come back and let's design our blog detail page. So here we have a div. So in this div we have the title. So I'm going to remove this title, and in this one there will be different section. So let me add a div here. This will be the first section where we have to add the title, then we'll add the small description and author name, and we will also add the published date. After that, we have to add another section. So let's add another div here, and in this div we have to add the blog thumbnail image, then we'll add the blog description, then we'll add the comment. After that, we'll add a comment box, and then we'll add the social media icon. So there are two div, right? Now before that, we have to add the navbar also, correct? So before this div, here we'll add the navbar. We are not getting this suggestion here, so let me import the navbar manually, or I'll open this navbar.jsx file and come back here. Now if I type navbar, so we are getting this suggestion. Just click here. So the navbar file has been imported. You can see navbar from the components folder. So on our blog detail page, we have added the navigation bar, and if I come here, you can see we are getting this logo and login button, right? Next, we have to add a background color. If I open the UI design, you can see in this one we have the gradient color in the background, right? So to add this color, let's come back to the VS Code, and here for this div we will add the position relative. So just add the class name property and provide relative. And now in this one we can add one image. So just add the image tag, and in this image src will add the assets dot gradient background, correct? Now we have to set the position of this image, so we'll add the class name property, and here we will add the position absolute, then top, z-index and opacity. After that, save the changes and come back here, so you can see the light gradient color in the background, correct? Now let's come here in this UI design. We have to add this published date, title, a small text and author name in the header section. So just come back, and here in this first div let's add a space, and in this one we have to add the date. So we'll add a p tag, and in this p tag we'll add published on, and then we'll add the date that we will get from the data. So here let's add curly braces and then write data dot created at property, like this. If I open the assets file, you can see here we have the created at property where we are getting this date. After adding it, let's come back to the web page. So here on this web page you can see we are getting this text published on, and after that we are getting the date like this, that includes the date and time also. So we have to convert it into a simple date format. So to convert it into a simple date format, we will use a new package, that is moment. So let's open new tab and search for moment npm. Let's open this link, and here you can see the command to install it, that is npm I moment. Now just come back to the VS Code and open the terminal and stop this project using Ctrl C. Then add this command npm I moment. So it will install the moment package. Now we can start the project again. So just add npm run dev. So our project is running on same URL. We can hide the terminal now. So we have added the moment package. After that we have to import this package. So let's see the documentation here. I'll click on this documentation link, and in this one you can see to use this moment we have to install the package, and after that we can use it using the import statement like this. Here they have added required moment, right? So we'll use the import statement instead of required. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and let's come here, and here we'll add import. Let's add the moment. We are using capital M, right? And let's import it from the moment package, right? Now we can use this moment to format our date. So let's copy this moment and come here in this p tag, and here in this curly braces simply add moment, then add the parenthesis, and within this we will paste this one, data dot created at, correct? And after that we have to add the format. So just add dot format, and in this format we have to add the format that will be displayed on the web page. So first we will display the month, day, then year. To add this date format, let's come back to the moment website again, and in this documentation you will see this chart where you can see we have to display the full name of the month. Then we have to use MMMM like this, and then we will display the date like this, like 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, which is here, day of month, right? So to display like this we will use DO. and to display the year we will use this YYYY. So it will display the full year. So we will use this format. So just come back and let's add for complete month name, then date of, and then year. So we have added the format. After that, let's come back to the web browser. So here you can see we have the date that is published on this date, April 21st, 2025. It is looking good. Now we can add the CSS properties for this text. So just come back, and after that let's add the title also. So here we'll add the h1 tag where we'll add the blog title. So just add curly braces, then data, and from this data we will get the title, right? After that we have to add the subtitle. So let's add another title in h2 tag and just copy this, paste it here, and here we'll add subtitle, correct? Next we have to add the author name, and the author name is not available in our asset. So let me add one hard-coded name like this. After adding it, if I come back, you can see we have the date, title, small description, and author name. Next, let's align all these in the center and change the style and text. So just come back and let's start with this div that contains all the items. So here in this div we will add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Next we'll add the classes for the date. So in this p tag we'll add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Then we'll add the classes for the main title, that is the blog title. So just add the class name here and provide these tailwind classes. Then we will add the classes for the small subtitle. So just add the class name and provide these subtitle. After that we have to add the classes for the author name. So we'll add the class name property and provided this tailwind classes. After adding it, save the changes and let's open the web browser, and here you can see this section is looking good and it is looking same as this UI design, right? Now we'll add the content in the next section where we'll add the thumbnail image, then our blog description. Then we'll display the comments also and a comment box, then this social media icon. So to add it, let's come back to the VS Code. And here you can see we have already created a div, right? So in this div, let's add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. And first we have to add the thumbnail image. So just add the image tag, and in this image src, let's add curly braces and we will add the data, and from this data we will find the image property that will be the thumbnail image. After that, for this image we have to add some classes. So add the class name property and provide the border radius and margin from the bottom. Then we have to display the blog content or description. So here we'll add a div tag where we'll add the description text, right? So here again we will use the dangerously set inner HTML. So just add this dangerously set inner HTML, then curly braces, and here we will use underscore HTML, and here let's add the data dot, and we will use the description property. So we will get the blog description here. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back here. So you can see we are getting all these blog content, correct? Now we have to add the CSS properties to align these data in beautiful format. So we have already provided the classes for this section. So if I open the VS Code and come to this sidebar, and in this assets folder you will find this file, that is rich text css.html. Just open this rich text css.html file. just copy everything from here, and after that we can paste it in our CSS file. So let's open our index.css file, and after this theme we will paste these CSS properties. So in this one you can see we have added a custom class name, that is rich text, and for this rich text we have added different CSS properties for the paragraph, h1, h2, h3, h4, for all the title, strong tag, then unordered list, then ordered list, and list items and anchor tags. So we have added the CSS properties using this custom class name. So now we'll add this custom class name to design our blog content. For that, let's come back to the blog.jsx file again, and in this div let's add the class name property. So we'll add the class name, and here simply add the custom class name, that is rich text. Correct. Now here we'll add some other classes also, so just add the maximum width, then we'll add the margin X auto. That's it. Now save the changes and let's come back here. So you can see the blog content is looking beautiful after adding the rich text CSS properties. Correct. Next we have to display the comments, and we have already added the dummy comment data in the assets file. If I come back and open the assets.js file, in this one you will find here are some comments data. So we will display this data in the blog page. So let's open the blog.jsx file again. So let's open it from here, and after closing of this div, that is the description, here we will add the comment. So just add comment section like this, and here we have to display the comment in a div. So we are creating a div. Now in this div we will add the class name property, and here we have to add some classes. So we will add the margin from the top and margin from the bottom, then maximum width and margin X auto. After that we will add a small text. So we'll add the p tag, and the text will be comments, and after that we have to add the total number of comments. So first let me get the comments data from the assets. So scroll up and let's create one state variable where we will store the comment data. So just duplicate this line and write the state name, that is comment, and setter function name is set comments, and initialize it with empty array. So by default there will be 0 comment. Now whenever the page gets loaded, we will get the comment data from the asset. So here let's create a function. So we'll add the function, that is fetch comments, and create the asynchronous arrow function like this. Now in this one simply use the setter function set comments, and here we will provide the comments underscore data from the assets. You can see the comments underscore data has been imported from the assets file. Next we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So in this use effect, simply call this fetch comments function. So now we have the comments data and we can display it here. So after this comments text, we will display the total number of comments, and to get it we will use that state that we have just created. So let's add curly braces comments dot length property. So we will get the total number of comments and we will wrap it in parentheses like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So at the bottom you will find this comments and 5. So we have total 5 comments here. Now let's add the comment data also. So just come back, and after this p tag we will add one div where we will display the list of comments, and in this one we have to add some classes also. So in this div we'll add the classname property and provide the flexbox classes. So flex, flex column and gap 4. After that, let's add curly braces and provide this comments array, then map method. Now in this one, let's add the arrow function where we'll add the parameter, and in this parameter we'll add the item comma index. So we are getting the item, that is the individual comment, and index in the parameter. Here we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we'll return a div like this. Now in this div we have to add the key property, and in this key property we will provide the index, right? Now for this div also we'll add some classes, so we'll add the classname property and provide these tailwind classes. Next, here we'll add a div that will contain the user's icon and user's name. So let's add the div, and in this div we'll add the image. Then the image will be assets.userIcon. And for this image we will set the width, so we'll add the classname property and provide the width. After that we'll add the text in p tag where we'll display the user's name, so just add curly braces item.name. And now we'll add the classname property here where we'll add the font medium, correct? Now we have to align the user icon and user name. So for this div, we'll add the classname property and provide these tailwind classes. So we have added the user's name and user icon. After that, we have to add the comment text. So after this div, let's add the p tag, and in this one we'll add curly braces item dot content like this, and then we have to add the classes for this comment content. So we'll add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Then we'll add another div, and here we have to add the date, right? So here also we'll add curly braces, and let's provide the item dot created at property, right? Now here also we have to convert this date format, but before that let me save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we are getting the user's icon, name and comment text, then we have this date, right? So we'll convert this date format using the moment package. So let's add the moment here, then parenthesis, and provide it here in this moment. After that we'll add dot from now. That's it. So it will display the date like published 1 day ago, 3 days ago, 4 hours ago, like that. So it will display the time from now. And now we'll add the CSS properties for this time. So we'll add the classname property in this div and provide these tailwind classes. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web browser. So here you can see in the right side we have 22 days ago, 1 month ago, 23 days ago, like that. So it is looking good. So now after completing this comment section, we will add a comment box. If I open the UI design, here you can see we have the comment section, then we have this comment box. So we will create this comment box now. So before creating it, let me come back here. So here you can see this comments text is touching this box. So we'll add some space at the bottom. So we'll come back to the VS Code and let's open this code, and here we have the p tag. So in this one we'll add the class name property, and here just add the font semi bold and we'll add the margin from the bottom. After adding it, you can see it looks good. So now just come back, and here after closing of this comment section, let's create another div. So in this div we have to create a comment box. So let me add the message here like this, add comment section. Using that, user can add a new comment. So here let's add the class name properties first. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that, we have to add the text in p tag, that is add your comment, so that user can add the comment on this blog. And here we'll add the class name property also, where we'll add the font weight and margin at bottom. Right now, here we'll add a form tag. So just add the form tag, remove this action from here, and here we'll add the on submit property. And in this on submit property, we will add one function, that is add comment. We will create this function later. And after that, in this form tag, we'll add some classes also to align all the input fields and submit button. So we'll add these tailwind classes in this form tag. Now in this form, let's add our first input field. So the input type will be text, and after that we'll add the placeholder, and in the placeholder we'll add name, where user will enter their name, right? And after that we'll add the required. So this field will be required to post a comment. Then we'll add the class name also to design this input field. So we'll add these tailwind classes, right? Now we have to add the text area where user can enter their comment text. So just add the text area, and in this text area, let's add placeholder. So the placeholder will be comment, correct? And after that, let me remove this name and ID. And in this text area, we have to add the classes also and required also. So here we have added the class name property and required. Then we have to add a button also. So we'll add the button, and the button type is submit. Now in this button, we'll add the text, that is submit. Now to design this button, we have to add some classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After adding it, save the changes and open our web page. Here we are getting some error, so let me check it. We are getting this error because we have added this function name, but we have not created this function. So let's come back, and here you can see we have added this add comment function. So let me create this function here. So just scroll up, and before this use effect, let's add const add comment equal to create one asynchronous add of function. And in this function parameter, we will get the event. And now let's add this event here. Just add e.preventDefault. So it will prevent the default behavior when we submit the form. After that, just come back to the web browser, and at the bottom you will find this comment section where user can add a new comment. Here we have the name input field and comment input field. Then we have the submit button, correct? Now after that, we have to add the onChange property on these input fields, so that these input fields will be a controlled input field. Whenever we will enter the data, it will get stored in a state variable. So to create it, we will come back to the VS Code, and here after creating these state variable, we will create two other state variable. So let me just copy and paste it here and write the state name, that is name, and the setter function name is set name, where we will add the user's name and initialize it with empty string like this. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add the content, that is the comment text, and the setter function name is set content right here, and initialize it with empty string. Now we will link these state with our input fields. So scroll down and open the input field. So here we have the first input field for the name. So here just add the onChange property, and in this onChange property, we'll add one arrow function. In this arrow function parameter, we will get the event, and after that just add setter function, that is set name, and provide the e.target.value. After that, we'll add the value property here. So just add the value property and provide the name state. Now let me just copy it and paste it in the text area. So let's paste it here, and in this text area simply update this setter function, that is set content, and here in the value we'll add content. Save the changes. So whenever we will enter any data in these input field, it will get stored in the state variables. So now this is the controlled input fields, right? And after that, here we have the div that includes this comment box. So after closing of this div, here we will add another div, and in this one we will add the social media icons. So let's add the message here, that is share buttons, like that. And after that, here we'll add the text first. So we'll add the text in p tag, and the text is share this article on social media. And for this text, let's add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now let's add the classes in this div also. So here we have added these tailwind classes. Now we'll add the div where we'll add different icons, and we'll align all the icons side by side. So here we'll add the class name and provide flex. So the icons will be aligned side by side. Next we'll add the image tag, and in this image src, just add the assets dot Facebook icon. And after that, here we'll add the width 50. Now let me duplicate it, and let's update the icon. So in the second one, we'll add Twitter icon, and in the third one we'll add Google Plus icon. Now save the changes and let's come here. So here you can see we have these social icons. Then we have to add the footer also. So we will come back here, and this is the closing tag for the share button, correct? Then we have this closing div, that is the bottom area, right? So after that, here we'll add the footer tag. So just add footer component, just click here to import it. So add this footer tag here, and you can see the footer component has been imported from the components folder. Now on this web page, you can see we have added the footer also. So we have completed our blog detail page. Now if I go to home page and click on next blog, you can see here we have the next blog, different thumbnail and description. Let's open home page and click on third one. You can see it is opening the third blog. If I open the fourth blog, you can see it is opening the fourth blog. Here you can see the title, thumbnail and content, and it is also updating the URL also. Now suppose it is taking time to fetch the blog data, or the blog ID is incorrect like this. Then we have to display a loading a screen. So this loading a screen will be displayed until the application loads the blog data. So let's design this loading a screen. So we'll come back to the VS Code, and from this left sidebar, we will come to this components folder. And in this components folder, we will create a new component. So create a new file, that is loader.jsx. Now we'll add the component structure using RAFCE, and here let's add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name and provide these classes. Next we have to add another div here. So just create a div, and in this div we will add the class name property and provide the animation. So just add animate a spin. Then we have added the border radius, then height and width, and then we have added the border width, then the border top color, and then we have the border color. So after adding it, save the changes and let's open our web page. So here still we are getting this loading text because we have not mounted our component. So we'll come back. So let's open our blog.jsx file and scroll down. Here we have added this text, that is loading. in a div. So instead of this div, simply mount our component. So let's add loading or loader. So let's click here on this loader suggestion and close this tag. So we have imported the loader tag here. You can see this loader component has been imported. After that, if I come here, you can see the loading a screen, right? So this loading a screen will be displayed until it loads the blog data or article data, and after loading the article data using the blog ID, it will display the blog content like this. So we have completed the blog details page and home page for our users. Next, we have to create the login page so that admin can log in on this blog application and post a new blog. Before creating the pages for our admin, let's see the UI design. So if I open this Figma design, you can see this was our blog details page, and next we have the login page that is for the admin only. So admin can enter the email ID, password and log in to the admin dashboard. So we will create this login component for admin. After that, we will create this dashboard. So in this dashboard, we will add the logo and logout link in the navigation bar. Then we have to create 4 pages for this admin dashboard. Let me show you all one by one. So you can see this is the dashboard page where admin can see the total number of blogs, total number of comments and draft post and the latest blog post. Then you can see the second one. From here, admin can upload a new blog post using this form. Then you can see the next page, that is all blogs. So here admin can see the all blog list, and then we'll create this last page, that is comments, where admin can see the comments and they can also approve or delete the comment. So we will create these 4 pages. But in all 4 pages, you can see the navigation bar and sidebar is common, right? So we will create a layout also, and in this layout we will add the navigation bar and sidebar that will be added for all the admin route. So to create these pages and routes, let's come back to the VS Code. So let's open VS Code and open this left sidebar, and here let me collapse this components, and here we have the pages folder. So in this pages folder, we will create a new folder and write the folder name admin, where we will add the pages for admin only. Now in this admin folder, we will create a new file. So write the file name layout.jsx. So just add layout.jsx. In this layout file, we will add the navigation bar and left sidebar that will be shared on all the admin pages. So just add the component structure here. After that, in this admin folder, we will create next file. So create a new file here and write the file name dashboard.jsx. Here also write RAFC to create the component structure. Now we will create new file, that is blog list, or we can write list blog. So we have created new file listblog.jsx. Now we will create one more file, that is add blog. So let's create a new file, write the file name add blog.jsx and create the component structure. Then we'll add one more file, that is comment. So just add comments.jsx. So in this page, user can see the comments posted on their blog. So create the component structure using RAFCE. So in this pages folder, we have created admin folder, and in this admin folder, we have created files, that is add blog, comments, dashboard, layout and list blog. Correct? Next, we have to create the components for admin. So in this components folder, we will create a new folder called admin. So in this admin folder, we will create the components. So first, let's create a file that is login. So just add login.jsx. That's it. Here we'll add RAFCE to create this component structure. Now we will set up the routes. So to set up the routes, we will open app.jsx file where we have added the routes for the home page and blog page. After that, here we'll add route tag. So let's add the route opening and closing tag like this, because here we have to create the child routes also. So we have added route opening and closing tag. Now here we will add the path. So in this path we will add /admin like this. After that, at this path we will add the element, and in this element we will add curly braces, and here we will provide the layout. So simply add the layout here. So whenever we will go to admin path, this layout page will be displayed, and in this layout page we will add the navigation bar and sidebar. Correct? Now we will add the child path. So within this route tag, let's add another route tag like this. It will be self-closing. So we have added self-closing route tag, and in the first one we'll add index, and then we'll add the element, and in this element we have to add the component. So just add dashboard. Just click here. So the dashboard has been imported. So what will happen, whenever we will open this /admin path, it will add the layout component, and with that it will also add the dashboard component. Correct? Now let's add the other paths. So just duplicate this route, and here we will add the path name. So instead of index, we will add the path here, and in this one just add the path name, that is add blog. That is our another page, right? And here we'll add the element, that is add blog element. So here we have imported this add blog. Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the different path, that is list blog, and here in this element we will add the list blog page. Now duplicate it, then add the path comments, and here we'll add the pages, that is comments. Just click here. So the comments has been imported from the pages/admin folder. So we have created the routes for admin pages. Correct? Now let's come back to the web browser, and here if I type /admin, it will open the admin path, and here we have to display the layout. Correct? So let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, and from here just open the layout.jsx file. Now in this layout.jsx, let me remove this div. We will simply add the fragment. Now in this one we have to add a div tag, and in this one we will add the image. So let's add the image tag and provide assets.logo. Now for this logo we will add the width and cursor pointer. So we will add the class name property and provide the width and cursor pointer. After that, here we have to add the on-click feature. So just add on-click property here, and in this one we will add the arrow function, and here we will call the navigate function to navigate users on different page when we click on the logo icon. So to use the navigate function, before this return a statement, we will add const, then write navigate equal to use navigate hook. So we have imported the use navigate from React Router DOM. Now in this on click, simply provide this navigate and provide the path. So we will add the path of home page, that is slash. So whenever we will click on the logo, it will open the home page. So we have added the logo, and after that we'll add the logout button in the right side. So just add the button tag. Now in this button tag, we'll add the button text. So the button text is logout, and with that we'll add the CSS properties here. So we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. And here also we'll add the onClick. So just add the onClick property and then just add a function. So let me add a function here, that is logout, and let me create that function here. So we'll add const logout equal to and create the arrow function. And after that, in this one, simply add the navigate and provide the path of our home page. That's it. After that, if I open the web browser, here you can see we have the logo and logout link. Now we will align it side by side. So just come back, and here in this div we will add the class name property, and let's provide these tailwind classes. So it will align the logo and button in left side and right side. So save the changes and come back here. You can see the navigation bar for the admin dashboard is looking good, right? Next we have to create the sidebar also. The sidebar will be displayed in the left side, and in the right side we will display other components like adding a new blog, blog list, comment list, right? So let's come back here, and after closing of this div, we will create a div here, and in this div we will add the data in 2 columns. So just add the class name and provide flex, and then we will provide the height. Correct? Now in this one we have to add the sidebar and outlet. Using the outlet, it will add the child elements. If I open the route, you can see in this app.jsx we have added these child element, add blog, list blog, comments and dashboard. So it will be added on the layout using the outlet component. So let's come to layout.jsx, and here let's add a div that will be our sidebar, and after that we will add outlet. So let's add this outlet component, and you can see the outlet has been imported from React Router DOM like this. Now if I come here, you can see here we have the sidebar text, right? Now just come back, and we will create a separate component for this sidebar. So to create that component, let's come here in the left sidebar, and in this components folder we will go to admin folder, and in this admin folder create a new file called sidebar.jsx. Now in this one create the component structure, and here we are going to use the nav links. So just add nav link tag. So nav link has been imported from React Router DOM. Now let me close this. So we have the nav link opening and closing tag. So in this nav link tag there will be an icon. So we'll add the image tag here, then add the assets dot home icon, and with that we'll add the width for this icon. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Then we'll add the link text. So here we'll add the link text, that is dashboard, and it will be hidden for a smaller screen and visible on medium and above a screen. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. After that, let's save the changes and come back here, and we have to mount this component, that is sidebar component. So we will open layout, and instead of this div, let me add sidebar. Just click here to import the sidebar here. Save the changes. So here you can see we have the home icon and dashboard text. Correct? Now we will add the CSS properties for this one, and we'll add the path also. So let's come here and let's open the sidebar.jsx. So in this nav link, we will add the end. And in this end property, let's add true. After that, we will add the to property, and in this to property, we have to add the path, that is /admin. Then we will add the class name also. So here let's add the class name, and in this one, just add one arrow function like this, and here we will add the parameter, that is curly braces is active. We will get this is active from this nav link, right? And after that, according to this is active, we will add the different classes. So just add the backticks here and provide the flex and item center, and then we will provide the gap and padding for different screen size and cursor pointer. Then we will add template literal, so just add $ curly braces, and here we will check if this is active is true. So in that case only we will add the background color, and we'll add the border and border color. So we have added this background primary, border right, and border color. Now save the changes and let's come back here. So you can see the first menu in this left sidebar is looking good. Similarly, we will create other menu items also for the left sidebar, and we will align it vertically. So here in this first div, just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Then we have the nav link. So this is the first link. Now let me duplicate it. And here we will update the to property. So in this one, remove this end, and in this to property we will provide /admin /add blog. Correct? After that, here we have to update the icon. So it will be add icon, and then we'll add the text called add blog. Correct? Now again duplicate it. Then we will update the path. It will be /admin /list blog. Then we will update the icon. So the icon will be list icon, and the link text is list blog. Now again duplicate it, and here we will update the path. It will be /admin /comments. Then we will add the icon, that is comment icon, and after that we will add the link text, that is comment. So we have added the content in the left sidebar. If I come back to the web browser, here you can see we have 4 items in this sidebar of the admin dashboard. If I click on the second one, you can see it is changing the path. Here we are on /admin /add blog. If I click on next one, you can see the path is changing, list blog. If I click again, you can see the path /admin /comments. If I click on first one, it is opening this /admin. That's it. So we have created different routes, and we can navigate to different routes or pages using this side menu. Right? Now, as you can see, we can simply open it without login, right? So here we'll add the login form also. If the user is not logged in, then it will display a login form, and if the admin is logged in, then it will display this layout, that is the dashboard. So to create that, just come back, and here we have already created a login.jsx file. So let's complete this file. So in this one, we have to create a div, and in this div we have to add the another div, and here let's add the classes for the first one. So in the first one, we'll add the class name and provide flex, item center, justify center, and height will be full screen. So we have added H screen. Correct? Next, This div will contain our form, so just add the class name in this div and provided this class name width full and maximum width small. And here we have added the shadow and border, correct? Now in this one we have to add the input fields vertically, so we have to align it using the flex box. So just add the class name in this div and provide these flexbox classes. After that, here we'll add the title, and with that title we will add the small description also. So let's group the title and description in a div. So we will add the title in h1 tag. So in this h1 tag, just add the text called admin login. After that, we'll add the description in p tag. So here we have added this description text. Now we have to change the color of the admin. So we will wrap it in a span tag. So just move this admin here, and in this span tag provide the class name and provide text primary. Right? Now for this entire title we will add some classes. So just add the class name in the h1 and provide the text 3XL font bold. Now let's add the classes in the p tag. So just add the class name and provide font light. Now we'll add the classes in this div that contains both title and description. So here just add class name property and provide this width full, padding y and text center. So after adding it, save the changes, and now we will mount this login component. So let's mount it in our app.jsx file. So let's open app.jsx, and in this one you can see here we have the layout, right? So it is directly displaying this layout, but here we'll add the logic that will check if the user is logged in, then it will display the layout, and if the user is logged out, then it will display the login component. So for now, simply add the true here. It means the user is logged in. Then it will display layout, and if it is false, then here we will mount the login component. So login component has been imported. Just close this tag. So by default it will display layout. If I come here, you can see it is displaying the layout of admin dashboard, but if I make it false, save the changes, now you can see it will display this admin login form, correct? So now let me complete this login form, then only we will switch to layout. So to complete it, we will come back to the VS Code and open the login.jsx file, that is here. And in this one we have added this div that contains the text and description. That means the title and description, correct? Then we'll add the form tag here. So here let's add the form, and from here we will remove this action. Here we'll add on submit, and in this on submit we will add the handle submit function. Next we have to create this function here. So before this return statement, let's create a function. So just add const handle submit equal to async and create the arrow function, and in this parameter we will get the event, and here in this function just add e.preventDefault, right? Now let's come to this form tag, and here in this form tag we have to add the label and input field. So we will group the label and input field in a div. Now let's add the label tag, and in this label tag we'll add the email. After that we'll add the input field, and in this input field we have to add the type. So the type will be email, right? For login we need the email and it will be required. So just add required, Then we have to add the placeholder, and in this placeholder we'll add your email ID. Now to design this input field, we will add some classes also. So just add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this div that holds this input field and label. So just add the class name and provide flex column. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we have the email label and email input field. After that, let's come back here and we will duplicate this entire div. Duplicate it, and here we will change the type. So the input type will be password, and here we'll add the text password, that is the label text. And after that, in this placeholder, just add the text your password, like this. After that, save the changes, and now you can see we have the password input field. Next we have to add a button also. So here, after closing of this div, we will add a button tag, and the button type will be submit. Now in this button we'll add the text called login, and now in this button we'll add some classes to design this login button. So just add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. So you can see this form is looking good. Now we have to convert these input fields in controlled input field. For that, just come back and let's see. Here we have a div. So let me add some classes in this div also. So we'll add the class name property and provide margin top, width full, and max width for different screen, and text gray 600. You can see it is looking good. So now let's convert these input fields in controlled input field. So here we'll create some state variable to store the input field data. So here we have only two input field, email and password. So we'll create two state variables. So just add const email, and setter function is set email equal to use a state, and in this use state just add empty string. So initialize it using empty string. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add the password, and the setter function name is set password, like this, and it is also empty string. Now we'll add the onChange property in the input field. So here we have the first input field, and here let's add the space and add the onChange property. Then write the arrow function using event in the parameter, and here we'll use the setter function set email and provide e.target.value. Then we'll add the value property and provide the email. Now just copy this one and paste it in the password input field. So in this password input field, we will paste this one, and here we'll add set password, and in this value we'll add the password state. That's it. After that, save the changes and let's come back to the web browser. So we have completed our login page for the admin dashboard. Now we will make it functional when we'll create the backend of our application so that user can log in here. But for now, we will hide this login field and simply display the admin dashboard. So just come back to the app file, that is app.jsx, and from here we will make it true. It means the user is logged in. So it will display the layout. So if I come back here, now it is displaying the layout. To create this dashboard page, let's come back to the VS Code, and from this left sidebar we will open dashboard.jsx file. Now in this one we have to add the cards. So if I come back to the UI design, and in this UI design you can see we have to create a row where we'll add 3 cards that display total number of blog, total number of comments, and total number of draft blogs. So this is the first section. Then we'll add the second section that contains the latest blog list, right? So we will group inside a div. So just come back, and here in this div just add the class name property and provide flex 1, then padding for different screen, background. After that, let's create the first div that will be a row where we'll add 3 cards, right? So to align the 3 cards side by side, here we'll add class name property and provide these classes. Now let's add first div, and in this one we have to add one icon, so just add the image tag, and in this image let's add the assets dot dashboard icon 1. Now after that we will add the div, and in this div we will add the p tag and just add curly braces. So just add the dashboard data, and we don't have the dashboard data right now, so we'll create the dashboard data state, right? So before this return a statement, simply add const dashboard data, and the setter function name is set dashboard data equal to user state, and let's initialize it using one object where we'll add different properties like blocks. So we'll add the blocks and let's make it 0. We'll add the comma here, and then we'll add the comments. So let's set the comments 0. Then we'll add the drafts. So let's add the drafts 0, and after that we'll add the recent blocks, and in this recent blocks let's add one empty array. So we have added one dashboard data state, right? Now we have to add the data in this state whenever the component gets loaded. For that we have to create a function. So just create a fetch dashboard function. It will be one arrow function. Now in this one we will use the setter function set dashboard data, and here we are going to add the data from our assets. So simply add dashboard underscore data. Let's select it. So you can see dashboard underscore data has been imported from the assets file, and now we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. For that we have to use the use effect, and in this use effect we will add one function, and after that here we'll add the dependency array, that is the empty array, and in this one simply call the fetch dashboard function. So it will fetch the dashboard data. Now we can use this data here in this p tag. So simply add dashboard data dot blocks, and after that here we will add the text. So in this one we'll add the p tag and write the text blocks, correct? Now we'll add some CSS properties also. So in this one we'll add the class name property and provide this font color and font light, and after that in this p tag where we are displaying the number of blocks, just add the class name and provide the text size, font weight and text color. Now let's add the CSS properties for this div, that is a card. So just add the class name and provide these CSS properties, right? So this is the first card. After adding it, save the changes and let's open our web browser. So here you can see we have total 10 blocks, and you can see this icons also. So now we'll duplicate this. So just come back and let's duplicate this div, and here we will add different icons. So just add dashboard icon 2, then we'll add dashboard data dot comments, and then we'll add the text called comments. Save the changes so you can see the second card also. Now let's come back and duplicate it, and in this one we will update the icon. It will be dashboard icon 3, and then we'll add drafts, and here also we'll add drafts. Save the changes. So here we have the 0 drafts, right? Now just come back and you can see this is the third column, and this is the closing div, that is the row that contains all 3 cards, right? So after closing of this div, we'll create another div where we have to add the icon and a text called latest blog. So here let's add a div and add the image tag. So in this image tag, we will add one icon using assets dot dashboard icon 4. Then we'll add one text here. So just add the p tag, and in this p tag simply add the text that is latest blogs. Now we'll add some classes here. So we have to align it side by side. So just add the flexbox classes. We have added the text color and gap. Now come back, and here you can see we have the latest blogs and this icon. Next we have to display a table. If I come back to the UI design, here you can see we have this table. So here first we will create the table headings, where we'll add this hashtag, blog title, date, status and action. So just come back here, and here let's add one div, and in this one we will add some classes also. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes in this div. So in this one we'll add the table tag. So simply add table tag here, table opening and closing tag. Now in this one we'll add t head tag. So we have added t head and t head closing tag. So now we'll add some classes also. So provided this classes here, and then we'll add the classes in this t head. So we'll add the class name and provide these classes. Now in this t head we have to add the tr tag, and then we'll add the table headings. So just add the th. So in this th tag we'll add scope, and let's add call. Then we'll add the class name here, and in this one we'll add the padding from X and padding from Y. After that, here in this one we will add the first heading text, that is hashtag. Now just duplicate it, and in the next one we'll add the blog title. Then in the next one we'll add date. Then in the fourth one we'll add the status, and let's duplicate it. And in the fifth one we will add action. As you can see on our UI design, here we have the hashtag, blog title, date, status and action. So we are creating this table heading, right? So just come back, and we have added it here. Now let me add the padding X for extra large screen here. So in this first one we'll add XL padding X6. Now in this date and status we will add hidden. So here in this date and status, let's add space and provide max sm hidden. So it will be hidden on mobile screen. After adding it, save the changes, and then we have the table head closing tag, and here we'll add the table body tag, where we'll add the data in this table. So after that, if I come back to the web browser, here you can see the table headings, and then we have to display the data like this. You can see we have the data where we'll add the blog title, date, status and published or unpublished status, and cross icon to delete this blog. And now you can see this data is used in multiple components. If I come to this all blog, here also we have the same table. If I come here, we have another table in the comments. So this table is used in different components. So instead of adding this table here in this dashboard.jsx, we will create a separate component for the table data, right? So let's create a separate component here. We'll open the left sidebar, and here let's create a new component in this components folder and admin folder, and in this one we will add the blog table item page. So just create a new file, blog table item.jsx, and create the component structure using RAFCE, and here we will create this component. So here we need some data for this blog list. So just add the curly braces. Here we will destructure the data from props. So we will get the blog, then we'll add fetch blocks, then we will add index. So we will get these data from the props. After that, here let's add const and curly braces. We will get the title. We will get the title from the blog, right? And after that we will get the created at, and let's get this data from the blog, correct? After that, here we'll add one variable. Just add const blog date equal to, and we'll use the new and date. So in this one, just add this created at, so it will create a date. Now after that, just come to this return statement, and here instead of this div we will add the tr, that is table row. It will return a table row, and here we'll add some classes also. So just add the border from y-axis, and then we will add the border color. Now here we'll add the table head, and in this one just add curly braces and provide index. So first it will add the index, and after that here we'll add some classes also. So just add the class name property and provide the padding from x-axis and padding from y-axis. After that we'll add the td tag, that is table data, and here we'll add the class name again, and here also we'll add the padding from x and y-axis. So after this index number we'll add the blog title. So let's add the title here that we are getting from this blog. So we'll add the title, correct? Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add max sm hidden, right? And after that we have to add the blog date dot to local string. So it will add the date. After that just duplicate it, and in this one let me remove it, and here we have to add p tag, and in this p tag we will add either published or unpublished, and it will be based on the is published status that we will get from the blog, right? So here let's add curly braces and then add the blog dot is published. So it will be either true or false, right? So if it is true, in that case we will display the text called published, and if it is false then add the colon, and here we will add the text called unpublished. Now we have to change the classes here based on the published or unpublished status, right? So here in this p tag let's add the class name. So we'll add the space here, just add the class name, and here we'll add curly braces, then add the backticks, and here just add $, curly braces, and let's provide blog dot is published question mark. If it is true, in that case we will provide the text green 800, and if it is false, so in that case we will add text orange 700. So we will add different color. That's it. Now let's add another td tag here. So we'll add the td tag, and in this one we will add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide padding x, padding y, flex, and text extra small and gap 3. Then in this one we have to add the button. And here in this button, we have to add the text, either publish or unpublish. If it is published, we can unpublish the blog, and if the blog is published, we can unpublish it. So here also we will add the same thing. Just copy this and paste it here. And here we will update the text. It will be unpublish, and if it is false, it will be publish. So there will be publish or unpublish button. Now we have to change the class name. So here let's add the class name in this button tag, and we will provide these tailwind classes. We have added the border, padding, margin top, rounded, and cursor pointer. Right? Now in this one, that is in this TD tag, we have to add one icon also. Using that, we can delete the blog post. So just add the image tag, and in this image src, let's add curly braces, then assets dot cross icon, and then we'll add the class name property here, and here let's add the width, then we'll add the hover effect, then transition all, and cursor pointer. That's it. After that, let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. So it will not add this data here because we have not mounted this component, correct? So we have just created this component that will display the blog data in a table. So let's mount this component. We will open our dashboard.jsx file, and in this one, within this t body, just add curly braces and provide dashboard data dot recent blogs dot map, and here we'll add the arrow function. So let's create this arrow function, and here in this function parameter we will get individual blog and index. Now after that it will return, so just add the return statement, and let's return this blog item or blog table item component. Just close this. Now in this one we have to pass the props. So first we'll pass the key. It will be this blog dot underscore id. After that we'll pass the blog. So let's add the blog only. Then we will pass the fetch blogs. So just add fetch blogs, and here we'll add fetch blogs. After that we'll pass the index, and in this index simply add index plus 1. So the index will start from 1. Now save the changes and come back here. Here we are getting some error, so let me check it. I'll inspect this web page, and then let's open the console. So here we are getting the message fetch blocks is not defined. So let's come back and we'll check this one. So in this one we have added fetch blocks, and here we have to provide the fetch dashboard data. That's it. Now update the changes and come back here. So here you can see we are getting the table data, that is the blog title, and you can see the index is starting from 1 instead of 0, right? Now we have the date also, then it is published, and here we have the button for unpublish this blog. Then we have this cross icon to delete this blog. So we have created the dashboard page. Next we'll create other pages like blog list, comments, and then we'll create this add blog page. So now we will create our blog list page, and in this blog list page we will add the same list that is displayed here in this dashboard. So let's open this blog list path, and after that we will open the VS Code, and here let's create the blog list component. So we have already created it here. If I open the pages admin, and in this one you will find this blog list or listblog.jsx file right here, correct? So in this one first we need the blog data. So we will create one state to store the block data. So just add const and write the state variable name, that is blocks, and the setter function name is setBlocks equal to use state and initialize it with empty array. Now in this one we have to add the data. For that we will create a function. So just create one asynchronous arrow function and write the function name fetchBlocks. And after that here we'll use the setter function setBlocks, and here let's add the blog underscore data. So you can see the blog data has been imported from the assets. Now we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So just add the use effect, and in this use effect we are going to call the arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. Now in this one simply call this fetchBlocks function. So whenever the component gets loaded, then this function will be executed, and this function will get the data from the asset and store it in this blocks state. So now we have the blocks data. After that let's come to this div, and in this one we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide this class name. After that we have to add one title. So just add the h1 tag, and in this h1 we will add all blocks like this. Next we have to add one div, and in this div we will add the list of blocks in a table. So we have already created in the dashboard. So if I open the dashboard.jsx file, so in this one you can see we have this div that contains the table tag, right? So just copy this div. So scroll down and copy this div that contains the table, and come back here in the listblock.jsx file and remove this div and paste the div that we have copied. That's it. So here we have pasted this div that contains this class name, and here we'll add the height also. So just add the height. It will be 4 by 5 like this. After that here we have the table tag, then table head, then we have the table body. So in this table body, let me remove this and simply add the blocks state. So just add blocks state dot map. After that here we have the fetch blocks data in the props. So in this one we will pass the fetch blocks function. That's it. Save the changes and let's come back to the web browser. So here we are getting the error. So let me inspect this web page. Open the console and you can see block table is not defined, right? Because we have not imported it. You can see here we are using this component, right? So we have to import this component. So just add block table item. And now you can see the block table item has been imported. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we are getting all blocks. If I scroll this, we can see all the blog post. Correct? Now here we have to add some space. So let's come back and in this div we will add margin top 4. Now you can see we have some space here and we have the list of blogs and then we have the status and action button. So we have completed the blog list page for the admin dashboard. Now we will create this comments page for the admin, right? So let's come back here in the VS Code and we will open the sidebar, then open this pages admin folder and comments.jsx file. So in this one we will create one state to store the comment data, right? So just add const comments and the setter function name is setComments equal to use a state and here just add the empty array, right? And after that we'll create another state that is filter and the setter function name is setFilter. So here let's add filter and the setter function name is setFilter and then add use a state and here we will add filter that is not approved, like this. After that, we'll add the function that will get the comment data. So just add the function with the name fetch comments. And in this function, we will use the setter function, set comments, and just provide the comment from the asset file. So just add the comments underscore data. You can see the comments data has been imported from the asset. Next, we have to execute this function. So just add the use effect. And here we'll add the arrow function. Then add the dependency array here. So it will be empty array. Now in this one, we'll just call this fetch comments function. So now we have the comment data, right? Now let's come to this div. So in this div, we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and we'll provide these tailwind classes, right? After that, we'll create a div here. And in this div, we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we'll add a text in h1 tag. So the text is comments, right? And after that, we have to add a div. And in this div, we will add the buttons that will be approved or not approved. And in this div, we'll add some classes also. So just add the class name, flex, and then we'll add the gap, right? And after that, let's add the button tag here. Now in this button tag, we'll add the text called approved, right? And after that, here we have to add the classes. So in this one, let's add the class name property, and here just add curly braces and then backticks, right? So here just add the classes, that is shadow, then we'll add the border, then rounded full, then padding X, then padding Y, cursor pointer, and text extra small. After that, we'll add $sign curly braces. Here we will use the filter, right? And then we will check if the filter is equal to approved, like this. So if it is true, so in that case, we have to add the class name, that is text primary. So it will display the text in blue color. And here we'll add the colon, and then we'll add different class names. So here we'll add the gray color. So just add text gray 700, like this. After that, save the changes, and let's come back to the web browser. So here you can see we have the comments, and in the right side we have the approved, right? So we can switch between approved comments and not approved comment. So we'll add one more button here. So let's come here and just duplicate it. So we have added one more button, and here we'll add the button text that is not approved, right? And after that, here we'll check the filter. So in this filter, we'll add not approved. So if it is not approved, then text primary, and if it is false, then text gray 700. That's it. Now we'll add the onClick property also, that will set the filter either approved or not approved. So in the first button, we'll add the onClick property, and here let's add the arrow function and use the setter function set filter. And in this set filter, just add approved, like this. After that, just copy this one and paste it in the second button. So here we'll add setter function and provide not approved. So after adding it, if I come here, we can see two buttons, right? Approved and not approved. So first it will display the list of comments that are not approved. After adding it, just come back, and here let's see where we have the closing div for this one. So here we have the div tag. So after closing of this div, let's add another div. like this. And in this one we will add the classes, so just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, right? Now in this one we have to add the table, so just add the table tag, and in this table tag we will add these tailwind classes. Then we'll add the table head, so just add thethead tag, and in this thead just add the table row. Then we'll add the table headings, like this. So in this table head we will add some classes, so just add class name and provide text extra small, text color is gray 700, text left and uppercase. Now for this th we'll add call, scope is equal to call. Then we'll add the class name, so here we'll add the class name and provide padding x and padding y. And in the first column we will add blog title and comment, like this. If I come back to the UI design, in this UI design you can see we have the blog title and comment, right? And in the second column we have the date, and in the third column we have actions, where we'll add the check icon and delete icon. So let's complete it. We'll come back to the VS Code again, and after that let's duplicate this th tag. So in this second button or second th tag we'll add hidden, so simply add max sm hidden, and here we have to display the date, so let's add the text date. Now duplicate it, and in this one remove this hidden, and here we have to add the action, so simply add action. So we have added the table head data, right? After that we'll create the table body, so just add tbody tag, and in this tbody tag we will display the table data, and for that we will create a separate component, right? So again let's come here in this sidebar, and here we have the components folder and admin folder, right? So in this components admin folder we will create a new component, so create a new file here and write the file name comment table item.jsx. Then write RAFC to create the component structure. Now in this one we will get the data from props, so here we will destructure the prop. So first we'll get the comment, and after that we'll get the fetch comments function from the props. After that let's add the object, so it will extract or destructure the data from the comment, so just add const blog created at and id, and we will get it from the comment, right? And after that we have to create the blog date, so again we will add this const blog date equal to new date created at, correct? After that here we'll come to this return statement, and in this return statement let's add one tr tag, so instead of div we will add tr, that is table row, and add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Then we'll add the table data, and in this one let's add some padding from x and y, so just add class name and provide this padding. Then we'll add the bold tag, so simply add the b tag, and in this one we will add the text, that is blog, correct? And after that we will add colon and then write curly braces. We will use this blog, then from this one we will get the title, so just add blog.title, right? Next we have to add the line break, so just add br tag. Let me add one more br tag. Then we'll add the bold tag again. Now in this one we will add the name, and then we'll add colon. Here we'll add comment dot name. Then we'll add the line break, so just add br After that, we will add the bold tag again, and in this one we will add the comment, and then we'll add the colon and just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add comment dot content. That's it. So we have added the data for the first column, and here we have to add some classes also. So let's add the class name in this bold tag. We'll add the same class in this second bold tag and in the third one also. And after that, let's come to here. After closing of this first td tag, we'll add another td tag, that is table data, and in this one we'll add curly braces. We will use the block date, right, dot to local string. Let me correct it. It will be to local date string, right. Now here we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, provide the padding and max sm hidden. Then we'll add another td tag. So in this one also we'll add this class name. So just copy and paste it here and remove this max sm hidden. So in this one we will create a div, right, and in this div let's add curly braces and we'll check not of comment dot is approved. So we are checking if it is false, so in that case we'll add the question mark, right. So here we'll add the image tag. So just add the image. Now in this image tag, let's add the src, and in this image src we'll add curly braces assets dot tick icon, right, and after that we will add some classes also. So let me add the class name property here, and in this one we'll add the width and hover effect and cursor pointer like this, and after that here we'll add the colon, right, and here we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the text called approved. So for this p also we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name here and provide these tailwind classes. That's it. After that here we have to add one delete icon. So simply add the image tag here, and in this image src we will add curly braces assets dot bin icon. Then we'll add some classes here. So just add the class name property and provide the width, then hover effect, cursor pointer. After adding it, save the changes, and next we'll add the classes for this div. So in this one we'll add the class name and provide inline flex item center gap 4. That's it. Save the changes, and now we will mount this component, that is the comment table item. So let's open the comment.jsx file, and in this one within this table body tag we'll add curly braces. Then we have the comments data dot filter, right, and here we'll add one arrow function. Now in this one we will get individual comment, and here we'll check if the filter state is equal to approved, right. So in that case we are going to return this comment dot is approved property, and where the is approved property is equal to true. So it will return that comment only, and after that here we'll add the return statement, and in this one we'll add the comment dot is approved property equal to false like this, and after that here we can use the map method. So let's add dot map, and let's provide one arrow function And in this function parameter, we will get individual comment and index. So simply add it here and it will return this component that we have just created, that is comment table item. Now in this component, we have to pass some props. So just add the key property, and in this key we'll add the comment dot underscore id. After that we'll add the comment, and here we'll add comment only. Then we'll add the index, and in this index let's provide index plus 1. After that we'll add the fetch comments, right? And in this fetch comments we will provide curly braces fetch comments. That's it. After adding it, let's come back to the web browser, and here you can see we are getting the recent comments on this page. If I click on this approved, it will display the approved comments only. You can see the approved tag here, and here we have the delete icon. If I click on not approved, here we have the comments that are not approved, and we can click on these icons to approve these comments, and we will enable this functionality after creating the backend. So we have created the UI design and this component for this comment page of our admin dashboard, and we have also created this blog list and dashboard. Now we will create this add blogs page where we have to add a form. So if I open the UI design, so in this one you can see we have this add blog page, right? So in this one you can see we have to create a form where user can upload a thumbnail, user can write the blog title and subtitle, and then there will be a description box, and in this description box user can write their own text, and user can also generate the blog content or description using AI. And then we have the blog category option, and then we have the add blog button, right? So we can publish this blog from the admin panel. So to create this page, let's come back to the VS Code, and here we have created this pages admin and add blog.jsx file, right? So in this one, let's come here, and instead of this div, simply provide the form tag. So we have added the form tag here. Now in this one we will add the class name, and let's provide flex. Then we'll add the background. Then we have added the text gray, height is full, and overflow a scroll. Then we'll add another div here, and in this one we'll add the background that will be white. So just add the class name and provide background white, width full, then maximum width. Then we have added some padding and margin, then shadow and rounded. After that we have to add one text. So in this div we'll add the p tag where we will add the text called upload thumbnail, right? And then we have to add the label tag. So in this label we will add HTML for, and it will be image, correct? Now within this label tag we'll add the image tag where we'll add src. It will be assets dot upload area, right? Now in this image we have to add some classes also. So let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Then we'll add the input field also. So just add the input, and the input type will be file, so that it will open a window to choose a file. Then we'll add the ID here. So in this ID we will add this image like this. Then we'll add hidden. Then we'll add required. So we have to choose one image to upload any blog post. That's it. After that we have to create one state where we will store this uploaded image. So before this return statement, just add const And here let's add a state, that is image, and the setter function name is setImage, and let's initialize it using useState, and in this useState we will add false. So by default there will be no selected image, correct? Now we'll add other state also, like we have to store the title, subtitle, category, and is published status true or false. So for that also we'll create some state. So just duplicate it and write the title, and setter function name is setTitle, right? And it will be empty string. Then we'll add the subtitle, and the setter function name is setSubtitle, and it is also empty string. After that we'll add the category, and here we'll add the setter function, that is setCategory, and here we'll add the default category, that will be startup. After that we'll add one more state. So here we'll add the state name is published, and the setter function name is setIsPublished, and by default it will be false. So let's remove this quote and simply add false, like this. And after that, for this form we have to create a function, right? So just add const and create a function, that is onSubmitHandler. It will be one asynchronous arrow function with the event in the parameter, and here we'll add e.preventDefault. So it will prevent the default behavior of submitting the form, right? Now let's link this function with this form tag. So just add the onSubmit and provide this function. That's it. So now we have added the image state, and now we can use this image state. So just come to this input field, and in this input field we'll add onChange property, and in this onChange let's add the arrow function and add the event in this parameter. So here we will simply call the setter function, that is setImage, and in this one we have to provide event.target.files, and from there we'll choose the first file using index 0, right? After adding it, whenever we will choose any image, that will get stored in this image state, right? Now whenever we choose the file, it should be displayed on the web page instead of the upload icon, right? So here we are adding the upload icon, right? So let me update it. So we'll add the space here. So here we'll check not of image, then question mark, right? So first we will use this upload area, and whenever we will select the image, then we have to display the selected image. So here we'll add the colon, and here we can use the selected image, and to display the image we have to create one URL also. For that, just add the URL dot create object URL, and in this one simply provide the image state. That's it. Now save the changes, and we will come back to the web browser. So in this add blocks page, you can see we have this white box where we have the upload thumbnail and this upload icon. If I click on this upload icon, it will open a window to choose any image. So let me click on this icon. So it is opening this window, and from here we can choose any image, and you can see that image is getting displayed here. It is working fine. Now we'll come back and open the VS Code. So after this label tag, here we'll add one p tag. So in this p tag we'll add the text called blog title, where user can enter the blog title, right? So here we'll add the class name also. So in this class name we will add margin from top, right? Then we have to add the input field. So the input type will be text, and after that we have to add the placeholder. So the placeholder will be type here, and then we'll add required, correct? Now to design this input field, we have to add some classes also. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Now we have to convert this input field in the controlled input field. So just add onChange property here, and in this onChange we will add the arrow function with the event in the parameter. So just add E and create the arrow function. Now here we will add the setter function, that is set title, and here let's add e.target.value. So when we will enter any title, it will get stored in the title state. After that we will add the value property also, and here we'll add the title state. That's it. After adding it, if I come back to the web browser, here we have the blog title input field. Next we'll add the subtitle input field. So just come back and duplicate this P and input. So in this one we have to update the text, so it will be subtitle. Then we will update the setter function. So here just add set subtitle, and here we'll add subtitle state. Save the changes, and after that just come here. So here you can see we have another input field to add the subtitle. Correct? After that we have to add the input field for the description. So just come back and here again add the text. So we'll add this P tag here, and in this P we'll add the text called blog description. Correct? After that we'll add a div here. So in this div we have to add the classes. So let me add the class name and provide these classes. Right? After adding it, here we have to add the button also. So in this button we will add the type. So the type will be button only. Right? And after that, in this button we'll add the text called generate with AI. It means we will use this button to generate our blog description using AI. So whenever we will click on this button, it will call a function to generate the description. So here we'll add the onClick also, and in this onClick property we will call one function. We will call the function that is generate content, right? And we have to create this function here. So simply we'll create one function. So just add const and create a generate content function. It will be asynchronous arrow function, like this. Right? After that, let's come back to the web browser. So here you can see we have the blog description and generate with AI button. So we'll change the position of this button. So just come back and let's come here, and in this button we will add some classes. So here let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Right? Now save the changes, and you can see here we have this button generate with AI. Right? Now we have to create one input field where we can enter the text in rich text format. Right? So to add the rich text we have to add a new package. Right? So suppose we type any text and we can select and change the style, like we can make it in H1, H2, we can align it like ordered list, unordered list, we can change the font weight. So to do that we need one package called Quill. So to install the Quill package, let me come back to the web browser. So here we will search for Quill npm. Let's open it, and here you can see we have this command. So just copy this one and come back to the VS Code and open our terminal, and here we'll stop this project using Ctrl+C, yes, and install this using npm I Quill. After that we can start our project. So just add npm run dev. So it will start the project again. Just hide it. Now let's see the next step to use the Quill package. So if I come to this documentation, here you can see we have to import this CSS file. Right? So this is Quill snow.css. scroll down, and here you can see this is the CDN link, and similarly we can import it in the React project. So let's come back to the VS Code, and we will open our app.jsx file. So from here we will open app.jsx, and in this one just add import, and we will import quill/dist/quill.snow.css. That's it. So we have imported the quill.snow.css file from this quill/dist path. That's it. After importing it, let's come back to our component, that is add-blog.jsx, and in this one also we have to import the quill. So just come here and we will add quill from quill package. That's it. After that we have to create one reference variable. So here let's add const and create a reference variable, that is editorRef, and it will be useRef. Click here. So useRef has been imported from React. Now in this one just add null. Now we'll add one more reference variable, so just duplicate it, and here we'll add quillRef. So we have added two reference variable, editorRef and quillRef. Correct. After that, let's scroll down. So here we have added one div, right? So in this div, before this button, we will add another div, and in this div simply add reference and provide editorRef. So in this one we can enter the text, and we can write the text in rich text format. After that we have to initiate the quill. So just scroll up, and before this return a statement, let's add the use effect, and here we'll add the function. Then we'll add the dependency array for this use effect. Now here first let me add the comment, that is initiate quill only once. Now here we'll add if statement, and we'll add the not of quillRef.current, then AND operator, and we'll add the editorRef.current, and if it is true, then we'll add the quillRef.current equal to new quill, and here we'll add the editorRef.current, and after that here we'll add the second parameter. So just add comma, then curly braces, and here we have to add the theme. So just add the theme here and provide snow, like this. Now save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we are getting this input field where we can write the text and we can format the text. So let me add blog post like this, and let's select this one, and we can change the style like H1, select it, like we can set H2, we can also make it bold, we can make it italic, we can add the underline, we can also add the links here. Let me reset it, so I'll set normal. Let me remove the underline and bold also. So let's add blog post 1, copy and paste it here, and we can also arrange it like list or ordered and unordered list. So just select it, you can see we can arrange like this. So this is the rich text format, correct? So we have added the input field where we can write the blog description in rich text format, correct? After that we have to add a option to select the category of this blog post, right? So just come back, scroll down, and here we have created the div where we can enter the description, right? So after that we'll add the text. So just add the text from here, and in this one we will add blog category. That's it. Then to choose the category we will add a drop down menu. So just add the select tag, and in this select tag we'll add the name. So let's add the name category, right? And from here we'll remove this ID. After that, in this one we have to add the options. So let's add the option tag, and in this first one we'll add select category, and here in this value we'll add this empty string. That's it. So this is the first option. Now in this select tag we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, right? Now here we have to display the list of options. So just add the curly braces. We will use the blog categories and it is available in the assets. So just click here. So the blog categories has been imported from the assets. Now this is an array, so we can use the map method, and in this one we will add one arrow function where we will get the individual category item and index number. Then we have to add the curly braces, and here we will add the return statement where we will return the option tag. So add the option tag here, and in this option value we will add curly braces and provide the item, and in this option text also we will add the item. Then we'll add the key property here. So in this key we will provide the index. That's it. After that let's add the onChange property in this select tag. So just add the onChange here, and in this onChange property let's add the arrow function with the event in the parameter. So create the arrow function here and use the set category and provide e.target.value. So whenever we will choose the category from this drop down, it will get stored in the category state. After adding it, save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have a drop down to choose the category, right? Next we have to add the button. So let's come back, and before adding the button we will add the checkbox also, like publish now or later, right? So just come back, and here after this select tag we'll add a div, and in this div we will add a text called publish now, right? Then we'll add the input field, and the input type will be checkbox. Now here we'll add the checked property. So here we'll add is published, right? Then we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add scale and cursor pointer for this input field, right? Now here we'll add the onChange property also. So just add onChange, and we'll call the function here. So just add the arrow function where we'll add setter function set is published, and let's make it e.target.checked. That's it. Now we'll add some classes here to align the checkbox and text side by side. So just add the class name and provide flex, gap and margin top. That's it. Now you can see here we have the publish now text and this checkbox. After that we'll add the button. So just come here, and after closing of this div we will add the button tag, and the button type will be submit. Now in this button we'll add the text called add blog. Then we'll add some classes also. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. So we have added the button also. Now just come back to the web browser. So here you can see this button add blog. So we have created our add blog page also for the admin dashboard, from where admin can upload a new blog post. So we have completed the dashboard page, add blog page, blog list page and comments page. And if I click on this button, it will open the home page. So we have completed the front end of our blog application. After completing the front end of our application, now we will create the backend where we will create the APIs. Using that, we can log in into admin dashboard and admin can upload the blog data, and we can also display the blog data on our front end. For that, let's come back to the VS Code and let me close all these files. So right click here and select close saved. After that, here we have the client folder, so just collapse this. So now in this quick blog folder, that is our project folder, here we'll create a new folder. So create a new folder with the name server. So in this server folder, we are going to create the backend of our application. So now in this quick blog, we have the client folder and server folder, right? Now right click on this server folder and select open in integrated terminal. So it will open this terminal. In this terminal, you can see we are at this path, that is quick blog and server folder, right? After that, in the right side, you can see we have two terminals. We can switch from here. If I click here, you can see this is the front end terminal where our front end is running. And this is the server where we'll run the backend, right? So before adding anything in this terminal, we will come here in this server folder, and in this one we will create our first file. So just create a new file here and write the file name server.js. So this will be the main file of our backend server. So we have created server.js file. After that, here in this terminal, let's add npm init-y. You can see we have added npm init-y. Now press enter. After that, it will create the package.json file where we have the project details. So if I open this package.json file, in this one, you can see we have the project name, that is server, version, description, then main file, and the main file is server.js. Then we have the scripts, right? So after that, let's come here in this terminal again. We will open this terminal, and here we have to add some dependencies that we will use in our backend. So here I'm going to use the Express package to create the backend server. So just add npm install, or we can also add npm I, and then write the package name Express. Using that, we can create the backend server. After this Express, we will add the next package, that is Mongoose, because we will use the MongoDB database here. So we'll use the Mongoose package to connect with our MongoDB database. After that, let's add the next package. So we will add CORS. Using that, we can connect the backend with any front-end URL. Then we'll add .env. Using that, we can use the environment variables in our backend. Then we will add the JSON Web Token. Using this JSON Web Token, we will generate the token to authenticate the users. It means we will authenticate the admin using this JSON Web Token. After that, we will add one more package, that is Multer. Using this Multer, we can upload the files, like we have to upload the blog image, right? So we have added npm I, Express, Mongoose, CORS, .env, JSON Web Token and Multer. Then press enter. So it is installing all these packages, and after that, if I open this sidebar, here you can see it will create a new folder, that is node_modules. So in this node_modules, we have all the packages. Now again come back to this terminal, and in this one we will add our one more package. So here we'll add npm install, and we'll add the package name, that is nodemon. So we have added node-mon package. Then we will add this package in the development environment only. For that, here we'll add --save -dev. That's it. You can see we have added npm install node-mon --save -dev. So it will be installed in the development environment only. Now press enter. So this node-mon package is also installed now. Now we can hide this terminal and let's open this sidebar. So in this server folder, we have the package.json file. Let's open it. So in this one, you can see we have the dependencies list where we have cors.env, express, JSON web token, mongoose and multer. And in this dev dependencies, we have node-mon, right? Now, in this one, we have to add one more property, that is type. So by default, the type is common.js. So here we'll add the one more property. So after this comma, let's add type, and in this type, the default value is common.js. So instead of common.js, we are going to use module. So when we use the module type, we can use the import statement in our project. After that, here we have the test script. So let me remove this test script. And instead of this test, we will add server. So just add server, and here let's add this node server.js. But here we will update it. Instead of this node, we'll add node-mon. So what will happen after using this node-mon? It will restart the backend server whenever we will make any changes in the code. So whenever we will start the backend using this server script, it will use this node-mon server.js and it will automatically restart the backend, right? And if I start the backend using this start script that executes node server.js, then we have to manually restart the server whenever we will make any changes. That's why we have added the node-mon package. Now just come here in this server.js file, and here we will create the basic express server, right? So for that, first we will import the express from the express package. So here let's add import express from express package, right? After that, here we'll add the import statement, and we'll also import the .env/config so that we can use the environment variables in our backend project. After that, we have to import the cors also so that we can allow this backend to connect with any front-end URL. Correct? Now, let's create one app using this express package. So just add const and write the app equal to express. So we have created one app. Now, after that, in this app, we have to add this cors, and we will also add the JSON so that all the requests will be passed using the JSON method. So here we'll add the comment first, and in this comment we'll add middleware. So here let's add app.use and provide cors. And let's duplicate it, and in this one we'll add express.json method. So all the requests will be passed using the JSON method, right? Now to run this application, we have to add one port number. So we'll add const port equal to, and here we'll add the port number 3000, right? Now we'll add the port number in the environment variable also. So here in this server folder, we'll create a new file. So create a new file here and write the file name .env like this. Now suppose we have the environment variable, and in that environment variable the port is available, then that port will be used here. For that, here we have to add process dot env dot port. So if it is available, that port number will be used, and if it is not available, then we will add this OR operator. So it will use this 3000 port number to run our backend server. So we have the app, then we have added some middleware, and we have added one port number, right? And now we will create a function that will be executed after starting this backend server. So here we'll add the app dot get. We are using the get method, and here we'll add the path, that is slash, right? And here let's add one function. So this function will be executed. So in this function we will get two parameters, that will be request and response, right? So here I want to send the response only, so just add response dot send, and here simply add a message, that is API is working, like this. So we have added one route here. This is the home route. So we'll add the comment here also, routes. Now let's start this application or backend server. So just add the app dot listen, and here we have to add the port number. So simply add port, and then we have to add the function here. So let's add the function, and in this function we will add one message. So just add console log. So this console log will print the message in the terminal only. So here we'll add server is running on port, and then we'll add the port number. So just add plus port. That's it. Now at the end we will export this app. So just add export default app. Now we have created a basic express server, and when we will run this, it will display this message in the terminal, and when we will hit the home path, it will give this message API is working. So to test it, let's open the terminal again, and in this terminal we are at this server directory, correct? So here we can start this using npm run server. Just add this command npm run server, press enter. So now you can see it is starting the server using the node mon, and you can see the message server is running on port 3000. It is working fine. Now let's verify it using the web browser. So we will open the web browser, and here we will open localhost colon 3000. Press enter. So you can see here we are getting the message API is working, right? At this URL localhost colon 3000. So our basic express app is successfully running. Now let's come back here in this VS Code. We can hide this terminal. It is not required now, because when we will make any changes, it will automatically restart the backend using the node mon. Now we have to connect our backend server with MongoDB database, right? So we have to create an account on MongoDB. So we'll open web browser and search for MongoDB Atlas. Let's open this website, and here you need to create an account. So just click on this sign in, and we have the sign up option. So you can create a new account here, and I already have an account, so I'll use this Google sign in link. So I'll click here to sign in my existing account. After sign up, you need to fill some onboarding details, and then you will see this page to create a cluster. So I'll click on this button create to create a new cluster, and here you will get these options. So let's choose the third one, that is free. So we are using this free server, and after that here we have the cluster 0. So let it be, I'll not change the name, and from here you can choose any of the cloud server provider. So let's choose the Google Cloud. You can choose anyone, and here we have the region. So in this one, just choose the nearest region. So I'll choose this one only, Mumbai. You can choose any region, it will work. Now just click on this, create deployment. After that, here we have to create a database user for our database. So you need to add the username and a password, right? So here I'll add the simple username, GreatStack, and here you need to add any password, and make sure to do not use the @ symbol in your password, else it will give an error. So use any simple password. So I'm going to add GreatStack 123. Now I'll click on this button, create database user. So one database user has been created. After that, I'll click on this, choose a connection method, and from here let's choose this drivers. And here you can see it is asking to install MongoDB that we have already installed. Then we have the connection URL, right? So this is the connection URL or connection string. So we have to copy this one. Right now you can see this show password is on. If I make it off, here it will add the password like this. It will be hidden, and if I turn it on, it will display the password also. So you can add the password manually or just copy it from here. So let's copy this string till here. You can see I'm not copying the entire string. I'm just copying it from MongoDB to this mongodb.net. That's it. Just copy this one, and after that just click on this button, done. And then just come back to the VS Code, and here let's open .env file, and in this .env file we have to store our MongoDB connection string. So let's add one environment variable name here. I'll add MongoDB _ URI, and here we will store this connection string like this. And in this connection string, you can see at the end we have this /. So remove this /. Make sure to remove this. And now you can see it is very simple. MongoDB plus srv, then we have the username, then we have the password, then @, then cluster name and some ID, and then we have mongodb.net. So it should end with mongodb.net only. Save the changes, and here let me add the comment also. So let's add the comment MongoDB, right? Now after adding it, let's come back to the MongoDB database again, and just come here in this network access. Just click here in the network access from the left sidebar, and after that here it is displaying the current IP address. So just click on this delete, and here we have to add new IP. So I'll click on this add IP address, and here just click on this allow access from anywhere. So I'll choose this allow access from anywhere, and it will add 00 IP address. Then click on confirm. So after adding this 00 IP address, it will allow us to connect this database from any IP address. So just wait for this status to be updated. So right now it is pending. So just wait for it. Now you can see the status is active. So now we can use this MongoDB database. So we'll come back to the VS Code again, and here we'll create a separate function. Using that we will connect the project with MongoDB database. So here in this server folder we will create a new folder called configs, and in this configs folder let's create a new file and write the file name db.js, that is database.js. Now here in this one we have to add the import statement, and we will import the mongoose from mongoose package, right? Because to connect with MongoDB database we need the mongoose package. After that we'll add export and write the function name connectdb, and let's create one asynchronous function. So we have created one asynchronous add function. Now in this one we have to add the try catch statement. So simply add try catch statement here, And after that, here we have added export. So let me just correct it. We'll add const. So we have created the function const MongoDB. Now in this try block, we'll add await, and then we'll add mongoose dot connect. And here we have to provide the MongoDB connection a string, and then we will add the project name also. So here we'll add backticks and then write $ curly braces. So in this one, we will add process.env dot and write the variable name, that is MongoDB URI. Just copy and paste it here. So we have added the MongoDB URI here, and then here we have to add / and then provide the name. So I'll add the name quick blog, right? Now if any error occurs, this catch block will be executed. So in this one, simply add console log, and here we will add this error dot message property. So the message will be displayed in the backend terminal. Now suppose we are connected with the MongoDB database, then also I want to display a message. For that we have to register one event. So before this await, here we will add mongoose dot connection dot on, and here we'll add the event type, that is connected, right? And then we'll add the function that will be executed. So just add the arrow function here, and in this one just add the console log. So here we'll add the message, that is database connected. So we have created one event here that will be executed on event that is connected. So whenever we will get connected with the database, it will print this message in the terminal, right? And if we get any error, this message will be displayed. Next we have to export this function. So here we'll add export and write default and provide this function name connectDB. Save the changes. So we have created the function that will connect the project with MongoDB database. After that we have to call this function. So let's open our main file, that is server.js, and here we will call this function. So in this one, after creating this express app, simply add await and let's call the connectDB function, right? Now you can see the connectDB function has been imported here, but in this one we have to add the complete file name extension. So here you can see the folder name configs/db. So write the complete extension, that is db.js, like this. Now save the changes and open the terminal. So in this terminal you can see it is restarting the project, and after that we are getting the message database connected and server is running on port number 3000. So now our project is connected with MongoDB database so that we can store the data in MongoDB. Now we will create the other folders in our backend project to organize our code. So in this server folder, let's create a new folder called controllers. So in this controllers folder, we will add all the controller files that contains the controller function for API, correct? Now we'll create next folder. So in this server folder, we'll create models folder where we will store the MongoDB models to store the data in MongoDB database. Now in this server folder, we'll create a new folder. We will create a new folder with the name routes, where we'll create different routes. And after that, we will create one more folder. So here, let's create a new folder where we'll add the name middleware. In this middleware folder, we'll store the middlewares that are functions that will get executed before executing the controller functions. So we have created the folder structure, right? Now let's create the functionality for the admin login. So I'm going to hide this terminal. And for admin login, we need to store one email ID and password for admin. So just open the .env file, and here let me add the comment, that is admin credentials, and here we'll add the email ID. So just add variable name admin_email and add this email ID. You can use your own email ID, anything you can add. Then we'll add one password also for admin authentication. So we'll add the admin password, and I have added this password GreatStack. That's it. So we will use this same email ID and password for admin login. After that, let's come here in this controllers folder, and in this one we will create a new file. So let's create a new file here and write the file name admin controller.js. So in this one we have to add the function that will allow the users to log in on our application. So let's add one function. So just add export const and write the function name admin login, and after that create the asynchronous function, and here let's add request and response in the parameter. That's it. Now let's add the try catch statement here, and in this try block first we have to get some data from this request body. So from this request body we will get the email ID and password, and then we will verify the password, and if the email ID and passwords are same, then we will allow the users to log in and we will provide one authentication token. So here in this try block just add const curly braces, and from this body we will get email and we will also get the password. So just destructure the email and password from this request.body. Right? Here we'll add the if statement, and here we will compare the email and password. So just add the if statement and write the email that we are getting from this body, right? And just add not equal to process.env.admin email. So if the email is not matching, or we will add the or operator, and here we will add password. So just copy and paste it here. We will add password, and if the environment password is not matching, so here we'll add admin password. So it will check if either this email or password is not matching. So in that case we will return a response. So just add the return statement and write response.json, and here we will add one object where we'll add success false because the email or password is not matching. So success will be false, and then we'll add the message that is invalid credentials, right? And suppose this email and password is matching, so in that case we will generate a token. So just add the const, and here we'll add token equal to, and we will use JWT, and we will get this JWT from JSON web token. So just come here at the top and we'll add import JWT from, and let's import it from JSON web token. Now we will use this JWT to create a token. So just add JWT.sign method, and in this sign method we will provide this email ID And after that we have to add one secret key. So we will store this secret key in the environment variable. So we will open this environment variable, and here let's create one secret key. So just add jwt_secret equal to, and here let's add any text. You can add your own text, it does not matter. So I'll add here secret at 2025, and let's add the comment also. This is for the JWT. So we have added JWT secret. Now let's use it here. So just copy this and come to this admin controller, and here in this one let's add process .env .jwt secret. So we have added two parameters, that is email ID and secret key. So it will generate a token. Now we will send this token in the response. So just add the response.json, and here we'll add one object where we'll add success true, and with that we will send the token also. So just add this token. That's it. Now suppose any error occurs in this try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block we will send the response. So just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add success false, and then we'll add the message property, and in this message property we will add error.message. So we are getting this error from here. So we have created a controller function. Using that we can allow the users to log in admin dashboard. Right now we have to create one API using this controller function. So to create that we will create one route. So let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have the routes folder. So in this routes folder let's create a new file and write the file name admin routes.js. So we have created admin routes.js file, and here we will import express from express package. After that we will create a router. So just add const, and let's add any name. So I'll add admin router equal to express.router. So we have created one router. Now in this router we will create the endpoint. So just add the admin router here dot post method, and at this post method we'll add the path. So the path will be login. Correct? And after that here we have to add the controller function. So just add the admin login controller function. You can see the admin login function has been imported here, and here we have to add the file name extension .js. Correct? So whenever we will hit this API endpoint, it will execute this admin login function. Next we have to export this router. So here let's add export default and admin router. Correct? Now we have to add this admin router in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open server.js, and here let's add that router. So in this routes area we'll add app.use, and here just add the path. So it will be /API/admin, and after that we'll add the comma, and here we will provide the admin router. Now you can see the admin router has been imported. It looks good. Now it is correct. Save the changes and let's test this API endpoint. So to test it we will use Postman application. You can easily download the Postman application to test any API. So let's open Postman. In this one we will create a new request. So here we will add the path. So we'll add localhost :3000 make sure you are using HTTP, not S. Here we have used http://localhost:3000. Then we will add /API/admin/login. So we have added this /admin/login, and at this endpoint we have to send the email and password, right? So let's come here in this body, and before that here you can see the request type, it is GET, so just change it to POST because we have created the API using the POST method. So we have selected POST, and in this body tag let's choose this raw, and from here we will select JSON. Now here we have to send the data, so simply add one object, and in this one we'll add double quote email. First we have to send the email, and here let's add admin@example.com. After that we'll add the comma, and here we will send the password, and in this password let's add any wrong password like this, and now let's click on this send button. So here you can see we are getting the response where you can see success is false and the message is invalid credentials because we have added the invalid password, correct? Now let me provide the correct password that we have added here. If I open this environment, here we have the password GreatStack. So if I provide the correct password in this request, so we have added the correct password in this request using this Postman application, and click on this send button. So now you can see we are getting success true, right? And then we are getting the token also. So we will use this token to authenticate the users and allow the users to log in the admin dashboard. So this login API is successfully working. Now let's come back to the VS Code. Now we have to create the API. Using that, we can store the blog data in the MongoDB database, and to store any data in the MongoDB database, we have to create the models. So in this models folder, we will create a new file and write the file name blog.js because we are creating the blog model. Here we will add the import, and we will import Mongoose from Mongoose package because using this Mongoose we will create the model. Now for this one we have to create a schema also, right? So for creating a MongoDB model, first we have to create a schema where we will define the list of items or properties that will be added in the data. So let's add const and write the schema name, that is blog schema, equal to new, then we will add this mongoose.schema constructor. Now in this one we will add the object where we will add all the properties. So in this blog data we will add the title, that will be the blog title. Now we have to add the properties for this title. So this title type will be a string. We will add the string data in this title, so just add type a string. And to store the blog, this field is required, so we'll add required true. Now duplicate it, and here we will add the second property. So the second property will be subtitle, and from here we will remove this required true. Simply add a string. Here we have to add the comma also. Now let's copy and paste it here and add the next property. So the next will be description, and it is also type a string and required true. After that we'll add the category. So let me duplicate it, and here we'll add the category, and in this category we have added type a string required true. After that we'll add the image property. So just duplicate it, and here we'll add image and the type will be a string, because in this image property we will store the image URL in the string format, and it is also required. After that we'll add one more property, so let me duplicate it, and here we'll add is published. So this could be either true or false, so we have added is published, and in this type we will add boolean so that we can store true or false data, and it is also required true, correct. And after that we have to add the date and time when this blog was uploaded, and we will get the date and time automatically once we will create a new data. For that, here we'll add the comma, curly braces, and simply add timestamps, and let's make it true. So it will automatically add the time data in the blog data. So we have created one schema, and using this schema we will create a model. So let's add const blog equal to this mongoose dot model, and here we'll add the model name blog, and after that we'll add the schema. So just add the blog schema. So using this schema it will create a model with this name blog, and we will export this blog so that we can use it in another file. So let's add export default blog. So we have created the blog model. Using this model we can store the data in the database. After that we had to create the controller functions to add new blog data. So in this controllers folder we will create a new file and write the file name blogcontroller.js. So we have created blogcontroller.js file, and in this one we will create all the controller function. Using that we can add a new blog post. We can see the list of blog posts. So let's create the first function. So just add export const, and here we'll add the function name, that is add blog, and this will be asynchronous function. So add async and create the arrow function. Now in this parameter we will get request and response, right? And here we will add the try catch statement. Now whenever we have to add a new blog post from our admin dashboard, we will send all the data like title, subtitle, description, category, and is published data, and with that we will also provide the image. So we will get these data from the request. So here let's add const curly braces. We will get title, subtitle, description, category, and is published, and let's get it from request.body, and in this body we will send all these data in a property called blog. So let's add request.body.blog. So this data will come in a string format. So here we'll use the JSON method to parse this data. So let's wrap it with json.parse. So here we'll add json.parse, and within this we will provide this request.body.blog. So now we have the blog details like title, subtitle, description, category, and is published. After that we have to get the blog image, that will be our thumbnail image, right? So here just add const, and here we'll add the image file, and we will get it from request.file. So we will add the blog image data in this request.file, and to add this image file here we have to parse it using a middleware that we will create using the multer package, right? But before creating that middleware, let me complete this function. So here let's add the comment. We will add the comment here, check if all fields are present. So here we'll add the if statement, and in this one simply add not of title, not of description, not of category and not of image file. If any of this data is missing, in that case we will stop this function using the return statement and simply send the response. So just add response.json, and in this one just add the object where we'll add success false, and with that we will add the message property also, and in this message we will add missing required fields because title, description, category and image is required to create a new blog post. Right now, suppose all the data is available, so in that case we can store it in the MongoDB database, but we have to store the image also, and instead of image we are going to store the image URL. So first we have to store our image on cloud storage. To store our image on cloud storage, we are going to use ImageKit. Using this ImageKit, we can store our image on online storage, and it also helps us to optimize and transform our image. It is an image and video API. If I scroll down, you can see the features. It automatically optimizes our images. It will reduce the image file size, and you can also convert the image format that will support all the application type. And after that, it also provides the resize, crop and transform option, like we can also transform the background of an image. You can use the ImageKit for free. Let me show you the pricing page. If I open this page, you can see we have the forever free plan where you get 25 GB of bandwidth, 5 GB of storage, and here you can see the other features included in this forever free plan. So to use ImageKit in your project, just click on the link given in the description and sign up for ImageKit's forever free plan. So I'll click on this sign up button and I will sign up using my Google account. After that, it will ask some basic questions for onboarding. So in this select your role, we will choose this one, developer, and let me choose these options, real-time image optimization and API for media upload and management. Then click on next. Now here we have setup media kit ID. So we have some ID here. You can also change this ID. So let me change the ID to GreatStack. That is our channel name. After that, you need to choose a nearest region. So I'll click on this one and choose your nearest region. So I'll choose this, India, then click on next button. After that, it is asking, how did you hear about us? So let me choose this, Google search, social media, and click on submit. Now we are in the ImageKit dashboard. After coming to this ImageKit dashboard, scroll down in this left sidebar and you will find this developer options. Let's click here. And here you will get the endpoint URL, public key and private key. So you need to add this details in your VS Code. So let me come back to my VS Code, and here we will open the environment variable. So let's open the .env file, and here I'm going to store all the ImageKit key. So let me add the comment here, and after that we'll create the environment variables like ImageKit public key, then we'll add ImageKit private key, then we will store the ImageKit URL endpoint, and we'll get all these from this dashboard. So let me just copy this endpoint and paste it here. So we have added the URL endpoint. After that, let's add the public key. So I'll click here to copy this public key. Next, we will paste this private key. So let's reveal it. So here it is asking to set up the password. So let's click on this profile page. And here we need to set up the password. You can see, just click on set password. And here I'll add one password and confirm password. Click on submit. So after setting up the profile password, let's come here in this developer option again, And now we will copy this private key. Let's enter the password again. So now we can see the private key. Let's copy it and paste it here. So we have added the public key, private key and URL endpoint in the environment variable. Now we can use it to create a configuration file. So let me come back to the image and we will open the home page. After that, let's click on this docs. So here we will see the documentation to use this ImageKit. Now we are creating our backend using Node.js. So let's click on this Node.js button. So it will open this GitHub repository where you can see the documentation to use this ImageKit in your Node.js project. So if I scroll down, here you can see we have the steps. So first we have to install the ImageKit. So let's copy this, and after that let's come back to the VS Code, and first we will open the terminal and let's stop this project. So here in this terminal we will add Ctrl+C yes to stop this project, and here we will use this command npm install ImageKit, press enter. So it is installing this package. After that, if I open this package.json, so in this package.json file this ImageKit has been added, correct? Now let's open this terminal again and we will start the project using npm run server. So it will start the backend server again. Now you can see the message server is running. Now we will hide this terminal. After that, just come here in this GitHub repository and see the next step. So we have to initialize this ImageKit using this configuration, where you can see first we have to import the ImageKit from the ImageKit package, and then we have to create this ImageKit using this new keyword ImageKit and provide the public key, private key and URL endpoint. So to create it, we will create a separate file. So just come back here in this VS Code, and in our config folder we will create a new file. So let's create a new file here and write the file name imagekit.js. Now in this one, let's paste this code. So I'll copy this one and paste it here. Let me remove this require statement. So here we have imported the ImageKit from the ImageKit package. After that, we are creating the ImageKit using this new ImageKit. And in this one, we have to provide the keys. So we have already added the keys in the environment variable. So to use it, simply add process.env dot and the environment variable name. So the environment variable name is ImageKit public key. After that, let's copy and paste it here. And here we will update the environment variable name. This is the ImageKit private key. After that, let's copy and paste it here in the third one. And in this third one, we will add the environment variable name, that is ImageKit URL endpoint. So we have created the configuration. Next we have to export it. So just add export default and provide this ImageKit. So we have exported this ImageKit so that we can use it in any other file. After that, let's come back to this documentation again. After that, let's see the next step here. Here we have the file upload. So just click here. So you can see the step to upload a new file. So we have to use this ImageKit.upload method, right? And in this upload method, we have to provide the file. Then we have to provide the file name. So we'll provide the file in base URL format, or we can provide the binary format, or we can also add the URL. So first we have to convert our image file in these format, and we will store it in this file property, and then we will provide the file name also, and we can also add the folder. So let's come back to the VS Code and come back to the blockcontroller.js file, and in this one, first we will upload the image on Cloudinary. and to upload the image, first we have to convert it into base 64 image. So here we'll use the const and let's add file buffer. In this file buffer, we are going to use file system. So first we have to import the file system. So let's scroll up and here we'll add import fs from fs. So we have imported the file system from file system. After that, let's come here, we'll add fs dot read file sync. And in this one, just add the image file that we are getting here. And in this image file, we'll add dot path. So we will provide the file path. So it will convert it in buffer format. So we have the file buffer. Now we can upload it on ImageKit. For that, here just add const response equal to await. And here let's add this ImageKit. Let's click here. So the ImageKit has been imported from the configuration folder ImageKit file. Let's complete the file name extension. So just add imagekit.js. Now here we will use the upload method. So just add upload. And in this one, we'll add one object and let's add the first property, that is file. And in this file, we have to provide this file buffer. Right now, let's add the next property. So we will add the file name. So in this file name, we will provide the image file dot original name. That's it. Now we will add a folder also. So just add the folder. This is optional. So we are adding a folder, and in this folder simply add any folder name. I'll add /blogs. So it will arrange all these images in this folder inside the ImageKit. After that, we have this response, and in this response we will get the URL property, and in this response.url we will get the link of our uploaded image. But we will not store that image in the MongoDB database. We are going to optimize this image and we'll add the transformation. So here let me add the comment first. Let's add comment upload image to ImageKit. Right? So using this code, we will upload the image, and after that we will optimize the image and we will also transform the image. So here let's add the comment optimize through ImageKit URL transformation. So to optimize the image, let me come back to this documentation, and here let's click on this list URL generation. So in this one, you can see we have to provide the imagekit.url like this, imagekit.url, and then we have to add the path. You can see the path property, and after that we can add the transformation, and in this transformation we can add different properties, like we can transform the quality, we can change the image format, we can also change the size. Right? So let me see the list. Here you can see the list of transformation. You can change the height, width, aspect ratio, quality, you can crop the image, crop mode. So these are the things you can transform in the image, right? So we are going to change the size, quality and format. For that, let's come back, and here let's add const optimized image URL. So we will get the URL, right? And here just add imagekit.url, and in this URL we'll add the object. So first we have to add the path of the image. So in this path we'll add this response. So in this response we'll get the uploaded image, right? And in this response we will get the file path. So just add the file path. So we have added the path. After that, here we have to add the transformation to optimize our image. So let's add the transformation property, and here we'll add the array. In this array we can add different transformations. So first we'll add the quality. So just add curly braces. So in this object we'll add the quality And in this quality, we can set the image quality like 10%, 50%, 80%, right? And we can also set the quality auto. So when you add the quality auto, it will optimize the image so that the file size will be less and the image quality will be good. After that, we'll add next transformation. So just add comma, curly braces, and here we'll add the format. So here, let's change our image format. So here we'll choose BevP. So it will convert the image in this format. After that, let's add the comma, and here we'll add curly braces, and here we will change the width of our image. So I want the width 1280 pixels. That's it. So we'll add width and let's set it 1280. Let's add it in quote. So let me add the comment for each transformation. So this quality property will automatically compress the image. So here we'll add the comment auto compression. Now let's add the comment here. So it will change the format. So let me add the comment convert to modern format. Now let's add the comment here. So it will change the size. So we'll add width resize. So we have added the transformation and optimization for our image so that it will reduce the file size, and it will also change the format that will support on all the web browser, and we will also reduce the width of the image. So we have uploaded the image on ImageKit, and then we are generating an image where we will get the transformed image and optimized image. Now let's get this optimized image URL, and we will store it in the image variable. So here let's add const image equal to this optimized image URL. So now we have the image URL also and all the blog data like title, subtitle, description, category. So we have all the data including the image. So now we can save this data in the MongoDB database. So just add await, and here we will use the blog model. So simply click here. So the blog model has been imported here, right? Now we will add blog.create. So it will create a new data in the database, and here we'll add the object where we'll add all the details. So first we'll add the title, then we'll add subtitle, then we'll add description, then let's add the category. After that we'll add image property. So in this image we have added this optimized image URL, right? After that we'll add is published data, right? So it will store the data in the database. Next we will send the response. So just add response.json, and here we'll add one object where we'll add success true, and with that we will add the message also, that is blog added successfully. Now if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here also we'll send the response. So just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add success false. And after that we'll add the message property, and in this message property we will add error.message. So we have created our controller function to add a new blog post, right? Now using this controller function we will create the API endpoint. So we'll create a new route. So here let's create a new router. We'll open this sidebar, and in this routes folder we'll create a new file and write the file name blogroutes.js. Now here we'll create a new router. So just add import express from the express package. After that we'll add const blog router equal to this express dot router. So we have created a new router, and in this router we will create the endpoint. So just add blog router dot post method, and here we'll add the endpoint. So just add /add, and after that we'll add the controller function, that is add blog. Just click here. So the add block controller function has been imported. Here we'll add .js extension. That's it. Now here we have to add one middleware also that will parse the image that we will upload from the front end. And to parse the image, we will use the multer package, and using that multer we will create a middleware. So let's come here. In this middleware folder, let's create a new file. So we'll create a new file here and write the file name multer.js, right? And in this one, let's import the multer from multer package. And after that, we'll add const upload equal to this multer. And in this one, we will create one storage. So just add one object, a storage, and in this storage we'll add this multer dot disk storage. In this disk storage we'll add the empty object like this. After that, we have to export this upload so that we can use it in another file. So here just add export default and provide this upload. That's it. So we have created this upload middleware using the multer package. After that, let's come here in our route. So let's open the blog routes.js file, and at this endpoint, first we have to add the middleware. So in this one, let's add the comma here and we'll add upload. Let's click here. So this upload middleware has been imported from the middleware folder multer.js file. Now in this upload, we'll add .single because we will upload the single image, and here we will add the field name. So we will send the image data from our front end in a image property name. So let's add the image here. So it will get the image from this image property name, and it will parse it and it will add it in the request.file. And after that, the media kit will upload this image on cloud and we will get the optimized image URL. So we have added this middleware also. Next, we will add one more middleware. We have to protect this route so that only logged in user or admin can only upload the blog post. So we have to protect this route using the authentication, right? So we'll create one auth middleware also. So in this one, we have the middleware folder. So here let's create a new file, and here we'll add the file name auth.js. Here we'll create the authentication middleware, right? So we have to verify the user. So just add import JWT from JSON Web Token. After that, we'll add const and write function name auth equal to and create the arrow function, right? Now in this one, we'll get the request and response, and after that we will add this next. So it will execute the next function that will be our controller function, right? So here we will get the token from the request. So just add const token equal to and just add the request dot headers. So we have to provide the token in the request headers in the authorization property. So just add request.headers.authorization. That's it. After that, let's verify this token. So just add the try catch statement here, and in this try catch statement, we'll add jwt.verify, and here let's add this token, right? And after that, we'll provide our secret key that is stored in the environment variable. So just add the process.env.jwt secret. So we have added the secret key here. So it will verify the token, and if it is successfully verified, it will execute the next function. So just add this next here. Now if any error occurs in this verification, then the catch block will be executed. So here in this catch block, simply will send a response. So just add response.json, and here in this one just add one object where we'll add success false, and with that we'll add the message also, and the message is invalid token. That's it. Now we have to add this authentication middleware on our route to protect our route. So let's come here in this blog routes.js file, and in this one we will add the authentication middleware. So here let's add auth. We are not getting this suggestion here, so we have to export it. So just add export default auth, right? Now let's come here and we'll type auth here. We are getting this suggestion, just click here. So the auth middleware has been imported. Then we'll add the comma here like this. So we have created this route. Now we will export this router. So just add export default and this blog router. Next we have to add this blog router in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open the server.js file, and after that let's duplicate this line, and in this one we will add the path. So the path will be /API/blog, because this is the blog router, right? And here let me add the router name blog router. That's it. You can see the blog router has been imported here. So we have created the API endpoint. Using that, user can upload a new blog post and the image will be uploaded on MERN, and we will get the optimized image URL that we can display on our web page. So let's come back to the Postman to test our API endpoint, and let's see the endpoint path also. It is /API/blog and then add. That's it. So just come back, and here let's create a new request. So I'll click on this plus icon. We will add the URL localhost :3000/API/admin/ let me remove it. It will be /API/blog/add. So this is the API endpoint. Here we'll select the type. So the type will be post, right? Now in this one we have to add the headers, and in this headers we have to add the authorization property. So let's add authorization, and in this authorization property we will pass the token. So let me come to this previous request and copy this token from here and paste it here. So we will pass this token. After adding this token, we will pass the data on this API. So let's come to this body, and in this body we will come to this form data, and in this form data here we will add the key. So let's add the key, that is blog, like this, and in this blog we will add the blog data like title, subtitle, description, category and is paid. So here let's add one object like this, and in this object let's add double quote. We will add the title, and after that we'll add colon, and here we'll add the title, that is test blog post, like this. Let me write it in other place, then we'll paste it here. So let's copy and let's write it here in this row so that you can see clearly. You can see we are writing this title test blog post, then add comma, and here we'll add next property. This will be subtitle, and then write the test subtitle, right? Now add the comma, and here we'll add description, and here let's add the description blog description, then add the comma, and here we'll add the category, and in this category we will add startup. After that we'll add each published property, and in this each published property, let's add true. Now let me just copy this entire object and we will paste it here in this value. So we have added this data. After that, let's add this second key. So in this key we will add image, where we have to upload the image, right? And from here, let me click on this drop down and we will choose the file. So we have to upload the file. So in this image we have selected the file type, and from here let's click on this select file to choose any file from this computer. So in this client folder we have the src where we have the assets, and here we have multiple images, right? Now let's see this image. So this image size is more than 900 KB. Let me choose this image. I'll click on open. So this image has been selected. After that, let's click on this send button. Now you can see the response here, and here we are getting success true, and after that we have the message blog added successfully. It means we have successfully added a new blog post in our MongoDB database, right? Now to verify it, let's come back to the web browser and we will open the MongoDB database. Let's click on this database and clusters. Then we'll click on this browse collections, and after that here you can see in this blocks we have a new blog data where you can see the title, subtitle, description, category, and then we have the is published true, we have the created date also, and here we have the image URL, right? And you can see this is the ImageKit URL. We have uploaded the image on ImageKit. Now let me just copy this URL from here and paste it in the new tab. So you can see this is the uploaded image that we have uploaded, and you can see the clarity is good and this size has been reduced. If I download it, you will see the file size. Let's save this image. You can see the format, it is WebP, right? And after that, let's see its size. So here we have that image, and if I check the properties, you can see the size is only 58 KB. So earlier it was 900 KB and now it is only 58 KB. The size has been reduced and the file type has been updated. You can see the file type .webp. So it is modern file type to support all the web browser, and it is also changing the size. So we have uploaded the image and we are getting the optimized image URL from ImageKit. Now we can display this image on our web page, so it will take less time to load this image on front end. So we have created the API. Using that we can upload a new blog post, and it is working fine. We have already tested it using the Postman application. Now we'll come back to the VS Code. After completing the API to add a new blog, now we will create the API to get the list of blogs. So first we will create the controller function. So let's open the blog controller.js file, and here we have created the function add blog, right? So after that, let's create another function. So here let's create one function with the name get all blogs that will give the complete blog list. It will be asynchronous function, so create the asynchronous arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get request and response. And to get the blog list, we don't have to send any data, simply we will get the response when we call this API. So we'll add the try catch block, and in this try block let's add const blogs equal to, we will use await, then we will use the blog model dot find method, and in this find let's add curly braces, and here we'll add is published property, and let's make it true. So wherever the isPublished property is true, then it will return all the blog post and it will get stored in this blogs variable. Now we will return it in the response. So simply add response.json. Let me just copy it from here. I'll copy and paste it. And in this one, we will add success true, and with that we have to send this blogs. That's it. Now if any error occurs in the try block, then in the catch block we will send this response. So simply add response.json, success false, and the message is error.message. So we have created the API controller function to get all the blog data, right? Now we'll create the controller function. Using that we'll get the individual blog data. So let's create one function here. So we'll create one function export const, and the function name is get blog by id. So we will provide the id and we'll get the individual blog data. Here we'll add async and request response, right? And create the arrow function here. And after that we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we have to get the blog id from the parameter. So simply add const blog id equal to request dot params, right? And after that here we will add const blog. So this will be individual blog data, right? So just add blog equal to await, and here I'm going to add the blog model dot find by id, and here we have to pass the id. So just add the blog id here. That's it. So we'll get the individual blog data here. Now we'll check if not of blog. So suppose we don't get any blog using this id, right? So in that case we will send a response. So just add return response.json, and where we'll add success false, and the message is blog not found. And suppose the blog is available for that id, then we will send the response. So just copy this response a statement from here and paste it here. Here we'll add this blog only, right? And just copy this a statement from the catch block and paste it here. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can get the individual blog data, right? Now we'll create the controller function. Using that we can delete any blog, and to delete any blog we need the blog id, correct? So here let me just duplicate this function here, and we'll add the function name, that is delete blog by id, right? And here we'll get the id. So just add const id, and let's get it from the request.body. So in the body we have to pass the id to delete any blog, right? Now let me remove it, and here just add await, then blog model dot find by id and delete, and simply provide this id here. So this blog will be deleted, and after that we will add the response. So in the response let's add success true, and after that let's add the message property. So here we'll add the message, and the message will be blog deleted successfully, right? Next we have to add the statement in this catch block. So let's just copy this one and paste it here. So it is already there, response.json success false, and the message is error.message. So first we are finding the id from request body, and using this id we are deleting that blog using this blog model, right? Now save the changes, and we have created the controller function to delete any blog. Next we will add the controller function. Using that we can either publish or unpublish the blog, right? So here let's add one function. So let's add export const, and the function name is toggle publish equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in the parameter we'll get request and response. Then add the try catch statement, and in this catch block just paste this statement success false, and the message is error.message. Now in this try block first we'll get the ID, so just copy and paste it here. We will get the ID from the body, right? And after that we have to find this blog, so just add const blog equal to await, then blog model dot find by ID, and provide this ID here. So now we have the blog, right? Now for this blog we have to change the isPublished property. If it is true we will make it false, and if it is false we will make it true. So just add the blog dot isPublished property and equal to not of blog dot isPublished. So it will change it from the true to false or false to true. After that we will update the changes in database. So just add await and let's save this blog dot save. That's it. Next we will send the response here. So here let me just copy this and paste it here, and here we'll add response.json success true, and after that we will add the message here. So in the message we will type blog status updated. So using this controller function we can update the status like published or unpublished. So after creating all these controller functions, let's create the API endpoint for these functions. So we'll open the blog route. So here we have the blog routes.js file. Here we have already created one route, right? So after that let's add blog router dot get method. Here we are using the get method because here we don't have to send anything. So simply add the path / all, that will return all blog list. So just add the function here get all blogs. Get all blogs function has been imported here. Now let's duplicate this line and add the another controller functions. So here we have to pass the blog ID in the URL. So let's add colon blog ID, and after that here we will call the function get blog by ID. Get blog by ID has been imported. Now let's duplicate it, and here we will change the type. So the type will be post. So we have added type post, and here we'll add the path, that is delete. Using that we can delete any blog. So just add the function here, that is delete blog by ID, and only admin can delete the blog. So here we have to protect this route. So just add auth middleware and comma like this. So only admin can delete this blog. After that we will add the toggle. So just duplicate it, and here we will add toggle publish. So we can change the publish status either true or false, and here we'll add toggle publish function. So we have created different endpoint for all the controller function, and for this one you can see the type post, and here also type post, and for this too we have the type get. After that we can test these API endpoint. So we'll come back to the Postman application, and here we'll create a new request at the URL localhost :3000/API/blog/all. That's it, and here we have selected type get and then click on send button. So here you can see we are getting success true. Then we have the blogs property, and in this one we have one array where we are getting the blog data. So it will display all the blogs that are available in the database. Right now we have only one blog data, that's why it is giving only one data here. So if we have the multiple blogs, then it will display multiple objects like this, where each object represent individual blog data. Now suppose we have the multiple blogs on our database, and now I want to get the individual blog detail. Right, for that we will pass the ID. So just copy this ID from here, and in this API endpoint just add /blog/this ID, then click on send button. So we are getting the error here, request.parse. So let me correct it. I'll come back to the VS Code, and in this controller function you can see get blog by ID. We have added request.parse. Let me correct it. It will be request.params. so that we can get the blog ID from the URL parameter. So we have added request.params. Now save the changes and come back again on this Postman application and let's click on the send button again. So now you can see we are getting the individual blog data. Here we have the success true and we have the blog property where we have single object where we have the title, subtitle, description, category, image URL is published, right? Now we have to check next API. So we have also created the API to update the is published status, right? And in that one we have to send the blog ID. So to test it, let's come here and we will update the path. So from here, let me update the path. It will be /API/blog/toggle publish, right? And then we have to pass one ID here. So let me copy this ID, right? And then come to this body and here we will open this raw and here let's add object, then we'll add the ID here and in this ID let's add this individual blog ID and after that here we will select the post, then click on send. You can see it is saying invalid token. It is because only admin can update the status. So we have to pass the authorization token also. So let's come to this headers and here we'll add authorization and here in this value we have to add the token. So let's copy it from the previous request, just copy and paste it here, right? Now in this body we have added the ID and we are testing this toggle publish API endpoint. Just click on the send button. Still we are getting invalid token here. Let's check it. We have added it in next line, so just copy and update it here. So we have added authorization and this value and here we have the body, then click on send. Here we are getting cannot destructure property ID of request.body. So let's check it. So here we have to change the type, it will be JSON. From here we will choose JSON and then click on send button. So now you can see the message. It is blog status updated, correct? It means it will update the is published status. So to verify it, let's come here and here we'll test all blog and then let's clear the data from here and click on send button after selecting this get. So you can see here we have the blogs array, it is empty. It is because the status has been updated, it is unpublished. That's why in this array we are not getting any blog. Now we will make it published again. So again hit this API, so simply click on this send button. So again it will update the status and it will make it published. And if I hit this API to get all blog, so now you can see we are getting this blog data where is published is true. So this API is also working fine. So now let's come back to the VS Code. Now we have to create the APIs. Using that we can add a new comment in blog post. For that, let's open this blog controller.js file and here we'll create the controller functions. So let's create a new function here with the name add comment. So simply add export const add comment and create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this one we will add the try catch statement and in this catch block just copy this response and paste it here. Now in this try block simply add const curly braces and here we will get the blog, then we will get the name and then content. So we will get these data from the front end when we will post a new comment. After that we'll add request dot body. So from the request body we will get the blog and then we'll add the name and content, correct? After that here we'll add the await, and here we'll add the statement to add a new comment in the database. And to add the comment in the database, first we have to create the model, right? So to create the model, let's open this sidebar, and here in this models folder we'll create a new file and write the file name comment.js like this. Now just copy this blog model from here, just copy everything and paste it in this comment.js file. And here we'll update the name. So let's add const comment schema equal to new mongoose.schema. After that, here we'll add const comment equal to mongoose.model, and the name is comment, and here also we'll add this comment, correct? After that, let's update the properties here. So let me remove everything from here, and here we'll add the first property, that is blog. And after that we'll add curly braces, and in this one we'll add the type. So in this type we'll add the mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, right? And after that, here we'll add the reference. So in this reference we will add the blog model, so just add this blog. Then we'll add the required property, so just add required, and it will be true. So to add the comment, first we need the blog ID, and here we have added the type, that is the object ID type, and here we have added the reference of our blog, right? So it will store that blog reference in this blog property. After that we'll add the user's name, so just add the name property here, and in this one we'll add the type a string and required true. So it will store the name of user who will comment. After that we'll store the content. So here let's add the next property content and the type a string required true. After that there will be one more property is approved. So just add is approved, and it will be type boolean, so that we can set either true or false. So is approved type boolean, and default is false. So whenever a new comment will be posted, by default it will be unapproved. We have to approve it from the admin dashboard. And let's add this a schema here, that is comment a schema, right? Now we have created the comment model. After that we'll open the block controller, and here we have to create a comment. So to create a comment, let's add the comment from this models folder. Let's scroll up, you can see the comment model has been imported from the models folder, right? Scroll down and let's add comment.create, that will create a new data in the database. And here we'll add curly braces, we will add the blog, then we'll add the name property, and then we'll add the content. That's it. And is approved property will be false by default. So it will create a new data in the database. After that we have to send the response. So let's copy this one and paste it here. We'll add success true, right? And after that we'll add the message. So in this message let's add comment added for review, right? So this comment will go for review and admin can approve this comment. So we have created the controller function to post a new comment on blog post. After that we will add a new controller function that will give the comment data for individual blog that we can display on our front end. So let's add the function here, just copy this, paste it here, and here we'll update the function name, that is get blog comments. So it will give the list of comments for individual blog, right? Now we'll add the try catch statement, and after that in this catch block just paste this statement success false, and the message is error.message, right? After that here in this try block we will add this statement, just copy and paste it here. We will get the blog ID, remove this name and content. So we will get the blog ID from the request body, right? And after that, we have to find the comments on this blog. So just add const comments equal to await. Then we will use the comment model dot find method. And in this find method, we'll add the object where we'll add the blog property. And in this blog property, we'll add the blog ID. Right, and with that we'll add the is approved property, and let's add true. So wherever the is property is true, then only it will add that comments here in this variable, and we can display it on the blog post. After that we will sort it. So just add dot sort, and in this one just add the object where we'll add created at. We have the created at property in the MongoDB data, and let's add -1. So it will sort the blog post based on the date, that is created date. After that we will send the response. So simply copy this and paste it here, response.json success true, and after that we will provide this comments here. That's it. So we have created the controller function to get the comment data for individual blog, right? After that we'll create the API endpoint using these controller function, right? So let's open blogroutes.js file, and in this one let's add blogrouter.post method, and in this one just add the path. So in this one just add the path name, add comment. Using that we can add a new comment, right? And after that we'll add the function name, that is add comment. So add comment function has been imported. After that let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the path name, that is slash comments, and here we'll call the function get blog comments. This get blog comments has been imported, right? So we have created the API endpoint. Using that we can post a new comment, and we can also get the comment list for individual blog, right? Let me remove this space. After that let's come to this left sidebar, and here we have the admin controller.js file. So here also we will create some controller function. So using that controller function we can get the blog list for admin, right? And in this one we will find all the blog posts, whether the is published is true or false. So here let's add the function. We will create one asynchronous arrow function here with the name get all blogs admin, and here we'll add the try catch statement, and in this catch block just paste this statement success false, and the message is error.message. And in this try block let's add const, then we'll add the blog, or let's add blogs. We will get all the blog data, right? Just add await, then we'll add blog model. So let's add the blog model here. You can see it has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension .js, right? And here we'll add the find method, and in this find method simply add empty object, so it will return all the blog post. After that we have to sort it, so just add the sort method, and here we'll add the object and provide the created at property, so it will be created at -1. Next we will send the response. So let me just copy this response statement from here, where you can see success true, and after that we will pass this blocks data. So we have created the controller function. Using that admin can see all the blog list in the admin dashboard, whether it is published or unpublished. After that we will create a controller function. Using that admin can see all the comments also, and they can see all the comments whether it is approved or not approved. So here we'll create a function. So just add export const get all comments and create the asynchronous arrow function with the request and response in the parameter. Then add the try catch statement, and in this catch block just paste this statement. Now in this try block we'll add const and let's add comments equal to await, and here we will use the comment model. So let's click here. So the comment model has been imported. We'll add the .js file name extension. Right now here let's add find method, and in this one we will add the empty object, so it will return all the comments. Right after that we'll add populate, and here let's add the blog property. Right, so it will also add the particular blog data, and after that we'll add dot sort, and here in this sort simply add this created at -1. That's it. Now we'll send it in the response. So let's copy this response statement and paste it here, and in this one we'll add this comments. That's it. So we have created the controller function using that admin can see all the comments. Right, now we'll create one more API endpoint using that admin can get the dashboard data, and in the dashboard data we will give the complete blog data, comments data, and the draft blogs list, and we'll also add the recent blogs. So let's create one function here. We will add export const, and the function name is get dashboard, and it will be asynchronous arrow function with request and response in the parameter. Then add the try catch statement here, and in this catch block just copy and paste this statement success false and message is error.message. After that let's add the statement in this try block. So first we have to find the recent blog, and we'll add the 5 recent blog. Right, so just add const recent blogs equal to await, and here we'll add the blog model dot find method, and in this one just add the empty object, then add sort, and in this sort let's add curly braces created at -1. Right, and in this one we have to get only 5 blog posts. Right, 5 recent blog posts, so just add the limit here and let's add 5. That's it. So we'll get the recent blogs here in this variable. After that let's add the blogs variable, so just add const blogs equal to await, and here we'll add the blog model dot count documents, so it will give the total number of blogs. After that we'll add the total number of comments, so here we'll add const comments equal to await, and we'll add the comment model, and here also we'll add dot count documents, so it will give total number of comments. Now we need the total number of draft blog, so just add const drafts equal to await, and here we will add the blog, that is the blog model dot count documents, and here we will add one property, that is published false. It means the blog is not published, so it will be counted in the drafts. Right, next we have to send it in the response, so let's add it inside a object. So we'll add the const create one object with the name dashboard data, and here in this one let's provide the blogs, then we'll add comments, then let's add the drafts, and we'll add recent blogs. So this is the dashboard data. Now we'll send this dashboard data in the response, so just copy this response statement from here, paste it here, and here we'll add the dashboard data. That's it. After that we have created this function also. Using that we can get the data for admin dashboard. Now let's add the controller function using that admin can delete the comment or admin can also approve the comment, right? So let's create the first function with the name delete comment by id. So just add const delete comment by id asynchronous arrow function, right? And here we'll add the try catch statement and add this statement in the catch block. Now in this try block, first we'll add const, we will get the id, and let's get this id from request.body. After that we'll add await, and here we'll add the comment, that is the comment model, and then dot find by id and delete. And in this one simply provide this id, so this comment will be deleted, right? And after deleting the comment we can send the response, so simply add response.json, and here we'll add success true, and after that we'll add the message also. So in this message let's add comment deleted successfully. Let's wrap everything in the curly braces like this. So this function will delete the comment on any blog using the comment id, correct? And after that we'll create another function using that we can approve the comment. So here let me duplicate this, and we will update the function name, that is approve comment by id, right? And here we will get the id from the request.body. After that we'll add await comment dot find by id and update method. So just add find by id and update. So first we'll add the id, and after that we'll add the comma and provide the is approved property, and let's make it true. So by default all the new comments will be unapproved, right? So it will be false, and using this function we can approve the comment. So we have added is approved property true. After that we'll send the response with success true, and in the message we'll add comment approved successfully like this. So we have created the function to approve the comment. You can see here we have created the comment also. So if I open the previous controller function, that is blog controller, let's open it from here. So in this one you can see we have this function called delete blog by id, right? So after deleting any blog we have to delete the comments also that is posted on this blog, correct? So to delete that comment, in this function after adding this statement find by id and delete, right? So here let's add a space and we'll add the comment here, that is delete all comments associated with this blog or with the blog, and here we'll add await. Let's use the comment model dot delete many, and here let's add curly braces. We will add the blog, that is the blog model, and in this curly braces we will add the blog property, and in this blog property let's add the id, that is this blog id, correct? So it will delete the comment after deleting the blog post. Now in this file, that is admin controller, we have created some new controller function, right? That is approve comment, delete comment, then get dashboard data and get all comments. So we'll create the API endpoint for all these controller function. So let's come here in this admin routes.js file, and in this one let's create all the other routes. So here let me duplicate it, and first we'll add the type. So the type will be get, and here we'll add the comments. So it will give all the comments for admin, right? So here let's add the controller function get all comments. So get all comments has been imported, right? And we can see the comments in the admin dashboard only. So here we have to protect this route. So just add the auth middleware. That's it. So we have added this auth middleware and it has been imported, right? Now let's duplicate it. And after that, here we will update the path. It will be /blogs. So it will give the complete blog list for admin. So here let's add the controller function, that is get all blogs admin. You can see get all blogs admin has been imported. Correct. Now let me duplicate it, and here we'll add the next controller function. So let's add the path first. So the path will be /delete comment. And to delete the comment, we have to send the comment ID. So here we'll use the post method. And after that, here let's add the controller function, that is delete comment by ID. So it has been imported, right? Now let's duplicate it. And here also we'll use the post method, and it will be for approve comment. So let's add the path name here, approve comment, and here let's add the controller function approve comment by ID. So approve comment by ID has been imported here. Correct. Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the get method. Because we will not send any data here, we will simply use get method, and here we'll add the path, that is dashboard, right? So it will give the dashboard data. So here let's add the controller function, that is get dashboard. So get dashboard has been imported, right? So we have created all the endpoints for admin also. So after creating all the routes, now let me open the terminal. So in this terminal we are getting some error, app crashed. Let's scroll down and see the error message. So we have some error in this admin controller.js file. So let's open this admin controller.js file. And in this one, we have the dashboard function. Here it is, get dashboard. So in this one, by mistake, we have added component. So it will be comment. So let's correct it. We'll add comment dot count documents. So it will give the number of total comments. So just correct this line, comment dot count document. And after that, scroll up. So the comment model has been already imported. Let's remove this import. Now let's save the changes and open the terminal again. Scroll down. So now you can see we don't have any error here. You can see database connected and server is running at the end, right? After that, our front end is running here on this localhost 5173. So now after completing the backend of our application, next we will connect this backend with our front end so that we can create a fully functional blog application where admin can post a new blog post and any user can read the blog post on the website. So to connect this backend with our front end, let's come here in this sidebar and let's collapse this server folder. And after that, let me close all these files also. So right click and select close saved, right? Now let's open the client folder. So we'll expand it, and in this one, first we have to create one environment variable. So here let's create a new file in the client folder and write the file name .env. Now in this one we have to create one variable where we will store the backend URL. So just add wheat_base URL, or you can also add backend URL. equal to, and here we'll add the URL where our backend server is running. So our backend is running at localhost 3000, right? So just add localhost colon 3000. So we have added our backend URL in the client project in the .env file, right? Now we have to create one context file where we will create all the global state and functions that will be shared in all the components, right? For that we have to create a folder first. So in this client folder, let's create a new folder. So we'll create a folder called context. Now in this context folder, we will create the context file. So in this one, let's create a new file and write the file name appcontext.jsx. So we have created the context file, and here we'll create the context. Using that, we can share the global states in different component. So to create the context, we have to use the create context hook. So here, let me add const app context equal to create context, and the create context has been imported from React. Here we'll add the import statement. So let me correct it. Let's remove it, and here we'll add create context. Still we are getting required. So let me add the import statement manually. We will add import curly braces. Then let's add create context, and we will import it from React package. Correct. So we have created the app context. Now for this one, we have to create the provider function. So let's create a function with the name AppProvider, and we will create one add function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the children. So just add curly braces children, and after that in this function we have to return one tag. So just add the return statement, and in this return statement we will add this parenthesis, and here let's add app context dot provider and close this tag. So we have opening and closing tag, that is app context dot provider. Now within this we can return this children. So just add this children here. Correct. After that, here we have to pass the value, and in this value we have to add one object, and whenever we will add any data in this object, we can access it in any other component. So instead of adding this object here, we will create one variable. So let's add const, and variable name is value equal to, and create this object. Let me move it outside of this return statement. So we have to add it before this return, like this. Now we can pass this value here. So we have created this app context provider function and added this tag app context dot provider. After that, here at the end, let's add export const, and we'll add use app context. We will create this use app context function, and this function will return the use context, because to use the context data we have to use the use context hook, and in that one we have to provide our app context. So here simply add return use context. Let's come here, use context has been imported, and in this use context we will add our own app context. So whenever we have to use the data from the context, we will simply call this useAppContext function and we'll get the data from the context file. And we have already exported this function so that we can use it in any other file. So after creating this context file, here we will create some data that will be shared in different component. So in different component, we have to make the API call for getting the data from our backend and our database. And for making the API call, we need the backend URL that is stored in this environment variable, right? So we are going to get that URL here. So here in this project, for making the API call, we are going to use a package called Axios. So first we will install that package. So let's open the terminal. And in this terminal, you can see we are in the client project, that is the front end. So we will stop this using Ctrl+C and yes, you can see the directory client. So in this one, let's install the Axios package. So we'll add npm I Axios. Then press enter. After that, let's start the project again using npm run dev. So our project is running. You can see our application is running here, and right now we are getting these data from the asset that are dummy data, correct? So let's come back here and we will hide this terminal, and here in this context file I'm going to import the Axios because it will be used in all the components. So here just add import Axios from Axios package, right? And after that, here before this context, we can add Axios dot defaults dot base URL. So we will set the base URL for making the API call. So we don't have to pass the base URL again and again for different API call. We can set the base URL in this file only. So let's add the import dot meta dot env. That is the environment variable, right? So we have added .env dot, and then we'll add this environment variable name wheat base URL. Just copy and paste it here. So we have provided the base URL for making the API call into this Axios package, right? Now in different component, we are using the navigate function to navigate the users on different pages. So instead of importing the navigate hook, that is use navigate in different component, we can create it here and we can use it from this context. So here in this provider function, let's add const and we will write navigate. So here we will add use navigate. Now let's import this use navigate. So here let's add import statement. We will add curly braces from React Router DOM, and from this React Router DOM we will import the use navigate hook. So we have imported it here. After that, here we'll create some state variables. So we'll add const and write the variable name token. We will use this token for user authentication and we will store this token in the browser's local storage. So just add token and the setter function name is set token. And let's initialize it using the use state hook. And here just add null. So we have initialized it using null. After that, we'll add one more state variable. So just duplicate it. And here we'll add blog. So in this blog state, we will store all the blog data and the setter function name is set blogs and initialize it using empty array. After that, let's duplicate it, and here we'll add one more state, that is input, and the setter function name is set input. So using this input state, we can filter the blocks. So we will initialize it using empty string like this. So we have created these state variables and this navigate function. Now let me pass it through this value object. So in this value object, let's add the Axios first, then we'll add the navigate, then let's add the token, then we'll add the set token. After that, we'll add blocks. Let me check. Here we have the blog, so let me make it blocks. So we'll add the blocks here. After that, we'll add the setter function, that is set blocks. Then we will pass the input and the setter function set input. So now we can access this data in another component, but for that we have to add this component, that is app context component. So let's open the sidebar, and from here we will open the main.jsx file. So in this src we have main.jsx. In this one we have to import the app provider tag. So let's add import curly braces. We will add the app provider and let's import it from /. We have to add the context folder here, so we are not getting that folder. Let me check it. We'll add /. So if I come here, you can see we have added the context folder in this client folder. So let me move it in this src folder. By mistake we have created it here. So let's move this context in this src. Let's add it here. Yes. So if I come to src, here we have the context, and in this context we have app context, correct? And here we have imported all these files, it is correct. Now let's open this main.jsx, and here now we can import the app provider. So just add this context folder / app context.jsx file. So we have imported this app provider tag. Now let's wrap our application using this tag. So here let's add app provider opening and closing tag like this, and within this we will provide our app component. So you can see first we have the browser router, after that we have the app provider, then app, right? So now we will get the access of context data in all components, right? After that, let's come here in the app context, and here we have to create a function. Using that we can get the block data from the database. So before this value object, let's create a function called fetch blocks. So let's add the const fetch blocks equal to, and create one asynchronous arrow function like this. Now in this one we will add the try catch statement, where we will add await axios dot get method, and here we have to make the API call, and we have already added the base URL. So simply add the remaining path. So here we'll add the API endpoint path, that is /API/blog/all, right? So it will make the API call and we will get the response. So we will store the response here. So just add const, and in the response we'll get the data property. So let's destructure the data property like this. So now we'll get the data in the response. After that we have to check this data. So let's add the data.success property. So if the data.success is true, in that case we will use the setter function, that is set blocks, and in this one we will provide the data.blocks property. So it will store the data from the database in this blocks state, right? Now suppose it is false. The data.success property is false. In that case, we'll add the colon here. And here we will display a notification, right? So we'll display the notification error. To display the notification, here we are going to use a package that is React Hot Toast. So let's install that package first. So we'll open the terminal, and in this terminal we'll add Ctrl+C, yes. Then we'll add npm install React Hot Toast. Press enter. So it is installing this React Hot Toast package. After that, to use this package, we have to come to this app file. Let's open app.jsx. Now in this app.jsx, here let's add import, and we will import the toaster tag. So just add curly braces. We'll add toaster and let's import it from the React Hot Toast, right? And after that, let's add this toaster tag here within this div. So we'll add opening arrow, then place this toaster tag here. So now we can use the toast notification in any component. So let's come here in this app context.jsx file, and here we have to display the toast notification. So after this colon, we'll add toast. Let's click here on this suggestion. So you can see the toast has been imported from React Hot Toast, and here we will add the type. So the type will be error. So we'll add toast.error, and here we can add the error message. So we'll get this error from this data. So just add data.message property, right? Now if any error occurs in the try block, then in the catch block also we will display the toast notification. So just copy and paste it here, and here we will add the message that will be error.message, toast.error, error.message. That's it. Next, we have to execute this function whenever we will open the application, right? So here we have to add the use effect, then add the arrow function. Now here we'll add the dependency array that will be empty array, right? Now in this function, simply call this fetch blocks function. So whenever we will open the application, it will call this and it will store the block data here in this blocks state, right? After that, we have to add the functionality for the user authentication. So whenever we will load the web page, it will check for the token available in the browser local storage, and if the token is available, it will add this token in the Axios headers, so that in every API call the header will be added. So here just add const token equal to local storage dot get item, and here we'll add the name, that is token. So this is the key name. After that, here we'll add if statement, and it will check the token is available or not. If it is true, then in that case we will use this set token and provide this token here, right? And after that, let's add Axios dot defaults dot headers, and in this headers let's add common, and then add the square bracket, and in this one we'll add the name authorization equal to, and let's add backticks $, curly braces, and provide this token. So this token will be added in all the API call whenever the token is available. It means whenever the admin is logged in, right? So after that, let's come to this navbar. So we'll open the components and we'll open navbar.jsx file. And here you can see we have this navigate, and after that here we will get the token, and we can get the navigate from context also. So just add const curly braces. Let's add this navigate and let's get it from the use app context. Now we can remove this line, and from this context we can get the token also. So now we have the token here. So what will happen when we have the token? In that case, here we will display the button that is dashboard, and when the token is not available, we will display the button called login. So instead of this login text, we'll add curly braces, and let's add the token first and add the ternary operator. So it will check if the token is true. In that case, we'll add dashboard, and if it is false, in that case we'll add login. So it will update the button, right? And after that we will check this one. So we'll come back to the web browser, and here you can see the button that is login, right? Because we don't have the token. Our front end is not running because we have stopped our application while installing the React Hot Toast. So here we will start it using npm run dev. So now our front end is running, and we will hide this terminal again. After that, if I come back to the web browser, here you can see we have the login button, right? Because we don't have the token right now. Now we'll come back and we'll add the functionality for this login form. If I click here, it will open the login form. Right now it is opening this page. So let me correct it. We will come back here and let's open our app file, that is app.jsx, right? And here we have added the route that is opening the dashboard, and here we have the route that will open this layout or login. So first we will check whether we have the token available or not. So here, before this return statement, let's add const curly braces, and in this one we will get token from the context file. So just add use app context. Use app context has been imported, and here let's add this token. So instead of true, we will add token, and when the token is available, it will display the layout, that is the admin panel, and if it is false, it will display the login page. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see it is displaying the login page. If I open the home page, click on login button, so it is opening the login form, right? And whenever we will get logged in, then it will directly open the dashboard. So now let's make the login functionality. So let's come back to the VS Code, and from this sidebar we will open the admin, then go to login.jsx. So here we have created the login form, right? So let's make it functional. So here at the top, let's add const curly braces. We will get the axios from the context, and we will get the setter function, that is set token, and let's get it from the use app context. Use app context has been imported, right? Now here we have the handler function that will handle the form submit, right? So in this one we will add try catch statement. Now in this try block we will make the API call for the login API. So just add const curly braces data. We will get the data in the response, right? So just add await axios dot post method, and here we have to add the API endpoint, that is /API/admin/login. After that we have to pass the data, that is email and password. So here we have the email state and password state, right? So after that we'll get the response data. So now we'll check the response. So just add the if statement and write the data dot success. So if it is true, in that case we will set the token. So just add the setter function, set token, and provide the data dot token that we are getting from the response, right? And after that, I'm going to store this token in the local storage. So here just add the local storage dot set item and provide the key name. So the key name will be token, and then add the value using this data dot token. So this token will get stored in the browser's local storage. After that, we will set this token in the Axios. So just add Axios dot defaults dot headers. Then we'll add dot common, and here we'll add square bracket and add the name authorization, and the authorization equal to this data dot token. So this token will be added in the Axios for making the API call, right? And suppose we get any error in this try block, then in this catch block we will display the toast notification. So just add the toast, click here to import this toast, then add dot error, and then we will add data dot message property. It will be error dot message. Let's correct it. It will be error dot message. And here we have added the if statement. So here we'll add the else statement also. And in this else statement also we'll add this notification. Just copy and paste it, and it will be data dot message. That's it. So it will enable the users to log in the dashboard, right? After that, let's come back to the web browser. And here, let me add the email. So I'll add admin@example.com, and we will add the incorrect password. Then click on login button. So you can see the notification, invalid credentials. And if I enter the correct password here, so now you can see after adding the correct password, we are successfully logged in. So it is opening the dashboard. Right now you can see the dummy data in this dashboard. We will update the data later. So let's come back to the home page first, and we'll update these data. So to update these data, let's come back here in the VS Code. Here you can see in this sidebar we have the components, and in this components we have blog list. So let's open this blog list component, and here we'll add the functionality to display the blog data from the database. So let's get the blog data from our context. So just add const curly braces. We will get the blocks, and we'll also get the input state, and let's get it from the use app context. Use app context has been imported, right? After that, here we'll add the function also. So just add const and write the function name filtered blocks, right? Suppose we have added the text in the search box. If I open the web browser, here we have the search box. So if I search anything, we have to filter the blog data, right? So for that, here we are creating a function, and in this one, let's add the if statement. So we'll check if this input state is equal to empty string, right? It means we have not added anything in this input field. Then we will simply return the blocks. That's it. We will not filter the data. We will simply return blocks. Now suppose we have some data in this input, then we have to filter the block, right? So here just add the return statement, and we'll add the blocks dot filter. And in this one, let's get the individual block, and here we will check the title. So in this one, let's get the individual blog in the parameter, and here let's add the blog dot title property dot to lowercase, then dot includes and here we will check for the input. So let's add this input state dot to lowercase. So it will return that blog where the input text is matching in the title, right? And after that we'll add the OR operator here. So let's add OR, and here we'll add the blog dot category dot to lowercase. So we are checking the blog category also instead of title, and here we'll add the includes, and in this includes also we'll add the input and lowercase. So just copy this one and paste it here. So we have added if the blog dot category includes input. Let me close this. Now it is correct. So we have added this closing parenthesis. So it will filter the blog, right? And after that we will use the filtered blog data. So let's copy this filter blog or filtered blogs, then scroll down, and here you can see we have the blog data, that is the dummy data we are getting from the asset. So instead of this one, let's add this function filtered blogs and call this function using this parenthesis. After that, here we have the filter that will filter the blog category wise. Now save the changes and we'll come back to the web browser. So here you can see we have only one blog, right? Because in our database we have only one blog, and this blog is posted in the startup category. If I click on technology, we don't have any blog, right? If I come to finance, we don't have anything. If I come to all, here we have the, so in this all we have only single blog because it is posted in this startup category, right? So we have updated this data. Now let me search any text here, but we have to add that functionality in this search box. So let's come back to the header component and let's open the sidebar, and we will open header.jsx file. So in this header we have created this search box, right? So here also we will import that input. So within this function, before this return statement, we will add const, and here let's add curly braces, setter function, that is set input, and then we'll add the input equal to use app context. So we will get the setter function and a state here, right? And after that we have to create a function that will submit this form, that is the search form, right? So in this form we have to add the onSubmit handler. So we have added onSubmit property in this form, and in this one let's add a function name that is onSubmit handler, like this. And after that, here we have the input field also. So in this input field, let's add the reference. So let's add ref, and in this ref we will add the input ref, like this. So we have added ref input ref, and after that let's come here and here just add const input ref equal to use ref hook. So use ref has been imported, right? And now let's create that handler function. So just add const function name equal to async and create the arrow function. Here we will get the event, and after that here let's add e.preventDefault. Then we will add the setter function set input, and here let's add the input ref dot current dot value. So whenever we will enter any data in the input field and click on submit button, that input data will be added here using this set input setter function, right? After adding it, if I come back to the web browser and let me refresh this web page, and here you can see in this block title we have the test, right? So let me search test here, click on search button. So it will give this blog data, and if I type anything else like tech and click on search button, so we don't have any blog post, right? Because this text is not matching in any blog title. So this search is working fine. But right now, if I remove it, we are not getting that all blog post. So we have to add a clear button. Using that, we can clear this search and it will again display all blog list. So let's come back to the VS Code, and after closing of this form tag, here we have the closing div, right? And then we will create a div here, and in this div we will create one button. So just add the button tag, and in this button we'll add the text called clear search. So let's add this text here, right? Now let's align it in the center. So we'll add the class name property in this div. Then in this button also we'll add some classes. So here we'll add class name property and provide these classes. And this button will be displayed whenever we will search the data after adding the input field. So here we'll add the curly braces, and here just add the input and then AND operator. And after that, let's move this closing braces here like this. So we have added the curly braces, input and operator, then only this button will be displayed, right? After that, if I come here, you can see here we have the button clear search. Next we have to add the functionality on this button. So let's come back, and here in this button we'll add the on click property, and in this one we'll add one function. So just add on clear. Now we have to create this on clear function. So let's come here, and here we'll create the function. So just add const on clear and create one arrow function. So in this one, simply use this setter function, set input, and let's add empty string. And after that, let's use this input ref dot current dot value property, and here also we'll add empty string. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. If I search tech, so here we are not getting any blog post because this tech text is not available in any title. And if I click on clear search, again we can see the blog post. So this search feature is working fine. Now if I click here, it should open the blog detail page. So for that, let's come back and let's open the sidebar, and from here we will open the pages folder and blog.jsx file. So here we have to display the blog data from our database. So here we are getting the ID from the parameters. After that, we'll get the Axios to make the API call. So just add const curly braces Axios equal to use app context. Use app context has been imported, right? Then we have the data, then we have the comments, then we have the name and content. So let's keep it here. And after that, we have the fetch blog data function. So in this one, we are fetching the data from our asset file, that is the dummy data, right? So let me remove this line, or let me just clear this function, and here we'll add the try catch statement, right? Now in this try block, we'll add curly braces data. Let's add the const also, const curly braces data equal to await, and provide the Axios dot get method. Now here we have to add the endpoint, so just add backticks /API/blog, and after that we have to add the blog ID also, so just add $ curly braces ID. So we will get the individual blog data from the API, right? And after that we will check this response. So let's add data.success. If it is true, in that case we will use the setter function set data, or we'll add set data only. We'll add the data.blog, right? And if it is false, in that case we will display the toast notification. So just add toast.error, and here we'll add the data.message property. Now we'll add this toast notification in the catch block also. So here we'll paste it, and here just update this error.message. So it will fetch the data from the database. After that we have to fetch the comments also, right? So here we have the fetch comments function. So let's remove this, and here also we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this one, let's add const data equal to await axios dot post, and in this one we'll add the API endpoint, that is /API/blog/comments. After that we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the data. So just add blog ID, because we have to provide the blog ID to get the comment data for individual blog. So just add blog ID, and here just provide the ID. That's it. After that we will check this response. So here just add the if statement if the data.success is true. So in that case just use this setter function set comments and provide the data.comments, right? After that we'll add the else statement here, and here in this else statement we'll add the notification. So just add toast.error data.message, and let's add the notification in the catch block also. So just copy and paste it here, and it will be error.message. So we have created the function that will fetch the blog data, and it will fetch the commit data also. After that we have to create this function to add a new comment. Now after adding it, if I come back to the web browser and let's click on this first blog, so here you can see we are getting the blog title, subtitle, author name, date, and then we have the thumbnail image, and we have added very small description, and then we have this comment box, and you can see the comment is 0 because we have not added any comment on this post. So right now we can display the blog details. Next we'll add the functionality for this blog comment. So just come back, and here we'll complete this add comment function. So in this add comment, let's add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we have to make the API call. So let me just copy from here, copy this statement, paste it here. Here we will add const data equal to await axios dot post. Then we'll add /API/blog, and then we'll change the path. It will be add comment, right? Then we have to add the blog. So just add the blog here and provide the ID, and after that we have to provide the name. Then we have to provide the content. So we have added the name, content. After that we will get the response from this API, right? So we will check the response. So just add if the data.success is true. So in that case we will add the toast notification. So just add toast.success. Here we are using success type, and in this one we'll add the data.message, right? And after that we'll use the setter function set name, and let's add empty string. Then duplicate it, and here we'll use set content. It is also empty string. Now if this data.success is false, so we'll add the else statement here, and in this one we'll add toast.error, and it will be data.message. and after that just copy this toast and paste it in this catch block. It will be error.message. So we have created the functionality to post a new comment. After that, let's test it. So just come here, and here we'll add the name Avinash, and I'll add the comment. This is a test comment. After that, we'll click on the submit button. So you can see the notification comment added for review. Correct? So whenever we are making any new comment on the blog post, it will be unapproved. So admin will approve the comment, then only it will be displayed on this blog post. So we have created the functionality for our blog detail page also. Now we will add the functionality in the admin dashboard. So let me click on this dashboard button. So it will open this dashboard page. And if I click on add blog, so this is the add blog form. Using that, admin can add a new blog post. So first we will make it functional. So let's come back to the VS Code and let's open this sidebar, and from this sidebar we will open the pages folder, and in this pages folder we have admin folder, and here we have add blog.jsx. Let's open it. So in this one you can see we have added these states, and in this state we are getting the form data. So we have to send this data on API, right? So to make the API call, we need the Axios package. So just add const curly braces Axios, and we will get it from the use app context. So just add use app context. It has been imported, right? And after that we'll create one state here. So let's add const and write the state variable name is adding, and the setter function name is set is adding, and let's initialize it using false. So just add use state and false. So whenever we will click on the add button, it will take some time to upload the data on the database using the API. So until then we will disable the button and we will add the text called adding. That's why we have created this state, right? Now let's come here and open this button, right? So here we have the button tag, that is add blog. So in this one, let's add this disabled property and equal to curly braces and provide is adding. So if it is true, it will add true, and if it is false, it will add false, right? And after that, here we'll add the curly braces. So let's cut this. We'll add curly braces and provide is adding state. So if it is true, in that case, we will add the text called adding, like this. And if it is false, in that case, simply add the text, that is add blog, correct? So if I come back to the web browser, here you can see the text called add blog, and if I come here and make it true, so you can see the text here, that is adding. So now just come back and let me make it false only, and let's make the function. Using that, we can upload these data on the database. So here we have created this on submit handler function, correct? So in this one, we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, let's move this e.prevent default. After that, here we will add set is loading true. So whenever we will click on the add blog button, it will display the text adding. So just add true. After that, let's store all the form data in an object. So we'll add const, right, the object name blog equal to curly braces and provide the title. Then we'll add the subtitle. Then we'll add description. We will get the description from our input field. So we'll add colon. Let me move it in the new line, and here we'll add colon, then add the quillref dot current dot root dot inner HTML. So we will get the description from this field. You can see here we have added div where we can enter the rich text. So we will get the description from here. After that, let's add the comma, and here we'll add the category. Then we will send the is published state. So we will send all these data, and now let's add all these data in a form data. So just add const form data equal to new form data, right? And in this form data we have to append this blog. So let's add the form data dot append method, and here we will add the blog using this blog property. So just add the blog property here and write the blog data. So we have to stringify this data. So just add json dot stringify, and here just add the blog because it is an object, so we have to convert it into a string, right? After that we'll append the image also. So just duplicate this line, and here let's add the property name image, and here just provide the image state. So in this form data we have added blog and image. This blog contains all the details like title, subtitle, description, category, right? Now we can send this form data on our API endpoint. So here let's add const curly braces data equal to await, then axios dot post method, and in this one we have to add the endpoint. So we'll add /API /blog/add, and then we will pass the data, that is our form data, right? After that we'll check this response. So just add the if statement, and we'll check if the data dot success property is true. So in that case the blog will be added successfully, right? So we have to display the toast notification. So just add toast dot success, and here we'll add data dot message. And after adding the blog data we have to clear the selected image, and we will clear the title, description, right? So here just add the setter function set image, and here let's add false. After that we'll add set title and provide the empty string. After that we'll add the quillref dot current dot root dot inner HTML, and in this one we will store empty string. After that we will set the category. So just add set category, and here we'll add the default category, that is startup, like this. After that here we'll add the else statement, and in this one we will send the notification. So just add toast dot error, and in this one just add data dot message. After that we have to add the toast notification in the catch block. So just copy and paste it here, and in this one we'll add the message, that is error dot message. After this catch we'll add the finally, and in this one we'll set the adding state. So just add set is adding, and let's make it false. That's it. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back to the web browser, and we will test this form. So let me choose any image. I'll click on this one, and here we'll choose one image. After that we have to add the title. So let me add this is second blog post. This is another subtitle, and here we'll add this is a small description. Let me add this multiple line, and for first one we'll add S3. For this one I'll add H1, and let me duplicate it, and here we'll add this bullet points like list style. So after adding it, we'll choose the category. Let's add technology, and then we'll add this publish now. We'll check this one and click on add blog. So you can see the text adding, and after that you can see the notification blog added successfully. After that, if I open the home page, it should display another blog also. So you can see here we have 2 blog posts. You can see this is second blog post, correct? And if I click on this technology category, we have only 1 blog, and after that if I click on all, it will display all blog post. And here if I search second, click on search button, so you can see we are getting only 1 blog post, and after that we can clear this search. So it is working fine. If I click on this thumbnail, it will open this blog detail page where you can see the date, then title, subtitle, then we have the thumbnail image, and you can see we have the structured text, that is rich text. We have the title, small title, then we have the list items, and here we don't have any comment, so we can add the comment also. We have already added the feature for this one. So now we have added the feature to add the blog post in the admin dashboard. Next we will add the feature for this blog list. So right now we are displaying the dummy data in this blog list, so we'll display the actual data. So we'll come back here, and from this left sidebar, let's open bloglist.jsx file or listblog.jsx file. So in this one you can see we have the fetch blogs function that will fetch the data from the assets. So instead of getting the data from the asset, we will get the data from our API, right? So here we will get the axios from the context. So just add const axios equal to use app context. Use app context has been imported. Now in this function, let's add the try catch statement, and in this try block, simply add const data equal to await, and here we will add axios dot get method, and in this one we will add the endpoint. So just add /API/admin/blogs, so it will give the blog list. After that, here we will use the setter function to set the blog, but before that we will check the response. So just add if statement if the data dot success property is true. So in that case, let's add the setter function set blogs, and here we will provide the data dot blogs, so it will give all the blog list. And here we'll add the else statement, and in this one we'll add toast dot error, and here just provide the data dot message property. Now we'll add the toast notification in this catch block also. So just add toast dot error, it will be error dot message. So we have created the functionality that will get the blog data from the API, and it will display it in the admin dashboard. So after adding it, if I come back to the web browser, so here in this blog list you can see we have only 2 blog posts, right? Test blog, and this is the second test blog, correct? Next we will add the functionality for these action button, that is unpublish the blog, or we can also publish the unpublished blog, and we can also delete the blog post using this delete icon. So let's come back to the VS Code. And from here we'll open this sidebar, then go to components, and in this components we have the admin folder, and then we have blog table item.jsx file. So in this one we have added the table that display the blog list, right? So here we have to create the functionality to publish or unpublish the blog and to delete the blog. So here we are getting the title and created it from this blog. Then we have the blog date. After that we have to make the API call to toggle the blog publish status and delete the blog. So for making the API call we will use Axios. So just add const curly braces Axios equal to use app context. So the Axios has been imported. After that we'll create a function. So just add const delete blog, and it will be asynchronous function. So just add the async and create the add function. So in this function, first we will give a prompt. Whenever we'll click on the delete icon, it will give a prompt that you want to delete this post. Are you sure you want to delete this post? So just add const confirm equal to, we will add window dot confirm, and here we'll add the message that is, are you sure you want to delete this blog? And now we'll check this response. So just add if statement not of confirm, right? So if the response is false, so in that case simply add return. So it will stop this function here. And suppose this confirm is true, so in that case let's add try catch, and in this try block we will make the API call. So just add const data equal to await axios dot post method, and here we have to add the API endpoint. So just add /API/blog/delete. And to delete this blog, we have to send the blog ID. So just add comma curly braces. Let's add the ID, and it will be this blog dot underscore ID. So we are sending the ID. After that, we will check this response data. So just add if the data dot success property is true. So in that case, we have to add the toast notification. So just add toast dot success. And here we will add data dot message, right? And after that we will again fetch the blog post. So let's add await, and we'll add fetch blogs function. So it will refresh this data, that is the table. After that, here we'll add the else statement. And in this one, we will display the toast notification. So just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add toast.error. After that, let's copy and paste it in the catch block, and here we'll add error.message. That's it. So we have created the functionality to delete the blog post, right? And after that, we will add the functionality to toggle the publish status. If it is published, we can make it unpublished, and if it is unpublished, we can make it published. So let's create another function here. We'll add the function name toggle publish. It will be asynchronous add function, and here we will make the API call. So let me just copy this statement, paste it here, and here we'll add axios.post, and here let's add the API endpoint, that is /API/blog/toggle publish. We will make this API call, that is toggle publish. Here also we'll add the ID, and the ID will be blog._ID. After that, we'll check the response. So let's add a space here, and we'll copy this if else statement. Just copy and paste it here. So here we are checking if the data.success is true. In that case, we will add toast.success data.message, and after that we'll add await fetch blocks. So it will refresh the table, and then we have added toast.error. It will be data.message, right? Now let me add everything in the try catch statement. So here we'll add try catch block, and let's move this one in this try block, right? And in this catch block we'll add this toast notification, and here we'll add error.message. That's it. So we have created the function that is toggle publish. Using that we can publish or unpublish the blog. After that we have to link these functions. So let's scroll down, and after that here you can see this button, right? So in this button we will add the onClick property, and in this onClick we will add toggle publish, right? And after that let's come to this image tag, and in this image also we'll add the onClick. So just add onClick property, and here we'll add delete blog, like this. Now save the changes and let's come back here. So from here if I click on this unpublish, you can see blog status updated, and here we are getting the status unpublished. And after that if I open the home page, so on this home page you will find only one blog post because one first blog post is unpublished. Now if I come back to the dashboard and come to this blog list and make it published, so both blogs are published now. And if I come to home page, so here you can see we have both blogs. Now we can delete the blog also. So let's open the dashboard, come here and click on this delete button. If I click here, you can see it is displaying the message, are you sure you want to delete this? So if we cancel it, it will not delete, and if I click on OK, it will delete this blog post. So let's click on this OK. So you can see the notification blog deleted successfully, and here we have only one blog post. And if I open the home page also, refresh it, here also we have only one blog post. The first one has been deleted. So this functionality is working fine. Now let's come back to the dashboard and we will make the functionality for our dashboard page. So this is the dashboard page, right? So let's add the actual data here from our database. So we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, and from here we will open this dashboard.jsx file, right? Now in this one we have to make the API call. So here also we will get the Axios. So just add const curly braces. Let's add Axios, and we will get it from use app context. Use app context has been imported, right? And after that here we have this function fetch dashboard, right? So in this one let's add the try catch statement, and in this try block we will add const curly braces data equal to await, then add the Axios dot get method, and here we'll add the API endpoint, that is /API/admin/dashboard, right? And after that we will check the response data. So simply add data.success is true. We are using the ternary operator. If the data.success is true, in that case we will use the set function set dashboard data. And in this one let's add the data from the response. So just add data.dashboard data, and if it is false, in that case we'll add colon and display the toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here we will add the data dot message property, right? Now let's add this notification in the catch block also. So just copy and paste it here, and in this catch block we will add toast.error. It will be error.message. That's it. So now we have added the functionality for the dashboard. After that, if I come back here in the admin panel. So here you can see we have total 1 blog, then we have total 0 comments and 0 draft, right? It means we have 0 unpublished blog. Then you can see we have the recent blog post here. So this dashboard feature is working fine. After that, let's come to this comments page. If I click here, it will open this comments page. So we have to update this one also. We will get this comment data from our database. So let's come back to the VS Code. And from here, let's open this comments.jsx file. And in this one, we are getting the comment data from the asset. So instead of getting the data from the asset, we will get it from the API. So to make the API call, here let's add const curly braces Axios, and let's get this Axios from the use app context, right? After that, let's come here in this function. So in this one, we'll add the try catch statement, and now we'll make the API call. So just add const data equal to await Axios dot get method, and in this one we will add the API endpoint, that is /API/admin/comments. So it will give the comment data. After that, we will check this data. So just add if the data dot success is true. So in that case, we will use the setter function set comment, and here just provide the data dot comments property, right? And if it is false, then we'll add toast dot error, and here we'll add data dot message. So it will display the error message in the notification. Now just copy this toast notification and paste it in this catch block, and here we'll update it. It will be error.message. So we have created the function that will fetch the comment data, right? And after that, if I come here we don't have any comment, right? Because here we have only one blog post, and on this blog post we don't have any comment. So let me post a new comment here. Let's open it, and here we'll add the comment. I'll add the name Avinash, and here we'll add this is the comment on second blog. Click on submit. So this comment will be added for review, right? Now if I come to dashboard, so here you can see we have the one comment, and if I come to this comments page, here also you can see we have one comment. So here you can see the blog title. So this is the blog title, and then we have the user's name, and then we have the comment text. And now we have to add the functionality on these buttons, that is the action button. Using that, we can approve or unapprove this comment, and here we have the button to delete this comment, right? And here you can see we have the option to switch the approved and unapproved comment, right? If I click on approved, here we don't have any approved comment, and if I click here, it will display the unapproved comment or not approved comment, and right now there is no approved comment. So let's add the functionality for these action button. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, and from this sidebar, let's open this components admin folder and comment table item, right? So here we have added the action buttons, right? So in this one also we have to make the API call. So let's get the Axios from context. So just add const Axios equal to use app context, right? And after that, here let's create a function that is approve comment. So we'll create a function here that is asynchronous add function called approve comment, and in this one we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we'll add the Axios dot post method, and in this one let's add the API endpoint, that is /API/admin/ approve comment. After that, we'll add the ID here, that is the comment ID. So just add curly braces ID and it will be underscore ID. That's it. Now we can check the response. So just add if the data.success property is true. So in that case, we will display a toast notification. So simply add toast has been imported, then add toast.success, and here we'll add data.message, right? And after that, we will refresh this table. So just add fetch comments function, correct? Now let's add this notification in this else statement. So create the else statement and add the notification. It will be type error. Now just copy this notification, paste it in this catch block, and here we'll add error.message, right? So we have created the function that will approve the comment. Now we'll create the function. Using that, we can delete the particular comment. So let's add a space. We'll copy and paste this one. And here we will update the name. It will be delete comment, right? And after that, here we have to ask one confirmation. So here let's add const confirm equal to window dot confirm, and in this one we will add the message, are you sure you want to delete this comment? So we have added this message here, and after that let's check this confirm variable. So just add the if statement and we'll add not of confirm. So if it is false, then we will simply add return. It will stop executing this function here, and suppose it is true, in that case it will make this API call, and here we'll update the API endpoint. So it will be /delete comment, and here we have provided the ID. It will be underscore ID. Then it will check the data.success property. If it is true, it will delete it and it will display the message using this toast notification. And after that, it will refresh the data using this function fetch comments, and then we have added the notification in else block and catch block. That's it. Now let's link these functions with the HTML elements. So here you can see we have the image tag, that is the bin icon, right? So here we'll add on click property and provide the delete comment function, correct? After that, here you can see this image, right? That is the tick icon, and let me make it in the new line like this. So if the comment is not approved, it will display this icon. So here we'll add on click on this tick icon, and here we'll add approve comment. So the comment will get approved, correct? And after that, let's save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. So here you can see we have the not approved comment here, correct? And if I come to approved, we don't have any comment. And now let's come here and click on this tick icon. And after that, let's come here. So here you can see the status is approved. So this comment is approved now. And after that, if I open the home page and open this blog post, so at the bottom you can see this comment is displayed on this blog post, right? We have the name and comment text, so we can approve the comment. Now let's come back to the dashboard. So we'll open the dashboard from here. So after creating these pages, we have added the functionality for all pages here. Next, we'll add the functionality for logout, right? So let's come back here in the VS Code and let's open this pages folder, then admin folder, and open layout.jsx file. So in this one, you can see we have created the logout function. So we have to add the functionality here. So here we have to update the code in this logout function. For that, we will import the token from the context. So here let's add const curly braces, we will get the Axios, then we will get setter function, that is set token, and after that we will get this navigate also. So just add this navigate, and let's get it from the use app context. Right, now we can remove this navigate from here. Right, now we can remove this use navigate also. After that, let's come to this logout function. So in this one, let's add local storage dot remove item, and here we'll add the key name, that is token. So it will remove this token from the local storage. After that, it will also add authorization in the Axios. So just add Axios dot defaults dot headers dot common, and here we'll add a square bracket and provide authorization, and in this one we will set null. Right, and after that let's add the set token, and here also we'll add null. That's it. And after that, save the changes and we'll come back to the web browser. So now if I click on this logout button, we are logged out. Here you can see we have the login button, correct? And if I click on this login, it will display this login form, and when we will enter the correct admin details, then we can access the admin dashboard, right? So we have created all the functionality of our blog application. We can add a new blog post and we can see the blog post here. We can filter the blog post based on category. We can see the blog description and we can see the comments. And we can also post a new comment. And if I come to dashboard, let me add the email ID and password. So from this dashboard, we can see the details like number of blogs, number of comments, number of unpublished blog and published blog list. Then we can see the blog list here. Then we can see the comments list here, and we can add a new blog post here. Next, we have to add one more functionality, that is generating the blog description using AI. So we will use the Google Gemini to generate our blog description. So we don't have to add the description here. We will simply add the blog title, and based on that title, it will generate the description, and then we can choose the category and simply publish the blog. So let's add the AI feature on this blog post. For generating the content using AI, let's open a new tab and search for Google Gemini API, and you will get this link ai.google.dev. Let's open this link. So you can see the URL ai.google.dev, and we are logged in with Google account. After that, we'll click on this Explore Models in Google AI Studio. Just click on this link. So it will open this Google AI Studio dashboard, and here at the top right, you will get this link called Get API Key. You can see the button here, Get API Key. So just click here, and after that, you will find this button, Create API Key. Just click on this button, and here you need to choose a Google Cloud project. And if you don't have any project, you will get the option here to create a new project, and I already have multiple projects, so I'll choose any of it and then click on Generate API Key. Now just copy this key and we will come back to the VS Code, and from here let me close all the files. So right click and select Close Saved, and let's open this sidebar and collapse this client folder, and we will open this server folder. Let's open this server, that is our backend, right? And in this one we will open .env file. So in this .env file, here let's create a new state variable. So write the state variable name Gemini API Key, and let's paste this API key here. So we have created a new environment variable, and here let me add the comment also, right? And after that, let's come here in this configs folder, and here we'll create a new file and write the file name Gemini.js. So we have created a file here. We will create the configuration here. So let's come back to the website again, and here you can see this link, API Quick Start Guide. Just click on this link. So it will open a page where we will choose the JavaScript. So let's click on this JavaScript. In this, make your first request. So we have selected the JavaScript, and after that, let's copy this entire code. Let's copy this one, and after that, we'll come back to the VS Code, and in this one, we will paste this code. So here you can see we have added import Google Gemini from this Google Gen AI, right? And we have to install it also. So let's come here. You can see first we have to install it. So just copy this statement, npm install Google/Gen AI, correct? So let's copy this one and come back here, and let's open the terminal, and in this terminal let's switch to backend terminal, that is server. So you can see our server is running here, so we'll stop it using Ctrl+C. Yes, and now paste this command, npm install Google/Gen AI, then press enter. So it will add this package. So Google Gen AI package has been installed. Now we can start the backend server using npm run server. So again our backend is running at this port 3000. Now we can hide this terminal. So you can see we have created this configuration file, and in this one let me make some changes. So first we are importing this Google Gen AI. After that we are creating AI using this new Google Gen AI, and here we have to add the API key. So we have added the API key in the environment variable. So simply add process here. Let's add process.env dot, then add the environment variable name, that is Gemini API key. You can see we have added this name here, Gemini API key, and we have added it here. So now we have provided the API key, and after that here we have the asynchronous function, that is main, and in this one when we will pass this prompt, it will give the response in this console, right? So instead of adding this prompt, let me remove it, and we will get the prompt from this parameter. So in this parameter we will add the prompt, and it will be added here in this content. So it will use this model Google Gemini 2.0 Flash, and it will pass this prompt, and after that we will get the response, right? So instead of adding this console log, here we will add return and provide this response.text. So this function will return the response.text. That's it. After that we have to export this main function. So let me remove it, and here we'll add export default and provide main, so that we can use this main function in any other component, correct? After that we will create a function where we will use this model and create the block content using the AI. So let's come to this controller folder, and in this one we will open blog controller.js file, where we have created the controller function for adding the new blog post, then toggle the blog post, then we have the add comment, and then we have get blogs comment. So here we'll create a new function, that is generate content. So let's add export const generate content equal to, and create the asynchronous arrow function here, right? So we have created one function. After that, let me add the request and response in this function parameter. Then we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we will add const, and let's add curly braces, we will get the prompt, and we will get this prompt from the request body. So just add request dot body. So whenever we will make the API call, we have to pass the response in the body, right? After that, we have to pass this prompt in the main function created using Google Gen AI. So just add await, then add the main function. You can see we are getting the suggestion for this main. Just click here. So you can see the main function has been imported from this config folder, right? Let me scroll up and you can see we have the complete path Gemini.js. It is correct. Now come here, and after that, in this function, we have to provide the prompt, correct? And after this prompt, we will add our message. So let's add space, and in this one, let me add our own text, that is generate a blog content for this topic in simple text format. That's it. After that, we will get the response from this function. So let's store it in a variable. So just add const content equal to await. So we will store this in this content variable, correct? After that, we will send it in the response. So just add response.json, and in this one we'll add curly braces, then we'll add success true, correct? And then we'll add this content in the response, right? Now if any error occurs in this try block, then catch block will be executed. So here just copy this, paste it here, and in this one let's add success false, and with that we'll add the error message. So in this we'll add message property, there we will add error.message. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can generate the content using Google Gemini. That will be the blog description. Now using this controller function, we will create the API endpoint, correct? So we will open the router, and in this routes folder we have blog routes.js file. So here let me add one more route. So we will copy this one, paste it here, and here let's add the type post. Then we will add the endpoint name. So we'll add the path here, that is generate, correct? And then we will add the middleware. So just add auth middleware. After that we'll add comma, and here we'll add generate content. So this generate content has been imported, you can see, correct? So we have created the endpoint for this generate content API, correct? Now we will link this API with our front end. Before that, let me open the terminal, and you can see we don't have any error here. The backend is successfully running, and if I come to front end, this is the front end terminal, right? Now let's link this API with our front end. For that, let's open the sidebar and we will close these files, and here we will open the client folder, correct? Now in this client folder we will open src, then let's open this pages, and after that let's open admin, and here we have addblog.jsx, correct? So we will open this addblog.jsx file, where we have to add the functionality to generate the content using AI. So in this one we have the function on submit handler, and before that we have this function generate content, correct? So in this one let's add the functionality. So here let's add if statement, and here we'll add not of title. So if the title is not available, simply add return, and here we'll add toast.error, and just add the message here, that is please enter a title, because we have to add the title to generate the description, correct? Now suppose the title is available, so then we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we will add the loading, right? So when we generate the content from the AI, it will take some time. So here we have to create one loading state. So let's scroll up, and here we will duplicate this line and write the state variable name, that is loading, and the setter function name is set loading, and by default it is false. Correct? So whenever we will execute this function, first it will set the loading true. So just add set loading and make it true. Correct? After that, let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and here let's add the axios dot post method, and in this one we have to add the API endpoint, that is /API/blog/generate, and then we have to provide the prompt here. So just add curly braces and we will add the prompt property, and in this one we will add the title. So we have to provide the title to generate the description. After that, we will check the response from this API. So just add if the data.success property is true. So in that case, we will use the text box. So just add quillref.current.root.inner.html, and in this one we will store the data. So just add the parse here. So just add parse, and in this one we will add the data dot content. So we will get this content from the API response. To use this parse, we have to import one package. So we will open the terminal and we will install one package in our front end. So this is the front end terminal. We will add Ctrl+C, yes, to stop this project, and here we'll add npm I and add the package name marked. Let's press enter. So it will install this marked package. It has been installed. To verify it, we will open the sidebar, and in this client folder we will open package.json file, and in this one you can see we have this marked package, right? After that, let's come here, and in this one, that is add blog.jsx, here we will add import statement. We will import parse from this marked. So we have imported the parse here, correct? After that, let's start the project again. So here we will add npm run dev. So it will again start our front end. So now our front end is running. Now hide this terminal and let's complete this function. So let me open this function, that is generate content. So here we have generated the content and added it in this quillref, correct? And after that, here we'll add the else statement, and in this one we will add the toast dot error type, and in this one we'll add data dot message, correct? After that, let's add this notification in this catch block also, and here we'll add error dot message. Now we'll add finally, and in this one let's add the set loading state and let's make it false. So after generating the data, it will set the loading false, correct? Now we have to link this function with our button. So if I come here, you can see we have the button called generate with AI, right? And in this one we have already added this function, that is generate content, correct? Now in this one we have to disable this button whenever the loading is true, correct? So to disable it, in this button we will add disabled property equal to curly braces and add the loading state. So it will disable it whenever it is generating the content from AI, right? And after that, let's save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. Now let's open our application. Let's refresh it. And now let me add the thumbnail here. We will add any blog image. And here we have to add the title. So let me add the blog title here. Impact of AI on jobs. So we have added the blog title, correct? And here we have to add the subtitle, and this subtitle is optional, so let me add it. Impact of AI on jobs in 2025. And after that, if I click on this generate with AI button, it will start generating the description from AI. You can see the description has been generated. But whenever it is generating the description, we have to display some animation. It means we have to display one loading animation. Right now, the description has been generated. So let me just select the category, and after that we will click this checkbox and click on add blog. So this blog will be added. So you can see blog added successfully. And if I open the home page, refresh it, and here you can see we have the new blog post, impact of AI on jobs. If I open it, here you can see we have complete description generated using AI. So we have successfully added the AI to generate the blog description, correct? Next, we have to add one more feature. If I open the dashboard, come to add blogs, and here we will add the loading animation when we click on this generate with AI button. So until it generates the description, it will display a loading animation. For adding the loading animation, we will come back to the VS Code. We will open addblog.jsx file, and in this one, here we have this button with the text generate with AI. So just before this button, let's add curly braces and add the loading state, and then we'll add AND operator. So when this loading state will be true, after that it will execute this code in this parenthesis. So here we will add the div where we will add the loading animation. So here let's add a div tag. So we have added opening and closing div. Now in this one, let's add some classes. So we'll add the class name property here, and here we'll add absolute. Then we have to add the height, width, full. So just add absolute and right 0, top 0, bottom 0, left 0. So it will take full height and width. Then we'll add flex box. So just add the flex, item center, and justify center. So the loader will be in the center. After that we'll add the background, and we'll add some margin from the top. Now within this div, we have to add another div, and here in this div we'll add the class name property, and here we have to set the width and height, that is 8. After that we will add the border radius. So we'll add rounded full, so it will be a circle. After that we have to add the border. So let's add the border width 2, and then we'll add the border top color. So the border top color will be white, and after that we'll add the spin animation. So just add animate a spin. That's it. So whenever we will click on this generate with AI button, it will start generating the blog description using AI, and till then this loading state will be true, and whenever it is true, it will display this loading animation, and after generating the description, it will make this loading state false, that will hide this animation. So let's save the changes and open the web page, and let's try to add a new blog post. So to generate the blog description, we have to add one title, and so here we will add one title, the rise of artificial intelligence in modern technology. After that, let me add one small subtitle. So let's add exploring how AI is reshaping technology. After that, we will not write any description here. We will use this generate with AI to generate the blog description. So let's click on this button. So you can see the loading animation here. The background is gray, and now you can see the description has been generated, correct? So we have the structured rich text in this blog description. Then we will add the image also. So let's click on this one, and choose any image. So I'm going to choose this image. After that, we will choose the category. So let's choose the tech category and publish now and click on add blog. You can see adding. After that, you can see the notification blog added successfully. So this generative AI is working fine. We can generate the blog description using AI. And after that, if I click on the logo, it will open the home page. Let's refresh it. So here you can see our new blog has been published. The rise of artificial intelligence in modern technology. If I click here, so it will open the blog description page where you can see the title, subtitle, then we have the thumbnail image and blog description. So we have completed all functionality of our blog application. Next, we have to deploy this blog on vercel so that anyone can see this blog on their computer. So to deploy this project on vercel, first we have to add the vercel configuration in our project. For that, just open GitHub and open this path GreatStack dev. Just open this profile github.com/GreatStack dev, and here you will find this notes. Let's open it. And in this notes, you will find this vercel JSON config for MERN. Let's open this file. And here you can see we have two code snippets. So the first one is for the Express backend. So we have created our backend using Express. So we will use this for our backend. And then we have this front end. So we have to add this code in our backend and front end project, and we have to add it in a file called vercel.json. Correct? So let me just come back. In this VS Code, we will close this file and open this sidebar. Let's collapse this client and server also. So let's add this file in this client folder first. So in this client folder, we will create a new file. So let's add a new file here in this client and write the file name vercel.json. And here let's paste this code. So just copy this code and paste it in this client file. Save the changes. After that, we have to create this file in the server also. So let's add the file name first, that is vercel.json. And in this server folder, that is our backend, we will create a new file and write the file name vercel.json. And here also we will add the configuration. So let's copy the backend configuration for vercel.json file. Just copy it and paste it here. So we have added the code for vercel.json. Now first we have to deploy this code on GitHub, and from that GitHub we can publish it on vercel. So to deploy this project on GitHub, let's open this sidebar. And here in this sidebar, first we'll create a new file that will ignore our node modules folder. So here in this root directory, that is quick blog, we'll create a new file and write the file name .gitignore. So we have created a file with the name .gitignore. After that, here we'll add the folder name. So we'll add the folder name node_modules. So it will exclude this node_modules folder from our GitHub repository. So you can see in this server folder, we have the node_modules. So it will ignore it. And in this client also, we have node_modules. So it will ignore this one. That's it. So we have added this gitignore file in this root directory, that is quick blog. After that, let's add this project in GitHub. So here we have the source control icon, we will click here and then click on initialize repository. After that, here we have to add one commit message. So let's add project completed, then click on commit. After that, I'll click on this publish branch, and here we have to choose the repository type. So we will choose this GitHub private repository, and then you can see the repository name quick blog. So let's choose the first one, private repository. So now it is uploading our files on GitHub. You can see the status in the bottom right corner. You can see the status uploading files, and now you can see the notification successfully published the file. So let's open our GitHub repository. So on my GitHub repository, you can see we have uploaded this project quick blog, and here we have the client folder, server folder and .gitignore file. So we have just uploaded it on our GitHub. Now let's open the vercel.com. Here you need to sign up, and after that let's click on this add new button. So let's click on this button and choose the project. So we are creating a new project. After that, here we have to choose the GitHub repository. So we will choose this quick blog repository. Just click on this import button. After that, we will come here in this root directory and click on this edit button. And here we will choose the server, because first we will deploy our backend project. So here we are going to choose the server repository. Click on continue, and here let me add the project name. So it will be quick blog server. Right. After that, here we have to add the environment variables also. So just click here, and here we will paste the environment variables. So let's open the VS Code, and from here we will open the server folder, and from here we will open .env, and let's copy all the environment variables from here, and after that let's paste it in this vercel. So we have added JWT secret, admin email, admin password, then MongoDB, then ImageKit API keys and Gemini API key. Then click on deploy button. So it will deploy our backend. So just wait for it. It will take a few minutes to deploy the project on vercel. Now you can see this message, congratulations, and we have successfully deployed our backend. You can see the message here, API is working. After that, just click on this continue to dashboard button. And here, let's click on settings. Then in the left side, you will find this functions. We will click here, and under this function, you will find this advanced settings. Let's open it. And here you can see the function max duration. So by default the function max duration is 10 seconds, but in our project we are using AI that will take some time to generate the content. So here we will increase the maximum duration, so it will wait for the API to respond. So here let's add 60 and then click on save. After updating it, we will just click on this redeploy. So it will again deploy the project. You can see it is again deploying this project. Now it is ready. So the backend server has been redeployed after making the changes in function max duration. And here you can see the domains. So let's click on this one. So this is our backend URL. And here you can see the message API is working. So we will use this backend URL to deploy our front end. So after that, just come back here in this vercel dashboard and let's open the dashboard homepage. Now let's click on this new project, and here we will choose the same repository, that is quick blog. Click on import, and here let's add the root directory. So in this root directory we'll click on this edit, and after that we will choose this client directory. Let's choose this client and click on continue, and after that let's open the environment variables, and here we have to add the environment variable for our front end. For that, let's open the VS Code, and in this one we will open the client folder, then open .env file, and here you can see we have to provide the base URL, correct? So let's copy this one and paste it here, right? And here, instead of adding this localhost 3000, that is the backend URL running on local server, so we have to remove it, and here we will use the backend URL deployed on vercel. So this is the backend URL. Just copy this one and paste it here. That's why we have deployed the backend first. After that, in this URL you can see at the end we have this /, so remove this /. It should end with .vercel.app, that's it. Then click on this deploy button. So it will start deploying our front end. So just wait for a few minutes. Here you can see the status. Now you can see the congratulations message. Just click on this continue to dashboard button, and here again go to settings, and then let's open the functions from the left side and open the advanced settings. And here let's open this max duration, that is function max duration, and here also we will set 60 seconds. Then click on save. Then click on redeploy. Then click on view deployment. And from here we will get the front end URL. Just click on this link, that is domain, and at this URL our front end is running, and you can see we have all the 3 posts. If I open it, we have the blog description, and from here we can go to home page, and here also we can log in to the admin dashboard. I'll click on this login button, so it will open the login page, and here we will add the admin email and password. So now we are successfully logged in the admin dashboard, and from here we can see the data like number of blogs, number of comment, and number of unpublished posts. And here we have the recent post. Then we have the form to upload a new blog post, and we can generate the blog description using AI. Then we have the blog list in the dashboard, and then we have the comments list in the dashboard. So we have completed our blog application and successfully deployed it online. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Also like this video and subscribe this channel GreatStack. Thank you so much for watching this video.